Morning light through the blinds is creeping, eyes on the clock while the world keeps sleeping. Coffee cold as my nerves keep twitching, long crime will soon be switching. On and on are all the eyes on the live stream, just my need to switch it to trial TV. Sarah Boone's in the camera's glare, suitcase secrets creeping through the air. All she cares about is her suit and jailhouse hair. A bag of letters and made-up face, I'll save a smile from any grace. When the jury finally comes to see, she deserves craft singles and a first degree. Ooh, I'm waiting for truth to unfold, every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on the feed, grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady, my thoughts tangle, it feels so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't be Cacciatore sure. Rightful truth, courtroom drama unmasking proof. The defense getting credit and giving us hope that the jury sees Boone trying them for dopes. Sarah's guilt is plain for all to see, intentional for Suitcase, second degree justice for George amidst the misery. Lost patience tried on attention's weight, verdict coming but we must wait. Echoes of doubt make my heart beat wild, I just need the facts untouched and mild. YouTube's glowing, don't let me down, in this court we'll see who wears the crown. I'm waiting for truth to unfold, every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on the feed, grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady, my thoughts tangle, it feels so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't be Cacciatore sure. Ooh, I'm waiting for truth to unfold, every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on my feet, grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady, my thoughts tangle, they feel so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't take much more.
Good morning, everyone. How are we? Ooh, 222. 222 people watching right now. I love that number. 2 is my favorite number. Oh, let's see. Okay. Have you had your coffee? Did y'all get any sleep last night? I tried. I got a little bit. I tried to take a nap way early, and then I tried to take a nap, and that doesn't help. That doesn't work. Oh my goodness, what is up with the new members, you guys? I must be doing something right. Let me go through these guys. I cannot say your name. Nora bro? Is that how you say it? 2200? Beach Lover, Valentino, Jean, Dog Mom. Some of you guys are re-upping on your membership. Smilda. Cass is a re-upper. Sharon's a re-upper. Well, welcome in and thank you guys for becoming new members. I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all so much. Okay, today's going to be a big day, everyone. Today is going to be about Sarah Boone getting up on the stand and spewing her lies. Get your vomit bags out. That's right. Get the trash cans to your side. We're going to need them. Because she's going to make us sick. Sick. Okay, yeah, let's go over this really quickly. Thank you, Laura, for reminding everybody. We have a very, very, very respectful community here. We try to keep the cuss words down. I break that rule every now and then. But I'm allowed to, dang it. I got the microphone. But yeah, just be kind and courteous to everybody. You guys are totally, totally allowed to disagree with one another. Just make sure that you do it in a pleasant way and respect each other's opinions. Okay. So yeah, she's going to get up on the stand today. She's going to tell a bunch of lies. They're going to contradict what she said in her. I just don't see how. I'm sure James Owens has a story. That's probably what he's been working on the most in his case. Wouldn't you think? How to undo the damage that she's already done. That's probably been his biggest job in this whole entire thing. And then I told y'all yesterday, I'm like, I don't even think Hendrix has watched the video up until yesterday when they played it in court. And then Tony Beck, no, not Tony Beck. What's his name? Kevin Beck. He shows up every now and then. I guess he's been out in the background trying to grab extra witnesses to depose, which, by the way, if you missed it yesterday, let me show you this really quickly. I do have Court TV pulled up in the background. You guys, as soon as they come up, we'll be able to get it. Don't worry. We're not going to miss a thing. In the words of Steven Tyler. Here it is, right here. Well, wait a minute. Our little sleuther, Yana, has found something, you guys. She's already found Pearl Walker, the woman that they've mentioned.
Uh-huh.
Let me show you. Where'd you go, Pearl?
He thought he'd find his own way.
She zipped her boyfriend into a suitcase and left him there to die. Channel 9's Steve Barrett has been digging into this bizarre story today. He joins us now live. And Steve, she told investigators they were just playing around.
Well, those investigators, Greg, said that she admitted to zipping him inside that suitcase, leaving him there for hours, even falling asleep here at the Tealwood Park apartments where the two lived together. But she told investigators they were just playing a game.
That's the devil. And it's just so sad. They was good people. Let's drink.
Neighbors say Sarah Boone and her boyfriend were known to drink inside their East Orange County apartment.
That's Pearl.
But no one expected what happened. Pearl Walker learned from her daughter.
She said, Mommy, somebody got killed or murdered. I said, really? I said, oh my God, Marlene. And so she said, that's what happened. I said, it's them two people that drinks all the time.
And an arrest affidavit.
Them two people that drinks all the time. The whole neighborhood knew who they were because they were just such a disturbance with all of their fighting and the drinking and everything. Sarah roamed the neighborhood like a haunted being. Sinem. I'm thinking that's the name of it. I'm not sure. I hope I didn't mispronounce you. Thank you for becoming a member. Carolyn McBrayer, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you guys. So, yeah, I just wanted to show you guys that really quick because Yana, man, right after they mentioned this Pearl lady, that they were going to depose her. In fact, that's probably what they did at like 6 o'clock this morning. They had this is what is so horrible about this, you guys. So the prosecution's been working on this for 4.5 years. Oh, let me put this back up so we don't miss anything. And they had their ducks in a row. They were ready to roll. They kept getting pushed back and pushed back. 17 continuances. And then James Owens comes waltzing in at the last minute. All these crazy things that he wants to do. He's messed up their opening. And now, you know what he's doing? Now he's messed up all of this whole thing with the witnesses, because the prosecution had to be at their office at 6 a.m. this morning to depose this woman before trial starts today. I mean, if James Owens isn't doing anything else, he's wearing down the prosecution with his BS. So, what do you guys think in the chat? Thank you, Yana, for sending that over. Thank you, Amber, Rachel, for your wonderful song that you did for our channel. That's amazing. Everybody loves it. Miss Twisted Quill. Twisted Quill, I want to know how you got your name. I was wondering that. CB says, I am disappointed with the prosecution. They needed more witnesses to demonstrate her manipulative behavior. Or they just needed to keep the ones that were on the stand up there just a little bit longer, maybe. Just a little bit longer. Oh, I don't know. And then when they got back up to redirect, maybe they could ask more questions. That was so frustrating to me. Amazing how frustrating that was. I know that was frustrating to a lot of you guys. If you are just coming in and you have not been watching this trial, this is a great place to learn about it, because I can guarantee you that most of the people in chat know exactly what's going on. So if you have questions, just ask them in the chat and they'll tell you. And then I'll tell you when I can, when the court is not in session and playing. Oh, Laura's chatting me up this morning on my text messages. You guys meet Laura and Bama. I think Mel might be in here too. I'm not sure. Those are your moderators. Be good to them for me, please. Hello, Miss Phyllis Ann. How are you doing? So yesterday, just to remind you guys too, as we are doing these long days watching trial, I am time stamping as we go. So when you guys get through at the end of the stream, you guys can go back and find the timestamps and be able to find what you're looking for. I'm at least trying to do it by witness. So there was some stuff that happened yesterday. You know, we've been reading over those things with Sarah Boone about her inmate behavior, and she gets in trouble for talking all the time and everything. Well, yesterday, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. It was after the trial had already started. Sarah had gotten in trouble by the judge because she kept turning around and looking back at everybody. Let me see if I can find it. I did a little clip of it. Look at her. At one point, during one of the things, like, she just kept turning around constantly. And it's like, oh my gosh, what are you looking at? Are you looking for your fans? Like, what, woman, what do you want? Turn around. And you know the jury, you guys, the jury has to see this craziness going on, and they are done with her already. I hope. And then she looks at the camera. I'm like, really? Really? This does have audio. Hang on. We'll get there. I don't see Zeph in the chat. If anybody sees Zeph in the chat, would you tell her that I'm trying to reach her? Zephyr? If she comes in, let me know. My glass is on upside down. Girl, what you talking about, Gentai? And you need to let me know how to pronounce your name, because I never know how to pronounce it. That's your fault, not mine. I'm Sarah Boone. I'm blaming everybody else on everything else. They have been practiced how to push our buttons. I guess I don't have audio on this. Oh, well. Anyway, that was her being a pain in the neck. Okay, we have court feed, but we don't have any volume yet, so they haven't come in yet, so we'll see. What are you talking about my glasses being on upside down? What's wrong with y'all? What did I do now? Am I muted? What did you say about I figured out how to unblock someone? Oh, okay. Well, that I guess that's good, Michelle. Yeah, if there's somebody in the chat, that was the one thing I was going to tell you guys. If there's somebody in the chat that's giving you a hard time or just, I don't know, being a little bit too demanding, they usually don't stay. They usually get booted pretty quickly. But if they're bothering you, you could always mute someone in the chat. Anybody has that power. You won't see them. They'll still be there, but you won't see them anymore. By the way, mine is pronounced Jenny, not Jeannie. Oh, for crying out loud. Are you kidding me? You're calling me out on that? Jeannie? Jeannie? Jenny. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Jenny with a G. I know. Okay. I'm going to do my best. Y'all are killing me. If y'all, you have to understand, like my whole family here, they know, like we meet new people all the time. And it's like, some of them, I make up names for them. And the family just laughs because I'm horrible with names. And there's names I can't, there's businesses around here. I have my own little words that I call them because I can't pronounce their names. And they just laugh every time I say it. So it's just, I call it Curieism. It's not a cult. It's not a thing. It's the way I deal with things. Yesterday was a very good day for the prosecution. They let the evidence speak for itself. It was powerful. I agree, Angela. They did. But I mean, they did what we knew they were going to do. They played the evidence. My problem is that it's like coming to a party and you brought, like, let's say the main course, and you sneak into the party and you put the main course on the table, and then you just go hide in the corner for the rest of the evening. We need you to be seen. We need to know that you brought the main course. We need to know what else you brought. Are there any side dishes? What else is there that we need to discuss? I don't understand. I think it has to do with Owens distracting them, because Jay was kicking butt, you guys, when they were doing all those different motions and everything and all the pretrial hearings. Jay was doing his job really well, and a lot of snark. We were loving it. And we just haven't seen that since trial started. It could be that he doesn't like to have too much snark in front of the jurors. I mean, I guess that's a thing. Could be. Yes, Wizard of Ego, grab your Pop-Tarts, everyone. Settle in. It's time for the chit show to begin. Delete LOLs. You don't like LOLs? Delete LOLs. I wonder why you have your name, that name. Can you explain it for us? Don't you guys wonder these things sometimes? Some of you guys have the coolest name. Who was that the other day that I saw? I love their name, and I can't remember who it was. Suzanne Chicken Mom. From Sweden. They have chickens in Sweden? No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I know they have chickens. Well, that's cool. Cool name. Thank you for your support. I appreciate you so much. She will be destroyed on cross. Remember, the defense is not going to ask the questions. They will have no control over what she says. No, I guarantee you. Let me tell you what's going to happen, you guys. She's been told what she's supposed to do. But Sarah cannot control her flap. She will continue to say things. She will say things that they told her not to say. They've already, here she comes, the prisoner. She's got a skirt on today. She will say things that she's not supposed to say. She will over answer things. She will get frustrated. I just hope that Prosecutor Jay is the one that deposes her, and he can get her all upset, and she starts to go off on him. I just can't wait. I'm so here for that right now. I hope. I need water. If she thinks everybody is her freaking waiter and waitress. Ah, so disgusting. She's so disgusting. Deleted LLZ, not muted, LOL. Okay. I can't wait for her testimony. It's going to be a train wreck. So what's going to happen the first thing this morning is they're going to come in and they're going to finish up with Chelsea Koepsell, whatever her name is. I think the defense is going to, did they question her? Yes, I don't think they did. They didn't get a chance to question her. The prosecution did theirs, and now I don't know if they're going to have any further questions for her. Then the defense is going to question her. All the videos have been played from what we understand. And then after that is done, supposedly the prosecution is going to rest this morning. And so I was watching last night, I was trying to understand exactly what I needed to understand about this case. And I was watching a couple of attorneys, and they were all saying that, hang on, something's going on with my computer. Oh, sorry. Okay. So they were all saying that the explosions are going to begin during rebuttal. So I guess that's what we're here for. Is we want fireworks. We want to see. It's just all this stuff that they're going to get up and claim. That's what I'm worried about. And I know yesterday I was frustrated and I wasn't venting what I needed to say correctly. I'm not worried about what's been shown already. I'm worried about what Owens is going to come in there and say and do that's going to twist things around for the jury, and we need to untwist them. And I need to make sure that we know how to do that. I don't know why it's my job to say that, but I'm armchair quarterback. So towards the end of the day, she winks at whoever too. Yeah, she's disrespectful to everyone in the courtroom, and she totally overlooks the judge, and it just blows me away. I mean, hello, that's the person that's going to sentence you. Hang on, I'm going. You want me to book a Uber, Harry? Where am I going? Oh, thank you, fine lady. I want Cookie removed. I believed his 55 years. Cookie, she wants you booted. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys. You guys are chatting me up, and I didn't even see it over here. Let me pull these up. Y'all are funny. Owens will go in about Miranda issues. And see, I'm worried about that too. But I think, because yesterday I was like, why are they playing the video during the portion where they're not talking and they're taking the swabs? And I think it was because of that, because they know they're going to do a bunch of Miranda stuff. So they're going to try to.
Case number 2020 CF 260, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Pronounce your names for the record, begins with the state.
Dave Castro, half the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give shall be the
Thank you, Luna Cat, for your super chat.
I do.
All right, I'm going on
Ma'am,
mute,
good
you
morning.
guys.
Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black blazer and a dark blue blouse. She is in custody. However, she is not in any restraints, so we will continue to stand while the jury panel enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any housekeeping matters we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Yes, sir. 3 discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting an in-camera inquiry into a potential conflict of interest. I copied your JA.
I did review the motion.
Okay. The 3 discovery issues are these. One, on October 5th or October 4th, I believe the defense was provided with the body-worn camera 911 calls from the prior incidents, and there was a request made to tell us what, if anything, should be redacted from their point of view so that we could either reach an agreement or use the court's resources to decide any conflicts in those issues. Yesterday morning was the first actual response I got from the defense team, and it was incomplete. It was about 3 of the 5 incidents. I do agree with 2 of the redactions, and we're getting those taken care of. But obviously, just like connecting to the court's screen, it takes time, and I'm not the person that's going to be doing it. Somebody else in the office has to do it. The 3rd incident, I think we're still not on the same page as to what the state's planning on introduce. So I resent the email with the screenshots of what files the state plans on introducing to the defense team again this morning. I have not heard anything yet from the defense team about the 4th and 5th incident. I was told that Attorney Beck was going to handle it. It is now Tuesday, day 7 of trial, and he has not handled it. The second discovery issue is Friday, I was given a hard copy of the 119 pages of the second copy of the Winter Park Advent Health records.
On 10/18, October 18th. That would have been the preceding Friday.
I was given the hard copy after court at about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included at the state's request, which is pages 26 and 48 out of the 111. I would just appreciate if I could get a copy of the intended exhibit as it shall be introduced into court so I can confirm those things ahead of time and not in court. And then the third thing is, I believe we had a discussion about the plethora of pages regarding the victims' hospital records, and that there was some sort of discussion we had that they were to narrow it down. And I have not been given any narrowed down version of that so that we can confirm we're on the same page or use the court's time if there's a conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Responses to the first discovery issue regarding body-worn camera and 911 calls is to the, my understanding, 5 prior incidents. Defense.
Judge, I can speak to 3 of them. There were 3 of them that I reviewed, and I believe I reviewed them on Sunday. I had made the decision for what I thought needed to be redacted. I think the first 2, if I remember correctly, I said that was fine. We didn't even have any redactions to it. I think it's 1 that I said redactions to, and I think the state agrees with that. The specific one that I didn't quite know, and I think that has to do with a body cam where it comes to, and I believe it's Mr. Torres's mother. I can't quite be for sure, but she's been asking questions and all, and I think it's about, if I can recall correctly, about Mr. Torres's whereabouts at that time. I didn't know the relevance of that at that time, but that was the only part of that to let the state know. I just don't really know the relevance. It could come in at a different point and become relevant. But as to the other 2, I think we were on page with. I had been out to the jail that day. It was late. Then I asked Mr. Beck to do the other 2 redactions, but I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him about that since. So that's what we are there.
So is the 3rd incident that the state has identified for which there's no seemingly no responses to redaction, is that the body-worn camera purportedly between law enforcement and Mr. Torres's mother?
That's what I believe it to be.
Mr. J?
We're just
Bless
not,
you.
We're just not on the same page. On that third incident, which I believe was June 15th of 2019, the state only indicated to them that we were intending to introduce one video file. It is not of the victim's mother. It is of them at Sarah Boone's house. And the objection to the files that they were objecting to, which we don't seek to introduce, just said ID, and I don't know that as a legally recognized objection. So I'm confused. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We understand which file the state wants to use regarding that third incident, because he's describing files the state does not intend to use. The first couple of incidents, we agreed. There's a 911 call that seemingly cuts off into an OPD call at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. We're cutting that to the end. The second one, Ms. Boone at like 3 minutes and 43 seconds indicates that she had been arrested prior. So we cut that out at their, we're going to cut that out at their, that cat's out of the bag. So what we're looking for now is just making sure we're all on the same page about the third incident. I sent screenshots. There's a tool called Snipping Tool in Windows. I literally create a rectangle around the files that I'm intending to use, their file size, and the folder that includes the OCSO agency case number incident, so we can be as crystal clear as possible. And I'm still getting objections about things we don't introduce on that incident, and I've gotten no response with the fourth and fifth incidents.
All right, addressing the third incident is the specific portions of the June 15, 2019 incident, seemingly the body-worn camera that you're making reference to, Mr. Henderson, the state has no intention of utilizing.
Yes, sir. And just it's a lot, so if I could have one more.
Sure.
To isolate which incident it is. That's not the one. I understand. My understanding is the state is talking about the third incident. That would be June 18th.
Here's the problem. I sent these pictures over with the OCSO case number, and then I get a response based on incident dates. So we have to kind of cross-reference. So we can just make the record entirely clear. OCSO incident 18-067501. There was no 911 calls and apparently no objection. So they have no redactions requested for that 2018 case. Then the next response was 6/15/2019 case. And that, for the record, is OCSO 19-054917. Their request on that one was the 911 call that we just discussed, indicating that 351, well, I had to find it, 351, it turns into another case, and to redact that to the end. We agreed. Video 3 in that file, again, no file name, indicates at 940 to 943, there's a redact request with paren previous arrest. The state agrees to that. We heard her quickly say that at 943, and we will get that taken care of. Then their next response was 6/18/2019 case, which I had to cross-reference back to show that it is OCSO 19-055572. And in that particular case, what I sent them was a screenshot that includes the OCSO case number 19-055572, and it indicates there is an intent by the state to introduce 2 911 calls and 1 video file labeled axon_2_video_2019-06-18_1330. My response that I received from them was video 3 in file, 2 minutes 7 seconds to 2 minutes 18 seconds paren ID, and then video 4 in file, 2 minutes and 4 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds paren ID. So my confusion lies in I did not indicate 3 or 4 files. It was just 1 file. And then again, with the other 2.
I don't want to address 4 and 5 yet.
Okay.
It's my understanding there's no response. We'll address that momentarily. Responses to the clarification as to what it is the state seeks for incident 3.
No redaction.
Okay, all right. With regard to incidents 4 and 5, Mr. J, could you place on the record what it is specifically as to those incidents the state may be seeking to introduce?
Yes, sir. So what we're calling incident number 4 should be OCSO 19-078009, August 28th, 2019. We indicated the desire to use axon _flex_2_video _2019-08-28_2024. And then at their request, they had desired to get photos of Ms. Boone's injuries from that case. There is a 19-page PDF file, which has pictures taken by law enforcement of her injuries. I don't see anything else in there. One picture of Mr. Torres, a couple pictures of Mr. Torres, but nothing that the state was objecting to. So that was at their request that they wanted photographs in. So that is incident 4, which is labeled OCSO 19-078009.
With regard to seemingly the body-worn camera that the state seeks to enter into evidence from August 28, 2019, what say the defense?
John, I don't know about the state's position on this. There's a portion of this video at the very end that's very personal to an investigating officer that they may want to redact. We're not asking you to redact.
Is the state seeking any redactions?
I'm just clarifying what their redaction requests are in that particular file.
Okay.
If they don't have any, then
So are there any redaction requests with regard to that particular file? Okay. I'm just keeping notes. Give me a moment, y'all. As to the 5th incident, Mr. J.
No redaction request, Your Honor. I do want to point out that we were apparently advised yesterday that the state was only going to use the 3rd video possibly. And so we haven't really spent a whole lot of time worrying about it since then.
Let me clarify as to what the 5th incident is, just so that we're all on the same playing field.
Judge, the 5th incident is OCSO 19-079759, and that was on September 4th of 2019. Within that screenshot that I sent to them, Friday and then resent it this morning. Was photographs of the defendant taken at that time at their request. Shows a cut in her ear. It's 3 photographs. Then there is also one body-worn camera.
That's September 4th.
1924755. Oh, strike that. 192473549_GN_INV, and then the 911 call from that incident.
That's the September 4th, 2019 incident where she ran over to Brian's house and was picked up by the
Redactions sought
cops.
the defense with regard to that specific body-worn camera or 911 call.
necessarily seeking redactions, Your Honor. However, there are two separate videos. One seems to focus on Jorge Torres, one seems to focus on Ms. Boone, and there is clearly some redundancy. They're both body cams. One went upstairs where Mr. Torres was found hiding in the shower for bathroom, master bath. And so some of that's redundant, but there are actually two separate videos pursuant to the fifth.
Mr. J, are there one or two videos that the state's seeking?
There's one, the one that I listed, filed in court for.
Okay. Do you know if that's a... Bruce, can you find out what counsel's here for? Is that the video from the perspective of, as identified by Mr. Beck, one more geared towards Ms. Boone or one more geared towards Mr. Torres?
My interpretation of both of them is there's interactions with Ms. Boone, and then there's interactions with Mr. Torres upstairs after he's located.
Mr. Beck, the specific file number was identified. So just to confirm, no redactions? Okay, all right. So just as a recap, with regard to the first incident, the 911 call, the parties have agreed to redactions at the timestamp of 351 towards the end. With regard to the second incident, body-worn camera, a redaction from timestamp 940 to 943 has been agreed to. With regard to the June 15, 2019 incident, there are two 911 calls and one body-worn camera sought by the state, to which the defense has no redactions. The August 28th, 2019 incident, for which there is no redactions to the body-worn camera, but there is a 19-page PDF with photos that the defense intends to be included with that submittal, to which the state has no objection. As to the fifth event, 3 photos of the defendant, body-worn camera, and a 911 call for which there are no redactions. Does that clarify everything for the state?
Thank you.
Is there anything that I stated incorrectly, Mr. Beck, Mr. Henderson, or Mr. Owens?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to the next issue with regard to the 119 pages from Winter Park. Defense, are you in a position to provide, I believe we discussed it either Friday or I think it was last week, we discussed it as to how it was culled down. Yes, because we had the Richardson hearing on Friday, how that list was culled down and the additional pages that the state was seeking. And then if they were able to find, I believe it was page 68, we would readdress that. Have you provided that finalized exhibit to the defense as to those specific Winter Park health records from the 119 pages that the defense may be seeking to enter into evidence?
I believe they received everything from us, Your Honor. We identified those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense, that the state wanted extension out of the rule of completeness. I believe
But my understanding from Mr. J was that they were looking for the tangible copy of what it is that you were actually looking to move in, those 12, 14, 15 pages. Okay, if you could provide that to them by noon, I would appreciate it.
I'm not sure if it's, that's what I'm saying.
But if it's going to be moved into evidence, we have is it going to be moved in paper form, or is it going to be moved in digital by virtue of a CD?
We'll get it, Judge. We'll work on it.
Okay, perfect. Just get it to the state. It doesn't have to be
Margaret.
intangible. Just get them what it is that if it's an electronic format, that's fine. Just the state should be entitled to know what it is that y'all are intending to move out of those pages just to confirm it. Lastly, with regard to hospital records of the victim, I know there were conversations and discussions about that list being narrowed down. The state has advised that details as to those narrowed down records has not yet been provided. What say the defense?
The hospital records for the victim, George Torres.
It's my understanding.
We need to do that, Judge. We've got to do that.
Okay. My understanding is that the experts are potentially teed up to testify tomorrow. I don't recall if those records are a basis of the experts' opinions.
The second expert is not likely to testify until Thursday. She's testifying in Bay County tomorrow. I will be here Thursday. I spoke with Dr. Brandon last night. He will be present tomorrow morning as soon as he gets here from Coral Gables.
Did either Doctors Brannon or Harper rely on those medical records?
Dr. Harper did. It's in her deposition that was taken a couple of weeks ago. I think the question was posed.
Ms. Perez, good morning. If you're here for pretrial, 19 Alpha, Judge Myers is covering. Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Dr. Julie Harper, I know she considered the records of George Torres, and we took Dr. Harper's deposition, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. She was asked by the state about everything that she relied upon, and she did indicate that. Are we going to use or attempt to introduce those records? We'll bear it down if we are.
Okay, you've got till 5 p.m. today to advise the state as to what of those culled down records you're going to be utilizing. So they have the opportunity to review those in advance of Dr. Harper testifying.
I apologize to Madam Court Reporter for speaking on top of each other. Dr. Brandon is testifying as a subject matter expert. He does not have specific familiarity with this case. And so there are no medical records or any other records that he has relied upon other than his knowledge and expertise.
Okay, all right. State, any other issues we need to address with regard to the discovery issues that you brought to the court's attention this morning?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. Moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion.
Judge, we were not aware of the motion until he made mention of it, so we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that. We can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right. Anything else, Mr. J?
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So excuse me?
I'm not.
Can we approach the bench?
Sure. Come on up, yo.
Gee, did you guys see that coming? I didn't see that coming. You know what this is like? Okay, this is the prosecution. I'm not the prosecutor. This is a defense team. This is the dynamic defense team that they have here. They're the type of people that, like, you invite them over for a party and they get there like right on time when everybody else is getting there. They say, "Oh, we haven't gotten dressed yet. Can we go upstairs and use your shower?" And then they go upstairs and use your shower, and then they want to borrow everything in your bathroom. Like, do you have any deodorant? Oh, are there clean towels? Yeah. Can I borrow your hairspray? You know what I mean? Like, that's what they do. So while you're down there trying to enjoy your party, you can't enjoy your party because you're having to cater to these dimwits that are upstairs up in all your business. Do you understand what I'm saying, y'all? I figured you could relate to that because this is what I'm feeling right now. This is ridiculous. Get your stuff together. You guys, if you are coming in late, we are replaying this at lunch. I've decided I need to rehear this again because I missed the very first portion of it and I want to go into it more. But they are talking about the body cam footage. They are talking about George's portion of the body cam footage. Did he say he wanted to focus solely on Sarah's, or did he say George's too? Because all this time we've not been able to see George's body cam footage. So I'm hoping that we get to see that portion of it now. We get to hear his side of the story. Surely the state's gonna say that. Please, please, please. The other thing, my notes are horrible right now. I'm not making good notes. They mentioned Dr. Julie Harper again. I guess Kevin Beck is the one that's going to be cross-examining, what's his name? Dr. Brannon. If we need to play the video on Dr. Brannon, he's a former pro wrestler. I guess semi-pro wrestler. No, he's actually, Dr. Brannon has he's very sought out. He's sought after. He's very distinguished. He has a good reputation. Have I had that experience before where someone comes over at the last? Yes, I have friends like that, or I had friends like that. Cookie says, this is like hosting a barbecue without a grill, food or plates and napkins, right? Oh, yeah. You came over to eat? Do you mind going to the store? Here's the list. I'm going to need pork chops, chicken, some plates, some utensils, and napkins. Can you go get all that? All right. When you get here, we'll cook, okay? We'll start the grill and everything after you go. Oh, get some charcoal, too, while you're at it. Or, oh, wait, I'm out of propane. Can you get some propane for my grill? Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Oh, and don't forget, bring your own alcohol. Shut up, Owens is not the word today. That's going to be another day. Today is the word for the day is shut up, Sarah. And if you type that in the chat, that's going to be our code for you getting entered into the drawing for the earbuds. I've already mailed off yesterday. Cindy Stovall and Linda Galla won, and I've already mailed theirs off. I'm waiting to hear from Rosie. She won the members. Rosie, the clock is ticking. I mean, you're a member. I might give you a little bit more time, but girl, you better hurry up. So we're going to do some more drawings today on that.
All right, thank you all very much. With regard to that motion, we're going to table that for now and address it potentially this afternoon. State is advised they're ready to proceed. Mr. J shook his head yes. Defense, you ready to proceed? Mr. Owens, you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Boone, are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Absolutely.
Are you still on board with the strategy that they have employed in the use of your defense?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel.
All right, here we go. So again, they're going to bring up Koepsell, Detective Profilotz, and we'll go from there. Do I need to, Luna Cat had said, due to her defense of battered spouse, they can't bring out any of her behaviors before, or it opens the door and gives the defense freedom to pursue battered without the action. Okay, I get you, Luna Cat. I get where you're coming from. They got to wait and let the defense open that door, and then they can just bombard it, right? I'm feeling that. I'm good with that. Thank you, Bobby Vance, for becoming a new member. Yeah, Detective bless her heart. I think she's been working on her speech, though. I noticed that yesterday. It was a little bit better. She's probably hates that she sounded like that, you know? I know when I hear myself back, sometimes I'm like, oh my God, Carrie, shut up. Yeah, we do need popcorn. No,
State,
I don't.
Do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
Yes.
All right, everyone will be seated. Thank you. Members of our jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. Thank you again for your time, your attention, and your sacrifice in this matter. Just by a show of hands, if you could confer that you complied with the court's instructions last night. The record will reflect all juror members have raised their hands. All right, State, if you could please recall Detective Koepsell.
State would call Detective Koepsell.
It's Koepsell, so I need to ignore the O. Koepsell, because I think it's spelled like Koe. Okay. Let's just call her Chelsea, for crying out loud. Hey, Blanco. You're just in time. They just got started, but we're going to replay what you missed at lunch.
Ma'am, good morning. Again, could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Chelsea Koepsell, Chelsey Koepsell.
Mr. Cacciatore, you may proceed.
Your Honor, we had tendered the witness to the defense.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed with any cross-examination.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, it's my understanding that on February 24th of 2020, you responded to this crime scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first officer to respond to the crime scene?
No.
So there were other officers who were there prior to you arriving. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you the first detective to respond to the crime scene?
Myself and my partner, we all arrived at the same time because we left from the same location at the same time.
Okay, and who was your partner then?
Detective Scott Lowen?
And throughout the whole time, you and Detective Lowen worked on this case together, is that correct?
Yes, he assisted me with this case.
Now, when you arrived on the 24th, approximately how many other officers were there?
Including like deputy sheriffs, like in uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Oh, approximately 4, maybe, I would assume.
Had it been designated a crime scene at that time, and had tape or security measures been taken to protect the scene?
Yes, they had.
So that had already been done by the time that you arrived, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, in the investigation, one of your, or what you're trying to accomplish in the investigation is basically get a basics of what took place. Would you agree with me there?
Yes, I would.
All right. And you can do that one or two ways, or a combination of ways. One is to take testimony of potential witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. On this day, did you in fact do that?
Yes, I did.
And one of those potential witnesses was Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
And you took a statement from Sarah Boone because we've all seen it. Is that correct?
Yes, we have.
And at that point in time, Ms. Boone did not have to talk to you if she didn't want to, did she?
No, she did not.
So she agreed to talk to you at that point in time?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Were there any other witnesses besides Ms. Boone that you talked to on this initial date of the 24th?
Just Brian Boone.
And Mr. Boone told you what? You had a chance to talk to him. He told you his involvement. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, wasn't Mr. Boone's testimony, was that recorded too?
I conducted an audio recording, yes.
Okay. Is that standard procedure when you do your interviews to try to record the interviews?
Yes.
What's the benefit of that?
So I know what was said.
Okay. So, and if something goes on for a long time, you can refer back to it. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So, and out there, that's part of talking to witnesses or potential witnesses. Okay. Also, it's your job too to identify potential physical evidence in a case.
Yes, it is.
All right. And in fact, on the 24th, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you have anyone assisting you in doing that aspect of it?
Yes, crime scene investigators and digital forensics investigator.
All right. And was Miss Melissa Rothengarten, that's how it's pronounced? Pronounce it for me.
Rough Garden.
Rothengarten. Okay, thank you. Did she help you in that area?
She was the lead crime scene investigator, yes.
Okay. So were y'all walking around together? Give the jury an idea of how that process takes place, please.
So yes, when I initially arrive on scene, I introduced myself to Sarah Boone and explained that I wished to go inside her residence, which she gave me consent to go in and look around. I went in, looked around, and then when my CSIs arrived, they would go in, take pictures, and then I kind of leave them to do what they need to do as far as taking pictures and documenting things and measurements. And then that's when I conducted my interviews. And then I would meet back up with my crime scene investigator after interviews were conducted to kind of follow up with like things that I was told that would help us like identify things from the scene. And so, I mean, there's like multiple occasions where I would have met with my crime scene investigator inside the residence.
So this is an ongoing process during that day. You get information, you consult with them, they have information, they consult with you, and you're making a determination of what potential physical evidence that y'all at least like to document by camera, correct? Pictures, or actually collect and take away. Is that correct?
Yes, that's accurate.
In that case, the suitcase was some evidence that y'all agreed on that we need to take this suitcase from the scene. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. How about the baseball bat? Was that done that day?
The baseball bat was collected, yes.
All right. In your viewing of the suitcase, did you view the suitcase while it was unseen?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you notice that if there was any items, other independent loose items in the suitcase?
There were, yes.
Were those items collected?
Some of them were, yes.
Who made the determination what items of that suitcase would be taken or collected and what would not be collected?
I would say that I have the final say on what is to be collected or not collected, but we do discuss it together to make that determination for me to give the final yes or no.
Do you recall which items you decided to collect from the suitcase?
Do you have the property form that I can refer to?
No, I'll try to find it.
I know some of them, but
Of course he doesn't have that ready. You guys know what they're going to do. She's going to get up on the stand and say, Brian did it. Brian did it. It wasn't me. Do you think? I think you're right. I think
Ma'am,
he has.
I don't have it, but to the best of your memory, can you tell? I would understand there would be some stuff that if you had the property report to refresh your memory, you can give me more detail.
Yes, to my understanding and to my recollection, we collected things that had blood left over on it. I want to say there was like a necktie potentially. I do recall there being a small amount of clothing and miscellaneous paperwork, but I do not think that we collected the paperwork. There was also a cell phone in there. It was not, it was dead, the cell phone. And then, like I said, there might be one, I think we collected 5 to 6 items from the suitcase itself, but obviously the property form would tell you specifically, but that is what I recall.
Correct, and I understand, and that's fair. Okay, so potentially you collect these items because you believe they're evidence for the case potentially, is that correct?
Yes.
And some of these items you actually collect with the potential that you might need to have them examined in greater detail, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. An example of something like that would be in this case, if you found blood on something, you might want to potentially examine that. Is that correct?
Yes.
And also the stuff that you're learning outside of these items also helps you in making that determination. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time.
The stuff that you learn, the information that you're getting or you're receiving about what happened at that time will lead you to determine what items might need to be collected and what items might need to be tested.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So out of the items that were collected at the house or the apartment, at those items, was anything to your knowledge sent off for further examination?
I believe so, but if it was, there would be they would be sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing.
And do you have an independent memory of what items that were collected from the house that were sent to FDLE for further examination?
I don't recall specifically without looking.
Okay. Now, are you aware at one point in time there were some fingernail clippings or fingernail swabs taken from Miss Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, that was done on her interview date on the, would it have been the 25th?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what we witnessed in the video.
Yes.
That's what they were doing at that time, correct? And I'm sure at the autopsy, which you were present at, is that correct?
Yes.
And those, there would have been some fingertip swabs of George Torres. Were you familiar with that?
They do swabbing of the hands, to my understanding, and clippings of his nails.
Okay. Do you have an independent memory of the fact that Sarah Boone's fingernail swabs were sent to FDA for comparison?
I would believe so.
Okay. How about the ones from Mr. Torres? Do you have knowledge that those were sent to FDA for comparison or identification?
Well, they would have come from him, so I'm not sure what we would have compared him to.
Okay. Were they there to see, or at least they're sent there to see if they can extract DNA?
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, I'm not sure if they did that testing for his nails clipping specifically, but it would be in the report if so.
Okay. Who would make the decision about sending his finger swabs to FDLE for comparison or evaluation?
I would request it I would request it to the crime scene investigator, and she would like author the, I guess, like procedure for them to do so.
Okay. And then as to Sarah Boone's swabbings, who requested that those be sent to FDLE for evaluation?
Again, I would assume that I would have done that. I would have requested the CSI to do that.
Are you aware of the results from those evaluations? I'm not asking you for the results, just if you're aware of the results.
I believe I'm aware, but would love to see a report before I specifically answer.
Yes, I'm not going to ask you a specific question
Okay.
about it. Okay. But basically, you're aware that it was done, procedure was done.
Yes.
The analysis was done. Okay. Now, ma'am, so you're through the first day. Then we get to the second day, which would have been, I believe, the 25th of February. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on the 25th of February, was Mr. Torres's autopsy done at that time?
Yes, it was.
Were you present during the autopsy?
Yes, I was.
And did you communicate with the medical examiner at that time?
Yes, I did.
During the course of things, is that where you found out through the medical examiner at the autopsy that there was blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, that is where I learned more about his injuries.
Now, initially, when you were on the scene on the 24th, did you view Mr. Torres's body?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice in and of yourself on your own something that caused you concern that there might be blunt force trauma injuries?
Yes, I noticed injuries to him. Yes.
Okay. So after the autopsy, you had additional information. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, there was an interview. Well, I don't know if it was an interview. There was a meeting set up for Sarah Boone. Is that correct?
Yes.
On the 25th? Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell me how that meeting was arranged or how that meeting was set up, please?
So either before I left the scene, the night of the incident, I obviously met with Sarah and told her that we were leaving. We had to go make next of kin notification. And I would have either at that time said I would like to meet tomorrow and arranged it then, at least to like let her know that I would like to meet after the autopsy. And then obviously from watching the video towards the end, she said something about like recalling a conversation that we had, like calling me. So there may have been a phone conversation that occurred later that evening where I either would have confirmed the time or told her the time then. I just don't have that like on an audio. But I know it either took place before I left the scene because I obviously would have, said my goodbyes and told her, hey, we're leaving. We're going to make next of kin notification. She was very concerned about that. So I would want her to know that we were doing that. So it either took place then or it took place on that phone conversation that we had.
All right. The day prior to that, on the 24th, ma'am, you received Sarah Boone's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, her phone was on the scene, yes.
And when you received that phone, Sarah Boone had given you that phone. Is that correct?
No, she was not allowed in the apartment to give me the phone.
I'm sorry. Did she give you permission to take the phone?
Yes.
Okay. Is that correct?
Yes, I was given permission to go through her phone, yes.
Because at that time, you hadn't applied for any type of search warrant to get or search the phone. Is that correct?
No, it was based off of consent.
Okay. So he had consented to you to, for you to have her phone.
Yes.
Is that correct? She also provided you the code to get in the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
So at this point in time, Ms. Boone is cooperating with you. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, ma'am, do you recall telling her, Ms. Boone, that she could get her phone back the next day?
I don't recall specifically telling her when she would be able to get her phone back, but I did say something along the lines of we were now going to be taking the phone. I obviously had digital come out or consent to go through her phone. There was evidence on her phone that I needed to be downloaded. And at the time, I was willing to give back her phone before going through it. And then once we had gone through it, and those videos were found, I felt like this was very different, and it changed my perspective on consent. And I decided at that time that it was best to write a search warrant. So consent couldn't be basically like I knew I was going to take her phone. So consent has to be basically given to me throughout the entire period. So she would have had no way to contact me to tell me she no longer consented. So therefore, because there was evidence on the phone, I took the phone. Basically, I potentially told her, maybe we didn't get a full download. I may have said something along the lines of that. As far as me taking the phone, and then I wrote a search warrant. I either started writing the search warrant the night of, but it wasn't signed until I didn't submit it until the next day. And then it was signed the next day on the 25th.
So basically what you're telling us is that she could have withdrawn her consent at any time prior to that search warrant being received. Is that correct?
Well, while I was on scene, but at the end of the day, there was evidence on the phone. So I knew I could go through I knew I could get a search warrant to go through the phone based off there being evidence, like the 911 calls, and her explaining to me that they had spoken to family members.
Please silence your cell phones.
Since they had explained to me that they spoke with family members the night prior. So I wanted to obviously corroborate her statement. So I knew that I would be able to get into the phone through a search warrant. But yes, she could have not consented, and she could have not signed the paper consenting while we were on scene.
But before you left scene, you knew that Sarah Boone was not going to get that phone back. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So when Sarah Boone called you the next day, asking you about bringing her phone back. Did you just tell her, Ms. Boone, you're not getting your phone back?
There was not a conversation about her not getting her phone back. She may have inquired about her phone, and I would have explained that we will talk about it when we meet that afternoon.
So did you reach out to Ms. Boone that next day, or did Ms. Boone reach out to you?
I don't recall a specific, if she reached out to me the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th. I don't have my call records for that. I'm just basing it off of the interview where she had basically said that, yeah, I have your business card and I can contact you like I did. So my assumption would be that we did have some sort of conversation either the night of the 24th or before the interview on the 25th.
On the 25th, did you make arrangements with Sarah Boone to meet with her on the 25th?
So I either made arrangements on the 24th with her before leaving the scene, and I would have told her I would like to meet with you the next day. Or I said, and I may have given her a specific time at that moment, or when we spoke later that evening on the phone, I may have confirmed the time or given her a time then. But she definitely knew that we were meeting at 3 p.m. on the 25th at Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
And ma'am, you just don't remember at what point in time you informed her to set up this meeting with her. Is that correct?
It's one or the other that
One
I'm.
or the other?
Yes.
Okay. As it to it being one or the other, you did you prepared the investigative report in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And the investigative report, you basically summarized everything that took place on this case up to a certain point.
Yes,
Is that correct?
it was a summary. Yes.
All right. As far as evidence, as far as witnesses who were talked to and synopsis of what they said to you at that time, is that correct?
Yes, things that I did specifically. It was a summary of that.
I found your investigative report to be in great detail because it helped me track this case from basically beginning to not to the end, but to the point where the report stops. And it seems like in your investigative report, you are very thorough about details. Is that correct?
I would say I'm a detailed person. Yes, thank you.
Okay. So being the detailed person you are and absolutely doing your law enforcement training, they tell you, they train you that your report should be very much in detail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Because you might have to refer back to them at a later time. Is that one of the reasons? Is that correct?
Yes, and to prepare myself for depositions and trials.
Okay. And just to give an accurate picture of what you did and what took place and what people told you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Being as thorough as you are with these contacts with people, I didn't see in the investigative report when the arrangement was made with Sarah Boone to meet you down and where did y'all meet?
The Orange County Sheriff's Office Central Operations.
All right. To meet you at the Orange County Sheriff's Office. I did not see that in the report. Do you have an explanation why?
It's not typically something I would put in my report.
Okay. Do you remember in having the conversation with Ms. Boone about this meeting that was supposed to take place, that you said that you could not return the phone to her that day because you were not feeling very good. You remember telling her that?
That never happened.
Okay. Ma'am, Judge, if I could have a moment.
Yes, sir, of course.
That never happened.
Ma'am, during this time frame, were you pregnant at this time, at that time?
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, Miss Boone, there was a meeting arranged. Is that correct?
For the 25th at 3 p.m., yes.
Yes, and Miss Boone showed up for that meeting.
She
the
did.
25th.
Yes.
That we saw. Okay. Now, ma'am, I'd like to talk to you about some other investigation. On witnesses, other witnesses that you took their testimony or statements, recorded statements at different times. Okay. Do you remember Abraham Marino?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take his recorded statement?
Yes, I did.
All right. At the time that you took Mr. Marino's recorded statement, was there anyone else with you?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Excuse me?
My partner should have been with me, Detective Scott Lowen.
Okay. Ma'am, as to who was with you, would it help refresh your memory if you were to see your investigative report as to that interview?
Your Honor, I would object. She hasn't said that she needs any aid in refreshing her memory.
Objection sustained.
Do you actually have it, Henderson? Did you bring it?
Ma'am, was Detective Scott Lowen with you during that interview?
Yes, I believe so.
May we approach?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember if he was with her. I don't remember. I know there was somebody they were doing an interview with. I think they split up to do interviews with the next door neighbors. And I know that Koepsell came in late when he was interviewing Vinny.
Ma'am, do you have an independent memory of Detective Scott Lowen being with you at the interview?
I believe my partner was with me on the interview. Yes, I typically wouldn't go and do some follow-up without my partner being with me.
Thank you very much. Now, ma'am, did that interview, what date did that interview take place on?
I believe the 26th, February 26th of 2020.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, was that interview recorded?
It was audio recorded.
Was the entire interview audio recorded?
Yes, the entire interview was audio recorded.
He's going to mention that whole thing about how Sarah spoke with Marino. And it's not in the report. It's only written in the report. It's not in the audio of the report.
Ma'am, are you familiar with a witness by the name of Brandon Motes?
Yes, I am.
on February the 27th of 2020, did you interview Brandon Moats?
I believe so. It was either the 26th or 27th. Yes.
If you were to see your investigative report, would that help refresh your memory?
All right, I would again object. She hasn't indicated that she needs assistance with her memory.
Approach.
He really wants that report, doesn't he? Again, they've already ruled on the fact that the police reports are not going to be brought in as evidence. They can only be used for the witnesses to reflect or to look at to refresh their memory on things.
Objection sustained.
Ma'am, if it was the 27th, you would not disagree with that, would you?
4 years ago.
Well, I just stated that it was either the 26th or 27th.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, Mr. Moats, he was the neighbor living in the apartment or the connecting apartment, wall apartment with Ms. Boone and Mr. Torres. Is that correct?
Yes.
And he's the one who told you about the loud noise. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you interview anyone else in reference to that loud noise?
So I was interviewing Brandon, and then my partner was interviewing Vincent, the other witness, and I came in at the end of the interview with Detective Lowen.
Okay, so that's Vincent. Do you know his last name?
Battaglio, I think. Please bring that in. Yes, let's play it.
Butcher it.
Me too, but Battaglio, something like that. We're talking about the same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that interview take place on February the 27th of 2020?
I believe so. I interviewed witnesses after I interviewed Sarah. The 26th or 27th would be my memory.
Okay, thank you. And then did he also talk to you about a loud noise?
I believe that I was refreshed on the conversation. And yes, he expressed hearing a loud noise as well.
Okay, thank you. Now, and those interviews were actually audio recorded too, is that correct?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now let's go to Ms. Boone's interview. And that would have took place on the 25th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Boone came down. And ma'am, prior to Ms. Boone coming down for the interview, had y'all made the decision that Ms. Boone was going to be arrested?
Yes, I plan to arrest Sarah Boone.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, he is awful. He is just awful.
Did you tell Ms. Boone in arranging the meeting that when she came down there, she was going to be arrested?
Your Honor, I'm going to object this to relevance.
Approach.
Yeah, normally what we do is when we go after to arrest people, we call them ahead of time and make sure they're available to be there and let them know we're going to be putting handcuffs on them and bringing them into custody for a bit. You know, just so we don't have to waste a trip over. What the hell, guys? What the hell is going on here? Where did this guy come from? Oh my goodness. And then how many times did he ask her about if they set up the appointment for the 25th? I think it might have been about 6 or 7 times. 6 or 7 times. And yeah, we do want him to bring in those. I do. I want him to bring in those interviews. I want him to play those interviews. This guy's awful, you guys. Ugh. I swear. What was it? Y'all said he had one gear. It was slow. He's the guy on the highway that everybody like tries to get in the left lane to get around. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, for sure. For sure. And somehow or another, this man continues to have a great social life. So we've heard. That one blows my mind. Don't know how that happens. Thank you, Matthew White, for your super sticker. If she states it was unintentional, no, that one. Is this one? I wonder if Sarah will smile on the stand. Sarah's always smiling until Prosecutor Jay gets a hold of her. Then it's going to be a whole nother story. Game over.
So, ma'am, at that time, you did not tell Miss Boone prior to coming down there that she was going to be arrested. Is that correct?
No, I did not.
Okay. Why did you not tell Miss Boone that she was going to be arrested?
We plan to meet at 3 p.m. and go over the autopsy and have another interview. So, I mean, I'm not sure why I would tell her that she's going to be arrested. That would potentially cause her to flee, not come, and then we have to go find her and make it more difficult for everyone.
Or potentially get an attorney to come with her?
She was read her rights that said that she has a right to an attorney, and if one cannot be provided for her, she will be appointed one.
I understand that. You read her those rights when she got there. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You didn't read those rights to her before she got there, though, did she?
I wasn't in contact with her, like physical contact with her.
Okay. So, but you said potentially for fleeing. My question was, potentially she could have got an attorney too to come with her. Is that not correct?
I misunderstood your question. I didn't hear potentially bring an attorney with her, but yes, I guess she potentially brought an attorney with her.
So Miss Boone shows up and you tell her there's some things that we need to talk about. Is that correct?
Specific verbiage. I know I said something along the lines of obviously the autopsy had been conducted, and there were things that we needed to talk about in regards to that.
And prior to discussing it with her and asking her questions, you did read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Prior to, I'm sorry, one more time?
Before you started asking her questions, though, in this interview, before you started asking Ms. Boone's questions, you read her Miranda warnings. Is that correct?
Yes, before I started asking any sort of potentially incriminating questions, she was read her Miranda warnings, yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, do you remember as part of the Miranda warnings that you read to Ms. Boone, did you read her the one that states that if you decide to answer questions but want to stop answering and consult with an attorney, you may do so? Do you independently remember reading Ms. Boone that instruction?
I don't recall that specific, but I do have my Miranda card on me, but I don't recall that that's what that says. But it is on audio and video recording.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Should the state have objected there?
Now, ma'am, at that point in time, Ms. Boone wasn't under arrest. Is that correct?
Ms. Boone was not going to be free to leave once she was in my custody.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was not free to leave?
No, I did not.
At that point in time, had you told Ms. Boone that she was under arrest?
I told her at the end of the interview.
Okay, before the interview.
No, I did not tell her before the interview.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell her before the interview?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to asked and answered.
Overruled.
So I have to read her her Miranda warnings, and that's what I did. I do not have to tell her that she is under arrest at that time.
Was there a reason? Could you have told her that she was under arrest before reading her Miranda warning?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as it calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Ma'am, was it a strategic decision not to tell Ms. Boone that she was under arrest prior to reading her those Miranda warnings?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
They've already gone over this in the motions hearings. If you guys haven't been watching that, I know most of you guys have. And it was already brought up that the state confirmed that that question was not required of her to be asked. It was not relevant. And we knew that they were going to try this. They were going to try this again to bring this up about the one question. And it's the same question. It just says, do you understand? Oh, I'm going to go back over this. It's the same question she said. It's just kind of placed in a different, it's worded in a different way, if that makes any sense. Oh, CB, I almost missed your super chat. Am I right that Owens will only be able to ask certain questions about their relationship, but have to leave her to lie about the rest? I don't think that there's, I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. I don't think so. I mean, he's going to ask what he wants to ask her. Look at Henderson, what he's doing right now. And then the state's going to be able to object when necessary. I don't think there's anything, I'm trying to remember if there's anything out of bounds with Sarah asking her questions about them. Because, I mean, she is the only party that was there. She's the only true witness to the crime and to their relationship. So I think there's going to be some legitimate questions that they're going to ask. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, she's gonna lie, but I don't think she's going to run the questioning. I think he's going to open the door for her to have long answers. But then I'm hoping, praying that the state's going to come back in and shut a lot of that down. Let's hope anyway, right? Ugh. Ugh. We know what's going to happen. She's going to get up there in her little girly voice, and she's going to talk all sweet and innocent and talk about how she was abused. And it's the same voice that's in that September 19th or September 4th, 2019 police cam video where she just wants to get away and she can't because she's tired of getting hit. She was just tired of getting hit. Ugh, she's exhausting. Thank you, CB, for your super chat. All right.
Objection is sustained.
She does look like Charlie's Angels.
We were able to see the video of the interview. As a process of interviewing people such as Ms. Boone, or let me specifically. In the process of interviewing Ms. Boone, is law enforcement free to give information that might not be accurate or true during the interview process?
Are you asking if we're allowed to lie to her?
Yes.
Yes, to an extent.
Was that done at any time in this interview?
Did I lie to her? I don't recall lying to her, no.
I confer, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't think she did lie to her. In fact, I think when Sarah said, asked her a couple of direct questions about what was going to happen next, Chelsea just kind of went around the answer. She
Thank you,
didn't.
ma'am. I have no further questions.
Thank God. Thanks, Tony.
Be
You can
redirecting
sit down
that
now.
motion.
No, Your Honor.
Can this witness be released? State.
We have her subject to recall.
Okay.
Subject to recall.
All right, ma'am, you're released subject to recall. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
No redirect. You guys, this is what I'm talking
State any
about.
other witnesses, evidence, or testimony to be produced?
No
At
redirect.
this time, the state would rest.
Okay. Members of the jury, it is 10:22 a.m. I have some matters with counsel that I need to address. So we're going to excuse you for a short while. It's a great opportunity for us to take our morning break as well. Similar instruction that I've given to you over the last couple of days. Please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Do not conduct any independent research or investigation as to the person, places, things, or charge involved in this case. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Jury exiting.
I'm hoping now they're going to go over what they're going to allow here. Oh, the cutie little lawyer's back behind Judge Kranick. I'm just hoping they'll be able to enlighten us a little bit more about what we're going to do next. No, Carrie, it is a narrative form. Owens is not asking any questions at all, so he cannot open the
Y'all may
door.
be seated.
He
Thank
is when
you.
he brings Sarah up on the... Oh, I see what you're saying.
Vince, any motions?
Judge, we do have some motions, but my client needs a comfort break.
Okay.
If we could do that, because it may be very.
Sarah's got to
lengthy.
pee.
Agreed. Let's go ahead and take that break. Court's going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and then we'll pick up any motion practice at that point in time. Court's going to be off the record. Thank you.
Well, she'd stop drinking so much dang water. I mean, come on. All right, let me look at your comments here in the chat. What you guys are talking about over here. Let's all raise our coffee mugs and make a toast to George. There you go, Kay. I thought you... We're trying to... Look, she's doing it again. She's not supposed to be doing that. Are you freaking kidding? Y'all, she's doing that on purpose. She's doing it on the same side as the camera's on. Thank you. Oh my God. This is just too much, you guys. Henderson's questions, rinse and repeat. I'm saying. And I can't believe the state didn't get up and do anything with that. Once again, they bring up the Miranda rights, and the state doesn't clarify it in front of the jury that wasn't needed. There's nothing wrong with clarifying that. She's already on the stand. Just ask her the flipping question if it was required. They've already ruled on it that they're right. I don't. Getting angry. Kranick. Feeling nauseated, Ellie? Oh, you just wait until she gets on the stand. But that looking back and, oh, thank you. And she, it's almost as she blew a kiss. What is that all about? And who is back there in the, that was not one of the girls behind her. That was somebody else in the gallery that she was looking back at. And the bad part is that because there's only so many seats there, that people are sitting on both sides. So people that aren't really there for Sarah are also on that side. Hopefully they saved, I'm sure they did. I'm still wondering if George Torres's family is there, if anybody from his family is there. We know that Juan can't be in there because of he's still open for recall, but I was just always wondering if his mom and them were in there, and I still haven't found that out yet. Chelsea said she had to come in to avoid anything in front of Lucas. They asked Sarah to come in to the station, and that's true. Did they just say that just now? Because I don't remember if they did or not, and that would have been a great answer. Substain. Yes, but the jury knows how she is from the interview. That's true. Thank you, Casey. Yes, if y'all don't mind, if you would give me some thumbs up, I'd appreciate that. Helps the algorithm. The card. It was the card. Yeah, so Chelsea's Miranda card is, in some people's opinion, missing a question. But it's not missing a question enough to where anything can get thrown out. So we're fine there. I don't understand why some cards have it and some cards don't. Maybe Chelsea just should get a new one. I'm just saying. She's probably going to get a new one once this trial is over and settled. She's like, I'm going to keep that one in my wallet until then. You know, Cher said, you know, Chelsea keeps glancing over at Sarah right in the eye, like, I got you. You're going down. M&M, tarantulas. I think I see Owen's angle. He's trying to pull some point. Some people naturally have a level of disdain for police, and he's trying to play on that. Unfortunately, it only takes one juror to throw out doubt. Yeah. But, you know, I don't think there's anything that's, I mean, okay, especially if we get to watch some of these more body cam footage things, they're going to see how the police were with the situation. No one was, I mean, we saw how they were in the interview. If they were going to get, I guess, questionable in any way, shape, or form in this case, it would have been in that interview. Everybody was so considerate to both George and Sarah when they were on scene in those body cam videos. So if those come in, they'll see that too. Stop it, Sarah. No, it's shut up, Sarah. Ann. That's the cue for the day. Let me put that up really quick while I'm thinking about it. So we're doing the giveaway for the earbuds today. Once again, we're doing 2 drawings today, one for members only and one for anybody in the chat that types in "shut up, Sarah." So if you're a member, you actually can go into the drawing twice by putting this term into the chat and then also by just being a member. She is really pretty, and she does look like a Charlie's Angels, does she not? Oh, I'm so glad, Allison. I'm so glad. How did she find lawyers just like her? I don't know. Because she put out a flyer. Anybody that would have admitted to taking the job based on the flyer that she did, in my opinion, says a little something, something. The eye roll emojis in the chat are going to be for reals. For reals. They always get surprised when cops and detectives lie, like, oh, yeah. I'm sorry, we didn't set an appointment. Should I have sent out an invitation? Should we have done like an RSVP for that? Can you please RSVP? I need to come arrest you. Thank you, Mel. Well said. Mel, thank you for being a moderator for me. I appreciate you. And thank you for what you just said. Justice for George and justice for the Torres family. I did like the way she came back with some of her questions, though, and she had like a funny face, and she would look at the jury and answer. And like, it's almost like Chelsea was like glad he was asking certain questions because she would smile before she answered. But then, like a couple times when he kept asking about the 25th, she's like, "Yeah, I just said that." Like I wanted her to say, "Yeah, well, we just said that. We just said that like 3 times." But okay, I'll say it again. Yeah, the 25th. It was the 25th at 3 o'clock. Oh my gosh. Oh, I did do something. Hang on. I got to show you guys. I did this while he was questioning her. I made a little image. Let me pull it up. One moment, please. I have to get this to this computer because I had to do it on my phone. Brand. Wonder what they're talking about over there. So while they were in there doing all that, oh, shoot. Oh, let me show you guys really quickly before I forget. Wanted to let you guys know that we did hit a goal of $500 with the Disabled Arts fundraiser that we did, and we did that in memory of George Torres Jr. So it was $500 total that our community raised. So I want to thank you guys for helping out. And I went in this morning to double check it, and it looks like we were like at, we were just below the 500 mark. And so I ended up doubling. I matched other people's donations and went ahead and just raised it to 500 total so we could meet our goal. So thank you very much for everyone who participated in that. It helps handicapped people enjoy more of arts and be able to, I guess, have more supplies and stuff. And it's also based on financial help as well. So yeah, it's a beautiful charity donation because George Torres Jr. also had a handicapped son. So between that and it being an art-related charity, I thought it was perfect for us. So thank you for everyone who got involved with that. We ended up taking it down early because, well, we met our goal, but it was messing up. Nobody could, people were having a hard time getting their payments to go through. So it was a little bit of a pain in the neck. Okay, so here's the image that I put up. Or here's the image, the letter that I wrote to James Owens while we were listening to Tony Henderson cross Detective Koepsell. Do you agree with me? Can you read my handwriting? Hang on, I gotta get in the. Y'all are like, oh man, the chat is just going crazy this morning. She doesn't need to pee. What did you say? I was like, yeah. She would squat on the side of the table if they'd let her. Oh, is there a water hose here for me to drink out of? Sarah's son wants nothing to do with his egg donor. He quit going with Brian to go visit her at the jail. It's been months and months since he's seen her. I don't know for sure about that, Janice. I don't know if you've gotten that from a solid source. I don't know that, but if you've heard that from a solid source, that's okay. I think we did read some of what SKR was saying in his letters and stuff. Thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate you, Janice. But you know me, I always want receipts. All right, is in the jail logs. The boy has been skipping visit. It's in the jail logs. Okay, well, I haven't seen the jail logs, you guys. I haven't seen them. I apologize. I could barely get him to get me the inmate behaviors. I had to get those from Leah, for crying out loud. I sent that in September. I should have followed up a week later. I thought I was being nice by waiting and being patient, and apparently not. I will say this, though. I was told that even when they come in to visit or whatever, they have to be on like this digital. Nobody can see her directly. Like you can't visit her like with this glass in between or anything. You literally sit down in there, and it's a video visit. So even if you're at that same location, you're still only seeing her on a video. It's the way that jail is set up. So nobody can technically see her in person. But I know what you guys mean. I'm not taking away from what she said that, I'm sure the son is like, I'm over it. And I'm sure Brian's over it too, because he's tired of fighting with her. I mean, really, if you think about it, that was the only reason that Brian was holding on to Sarah or having, in my opinion, having anything to do with her because of Lucas, He seemed like he was a good dad, or he is a good dad, and he seemed like that could have been part of why he let so many things slide with Sarah, because he wanted her to be in his son's life for the son's sake. And, Lucas is now, 14, 15 years old? So he's starting to get a little mind of his own, and he's starting to realize this is BS. Mommy ain't all that and a bag of chips. I did. I should have signed it. I said Carrie in chat. I said characters in chat. You see that at the bottom? See, let me show you again. See, plus chat. Oh, he is such a waste of time. So it's going to be, it's going to be like head to head when it comes to Owens and Prosecutor Jay when Sarah gets in on the stand. It's going to be pretty interesting, you guys. I think, Owens is not all that great, I don't think, but he does push limits, and that's where he's sneaky. And I think that's where he actually benefits in what he does. He did. He said that, Ellie, he said that in the police interviews, he stays close by for Lucas. I just kind of figured that. I mean, why else would he put up with that woman? I guess I need to ask. So the report, at least the report I sent into the jail, was basically I'd like all the documentation on her, including her inmate behavior. I wasn't specific about visitor logs. I just think they overlooked my request because Leah put one in like way later and got a response like within a week. So I guess mine got overlooked. I don't know if it's worth it to go back and do it anymore, though. I don't really care. Now that we're in trial, and I don't know. So does that mean that Henderson is not giving Sarah the window loving when he visits her? No. Now, if the attorneys go in, I think the attorneys can meet with her. I think it's the attorneys and the defense team. They could meet with her. But when it comes to like people visiting, Sam said that they couldn't at that jail. So I don't know if that started back in COVID or what, but they've got that super nice system. So basically you could just do a video call anywhere you're at, which is actually nice, I'm sure, for a lot of people. They don't have to live right next to the prison. Grocery store feet. If you know at Super Kelly, if you know grocery store feet. You know what's so funny about that comment you just made, Irene? I'm butting into y'all's conversation because I don't know what y'all are really talking about, but that was the one thing I looked for when I saw Sarah's image in that video footage at Publix. I'm like, does she have shoes on? Let's see if she's got her shoes on. Publix probably requires people to have shoes on. But I was just like, oh, let's see. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What do we got here? I'm missing super chats. Oh, how am I missing these super chats? They're coming in a weird order. Okay, I apologize. Let me get in here. I got that one. I got that, Matthew. I got CB. Matthew, I got that one. Tense. Oh, tense. That's what I'm going to call you. Tenses. Sarah needs to drink a lot of water to quell the demons inside her. She needs some holy water is what she needs. That's exactly what she needs. She's looking forward to showing up. CB says she's looking forward to showing people who she really is. Right? Yeah, I think we all know, but we'll see. She's going to love she is going to eat this up. You guys, please let Kranick put that whole thing on there where whatever that thing is that's sentencing that says you cannot benefit from this crime. Whatever it is. Please make sure that's on there. If it's not already a given, please make sure it's in the sentence. I don't know if it is or not, but we cannot have her doing movies and writing books and everything else. She does not need to profit from what she did to George. Because she's looking forward to showing people who she really is. I know, right? Let's see. SR. You should have made the code word for the day. Zip it, Sarah. Oh, you don't like shut up? I'm sorry. I know, I thought about that when I wrote it. A lot of people don't like to say that. but I don't like the
We're back on the record, 2020.
Oh, I get what you just said. I just now got
State of
it.
Florida versus Sarah Boone. Appearances for the state.
Thank you, SR, for your super chat.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Ms. Boone. Tony Henderson.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Do we have any motions?
We do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
I'm at first voting, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
You know, at this time, the defense would move for a judgment acquittal. I'm going to start with just a real quick couple of comments, Your Honor. We know that JOA motions have become essentially pro forma, which may be why I've been assigned this responsibility today. But in this instance, I want to make an argument that I think has some merit. I've been paying close attention to the testimony in this case, and I want to point a couple things out. First of all, we know that the court has essentially assumed the role and is assigned the role of becoming a gatekeeper in this matter. We know from the testimony that's been presented in this matter that not only did law enforcement, but also the Office of the State Attorney had knowledge of these parties prior to the event having occurred. And despite that, the state has proceeded with this prosecution based upon criminal information as opposed to having taken it to the grand jury. That kind of places the court in a special position to evaluate the nature of the evidence that's been presented. I want to focus on the second-degree murder allegation. And one thing that occurred to me while watching the evidence as it was presented, watching the videos, particularly of the interrogation, was part of the dialogue between Ms. Boone as well as Detective Scott Lowen at the end of the interrogation. And I'm going to paraphrase. I apologize. I should have written this down verbatim. I did not. But she's advised that she is being placed under arrest. Something to that effect. And her response is, "Why are you doing this?" The detective's response to Ms. Boone is, "Because George is dead."
I'm sorry.
Because George is dead. That's not enough. It's not enough to support a second-degree murder, prosecution, conviction, or should it even be enough to allow this matter to go to the jury? Now, there are three elements of the second-degree murder information. The first is that the victim is dead, that Mr. Torres is dead. We stipulated to his identity. There has been no argument to the fact or the idea that he died in this incident. However, the state also has to show that it was caused by a criminal act and that the act was imminently dangerous and demonstrated a depraved mind. Now, the fact that it was imminently dangerous, I think, is belied by the fact that Jorge Torres voluntarily entered the suitcase, albeit under the influence of alcohol. But the perception of dangerousness that's attributable to the victim, apparently he did not perceive it to be a dangerous or an imminently dangerous situation in having entered the suitcase, possibly because of the influence of alcohol on his capacity to make decisions, should necessarily be attributed to the defendant as well. But I also want to focus on the depravity issue, which state must prove, and pursuant to the jury instruction in this matter, depravity is is made the equivalent of ill will, hatred, spite, or evil intent. And that's not enough. Not only does the state have to show depravity, but it has to show, because it's in the conjunctive, that the act demonstrates an indifference to human life. The state has presented testimony and argument in this matter, not argument, but testimony that in fact George Torres was suffering. Suffering does not equal hatred. It does not equal ill will. And even if they were to establish negligence, that's not homicidal. We know that suffering is something that the courts have been very, very cognizant of and very sensitive to. We know it from the field of capital punishment and incarceration. The idea that somebody suffers is not in and of itself homicidal, nor should it support the idea that there was indifference to the life of George Torres by Sarah Boone. Was she angry? I think there's clear evidence that she was angry, but that's not hatred. And that's the element that has to be proven here. And I don't think that there is prima facie case that in fact she demonstrated hatred so much as she demonstrated anger. Doesn't establish a prima facie case of second-degree murder. It's for those reasons, Your Honor, that I think that this matter should be, the motion for JOA as to second-degree murder should be granted, and this matter should be allowed to proceed solely on a manslaughter charge because, in fact, they have not established prima facie elements as required by law. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Response.
Yes, thank you. Standard at this time is just a prima facie case. Whether any trier of fact in taking all the facts in the light most favorable to the state and the inferences drawn from them establish the elements of the crime. There are 3 elements to this crime. George Torres is dead has been established by a prima facie case. The death was caused by the criminal act of Sarah Boone that has been established. There was an unlawful killing of George Torres by an act imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act is imminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. It's not Miss Boone's subjective statements on February 25th. I had no idea you could die from being zipped into a suitcase for 13, 15 minutes before she goes to bed. 2, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. We heard what she said. The 2-minute video starting at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds should be linked in Merriam-Webster's digital dictionary for the definition of depraved mind. Fuck you, I don't care, laughing is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. Judge, there's no question that a prima facie case has been made. In addition to the 2-minute video and then the 22-second video 11 minutes later, we also have the defendant's inconsistent statements that she has made in regards to these events. And therefore, we have that factual issue for the jury to decide. She made statements on the 911 call and to law enforcement, both on the 24th and 25th, that I have no idea what happened. I just went to sleep. Everything was good. And then when confronted with her video on the 25th, we see that there are 2 distinctly different sets of statements that were made. So this is sufficient at this stage in time for a jury question. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other additional argument, Mr. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you both for your arguments. The court, in viewing the light most favorable to the state, the court finds that the state has presented competent but rebuttal evidence to establish each of the elements of the charge contained in the information to the required level of a prima facie showing. As such, the defense's motion for a judgment of acquittal is denied. Defense, do you intend on putting on a case?
Yes.
Ms. Boone, I have a couple of questions to go over with you.
Judge, if I may.
Yes, sir.
In a normal criminal trial, my position has always been to put on the defendant last. Call whatever witnesses, put on a piece of photographs, and then the client would be the last person to testify. Because of the nature of this charge and our defense, self-defense and that of spouse, we understand that we have to put on her first, Sarah first, and for the court to then consider whether or not we've established enough evidence for self-defense instruction. So she's going to have to be going first as the witness. I'm gonna need moments with her based on everything that's going on and based on that denial of that motion for judgment of acquittal. To just go through it again, because I know you're gonna ask to colloquy about all that. So, I'm gonna need a few moments with her. I don't know if it's 10 minutes maybe for the 3 lawyers, 4 lawyers.
Don't do it, Judge.
Here or maybe back there.
Don't do it.
A short meeting.
Sure, I'll give you that opportunity, but before you do that, ma'am, I don't want to go into any specifics of any conversations that you've had with any of your attorneys in this case. Mr. Owens has identified for the court his normal practice of calling a defendant last in a criminal case. In this case, he has advised that he wants to call you first. Without going into any discussions of any strategy that you've had with your attorneys, do you understand the strategy that Mr. Owens and your team will be utilizing your defense?
Yes.
And are you in agreement with that strategy?
Yes.
All right. Counselor, you can have that opportunity to speak to her. The court will remain here. I don't know if they can, Officer Jones, can we let them back to have that conversation? Okay. All right. You can go back and have that conversation. The court will remain here. We'll be in a short recess for approximately 10 minutes. Thank you.
10 minutes. They'll be back up at my time. Well, their time. It would be 11:06, according to my clock. Okay, my analogy on this one. Okay, this is my analogy on this one. So this is like you go to that, we're at that same dinner party. We go to that same dinner party, and you cook the chicken wings and you barbecue them, and you put barbecue sauce on them, and then you say, no, we need the sauce to be hot sauce. We don't like the sauce. Can you redo those? No, this is just, again, this is Owens like saying, we're going to do this, Judge. I'm having to do it a different way than I normally do it, but I would like to, I just need some more time, Judge. You think that's the final time we'll hear him say, I need more time? Will that be it? I don't know. Let's see. I want to thank Heidi G for being a member for 11 months. And Heidi G made sure she used her super chat to say the code word of the day to get into the drawing, which I will remind you guys one more time. We're giving away a pair of earbuds. So we'll be drawing for that a little bit later on. Wanted to remind you guys that if you're a member, did you know that you get a free super chat every month? If you go down to do a super chat, you get you might see that it's a freebie. So don't forget to use those. A lot of people don't even know they're there. Carrie, that's so wonderful of you. Oh, thank you. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just kidding, Kim. Okay, I think you're talking about the donation thing. Yeah. I think that's what you're talking about. Just being a smart aleck. I'm sorry. Oh, I just snorted again. Okay, let's see. Yeah, okay, Janice. Janice like Carrie. I'm telling you, it's on the visitation log. I saw it. Showed who made appointments, and Brian would sign up both of them. And the visitor logs show who showed up from the reservation. It shows that Brian arrived alone. Okay. All right, Miss Janice. Okay. She's like, Carrie, damn it. I'll do another super chat just to prove myself right. I get you, girl. I get you. I know you're not one to go around starting rumors. And then SR says, good letter, Carrie, but you didn't write 20 pages and number your points. I know, but you know what I did do? I only wrote it on one side of the page. Thank you so much. Thank you for your super chat. I did forget bullet points. Damn it. Should I have put my were the bullet points really needed? Were they really needed though on that one? Because we kind of know what Henderson did there. Thank you, SR. Cheryl Stokes says someone has her letters to the family court judge, and they are as wild as the ones in this case. Yes, SKR has those, and he's been reading those, and he's pretty good about that. So you guys go over and give him some love. He does a good job at reading them too. Let's see. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for your super chat. Jenny, not Jeannie, Jenny said, Let's hope Mr. J does an amazing cross with Sarah. Maybe that's why he's been crossing. He's saving the air in his lungs for her. Why he hasn't been crossing. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking he's been saving up that gasoline for at the end of this. Let Cacciatore do the small potatoes, and then he'll come in at the end and blow everyone away. He better dazzle us. He better. I know he's got it in him. We've seen some of it already. So let's just hope he continues on, right? Thank you for your super chat. Joanne Poole says, super sticker. I'm sorry that your super sticker doesn't show up on StreamYard. It's not my fault, but I appreciate you. They can see it in the chat. Oh, Bama used her super sticker, her freebie, to say, please consider becoming a channel member. We do have lots of fun. And pretty soon here, we're going to be doing a member-only live where we talk about different stuff. You guys are going to come up and give me your opinions on things. I'm going to bring y'all up on panel. We're just going to all have a open chit chat about everything, and y'all can get to know each other. I think we really enjoyed that salacious speculation thing. So that'll be fun to do something like that again, especially like after this case is over, talking about it, that'll be fun. And JPC used her super sticker for the month to say, shut up, Sarah, enter me in the drawing, Carrie. Okay, JPC, I will. Thank you so much. Kim Schultz, thank you for becoming a member of our channel. Welcome to the Crazy Train. To Lancer, I hope I said that right, to Lancer. I needed more time, Owens. I know, right? He always does that. He's always like, I need this, I need that. Please bend over backwards for us. We're new here. If anybody could reuse something over and over again, it is definitely him. Definitely. Nancy Olson, she became a new member. Thank you, Nancy. Cookie has been a member for 1 month. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Cookie. I just saw Sarah Boone's legs. I'm victimized. Did they have chocolates on them? She doesn't have any chocolates on now. They're going to take them off if she does. So I think they ruled on the fact that she's not going to be wearing anything because they don't consider her to be anybody that can really take off and do a whole lot in the courtroom. She's not in danger. There's plenty of guards there. You know what I wish, you guys? I wish we could see the back of the gallery portion. Like, I wish they had just every now and then they could do a shot from the other side of the jury box so that we could see out into the gallery a little bit more. We could see, that angle. That just would be nice. But I know it's not being on TV. I know that. I just, I could still wish. Angela, thank you for your super sticker. Look at you and your little person in the mailbox. That's cute. Fan lady says, Mr. Cacciatore has an objection paddle ready. Yeah, where was it? Where's it been? Because I think he's been sitting on it. He's not using it. He's not using it to he's definitely not coming back and redirecting and bringing up things that he should be, in my opinion. I'm very opinionated, by the way, here on this channel. So just FYI. And I'm not always informed with the law because I'm not an attorney. Oh, by the way, if you came here and you think I'm an attorney, yeah, I don't know anything about the law. We're here strictly to just let it all out on this case. Owens is looking for a way to parachute out. Very well said, Cheryl. I agree with you. He's like, is there like a trap door somewhere that we could put down here? Judge, do you mind? Margaret, get the trap door ready. Margaret, damn it. Where's the trap door? You didn't tell me where it was at. Janice has been a member for 14 months. Oh my goodness, Janice. The mods and chat are awesome. Carrie's the best. My mods and my chat, you guys are amazing. I love you guys so much. You're like my family. And my mods have been working so hard the last several days and keeping everything in line and just doing a wonderful job. So please give them much love. Cheryl Patton became a member. Thank you, Miss Cheryl. Thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate you so much. Are you ready, Sarah? Are we going to get the show on the road now? Can we move on, Miss Sarah? Are you comfortable? Do we need to put a cushion on the seat? Maybe an extra cushion for you? Is that what you need? Need some more water? How about a Pop-Tart? Oh, no, you can't have those. Judge ruled against it. Oh, you want some chips? Can't have those either. Cookies? Nah, we're not going to give you those either. I think this Kevin Beck guy is probably, of all three of them, he's the smartest one. And look at him. He's sitting there coaching her. Remember, girl, lie your ass off. Just lie your ass off. They won't know the difference. Thank you, Wendy, for becoming a member. Weed Hopper says, I want Owen's picture removed from my name, please. Oh my gosh. Weed Hopper. I know. I need to change it to Margaret. I will do that. I'll make a note. I'll get on that right away, okay? Margaret. Let me get Margaret on that right away from you. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would be so offensive. And I honestly didn't think about it being so offensive. Anybody that doesn't know what we're talking about, our little members here each month, well, like the first month for a new member, your little emoji next to your name is always Owens in the chat. And then the second month, I don't know who it is. I can't remember. It might be Sarah holding up her I need a makeover sign. But I need to change that to Margaret for sure. You know, I haven't done it. I've got to go in and resize it in my graphics thing. And I just haven't had a chance to do that yet. I did take a picture a while ago when Owens was up talking. Let me see if I can find it. I did it. You know how they were explaining that, you know what, Owens? You can do a little, you could use your little thing on Microsoft to clip images. And I took this little image of the state sitting there as Owens was. I just thought it was funny because, like, Cacciatore's all laid back. Jay's sitting there waiting for it to happen. Let's do this. I'm ready. Yeah. Looks like Cacciatore's always laid back, though. Two totally different personalities on the prosecution's team, isn't there? Completely. Completely different. And I love how Kevin said, let me just say something about what Kevin said here. I made some notes. Of course I did. Kevin Beck says, you know, I've been watching all of this go down. I've been paying close attention. And my first thought when he said that was, you haven't even been there half the time, dude. You're out trying to wrangle witnesses to do depositions, but you've been paying close attention. He said they should have taken this to the grand jury. And then he starts talking about eminently dangerous with a depraved mind. He did not perceive it to be a danger because George didn't perceive it to be a danger because he was drinking. And I wanted to say, Kevin, did you not watch the video of George in the suitcase? Like, were you not there when they played that day? Indifference to human life. And of course, Jay got up and said, bam, you know, no, we've laid it out. We've laid out our case properly, sufficiently. Plus, the defendant has a ton of inconsistent statements, Judge. And we knew it was coming. We knew that. But you know, I think somebody said it in the chat too. In every case, the lawyer does that. They always try to come in and have that motion for acquittal done. But yeah, Kevin, I don't know what you're talking about because you haven't even been there. Oh, what you saying, Matt? Matthew, bets on what overt act will be. Well, they've already said what their overt act is. Their overt act is George sticking two little fingers outside the suitcase to try to unzip it. And then she took a baseball bat and smashed the hell out of his hand. But now Owen says it wasn't that. She just poked him with the end of the bat. She poked him with it. That's all she did. That changed drastically in 2 days, didn't it? He's a lot like Sarah. The stories just seem to kind of twist and turn as they go a little bit as they age. You know, the stories just get better and better as they age. Kind of like wine. Oh, Yeah, kind of like a fine wine. Imagine that. Oh, Sarah doesn't know. She drinks this cheap stuff. And, you know, they didn't buy boxed wine at Publix that day. I wonder why they didn't buy the boxed wine. They only bought the big bottles. Probably because the big bottles were cheaper. Franzi is too expensive for her. Thank you for your super chat, Matthew. Cheryl says she's going to give us a plot twist for sure. I can't wait to hear what the story is this time. Won't it be funny, though? She's going to bring a third story into the mix now, you guys. Third story. She's already given us two. Now we're going to get a third. This is going to be interesting. Thank you, Cheryl, for your super sticker. It looks like Kranick should be coming back into the courthouse any minute now. Oh, they said 10 after. Yeah. Yeah, he should be back any minute now. What do you guys think she's going to do differently in this one? I'm going to look at it. What do you guys think she will say? She excels at making up lies. See, Grace happens. She sure does. She can make up a lie on just like that. Just like that. That's how you know somebody does it a lot, is it when they're just that good at it. You know, like she doesn't even squint. She doesn't change her facial expressions or nothing. She just throws it out there and it's like, dang, you're a good girl at that. But the problem is that she really doesn't think it all the way through and she eventually messes herself up at the end because you know what they say about lies. You'll always get caught up in them. You gotta make sure you keep up with your lies or you're done. The son of Sam Law. Yes, that's what. And I saw, I saw last night as I was falling asleep, I was watching some court TV stuff. And I guess is the son of Sam Law the reason that they're talking about the Menendez brothers may now, not that they're going to get out, but they're saying that now the Menendez brothers, if they get out, can do books and TVs and all this stuff to make tons of money on the death of their parents. Do you guys want me to do anything on that case when we're done with Sarah? With all this hype coming up with it? Let me know, please, if you would. I don't know, just because of what's going on with it. I mean, we don't have to spend a ton of time on it, but maybe just get up to par on what's going on so that if something does happen, we'll all kind of know. Let me remind everybody. The earbud giveaway code words for the day to put into Super Chat is Shut Up Sarah. Do y'all want to go ahead and do one now? Let's do one now. We got 253 entries. Let's do it. See, I told y'all. I told y'all I'm crazy like that. I like to throw things out there at the last minute. Claudette Botley. B-O-T-L-Y. Botley, I think is the way you pronounce that. Claudette, you have just won a pair of earbuds from Caricatures Productions. And her moderators. My moderators were so kind to help me with this. So I need you, Claudette, to now go to one of my video descriptions and find my email in there because it's in all of them. And on the title of your email, I need you to write, I am a winner. And in the base of the email, I need you to put what your mailing address would be so that I can make sure we get these mailed off to you. As I said yesterday, I've already sent off Cindy and Linda's from yesterday. Waiting on Rosie. Rosie, your time is slipping away, honey. If I don't get an email from you very, very soon. In fact, let me just double check. I still don't have one from you. I'm going to call it. Yeah. Rosie, you lost your shot. We're going to do 2 members only drawings today for that. All right, let's go back to court. What's the holdup? They're taking longer than they said they were going to take. Thank you guys for being here with me today. I know there's other places y'all could be, and I thank you so much for picking my channel because I'm not the attorney. I'm not able to give good legal advice and explain some of this stuff the way other people do. But I hope you guys have a good time being on here with me. Yes, she's already added, CB. Thank you for that. She's already added that now he's abusing the dogs. In her interrogation, it was, he loves the dogs. He was dancing with the dogs. He loves the dogs. And now, all of a sudden, he's abusing them. Why? Because Sarah's been reading up on power and control. And I did a whole video on that just in the last week. I did a video on power and control and what Sarah's been reading on to twist her story up. We might have to pull that wheel out during lunch and see what else she's picking out using from there. It's craziness. Sandra Williamson, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the crazy train that is our channel. Classic signs of a sociopath. No doubt, Dorothy. I don't think it could get worse than a narcissist, but I guess a sociopath would be worse. So I totally agree with you. She is S-ball crazy. Thank you for your super chat, Dorothy. Margaret, look, I told you already. Don't make this be a problem, Margaret. She said, wait, I don't want to be confused with Joe Margaret. Joe Marge. Let me tell you something, Margaret. I already told you, you coming in here using your own name, there's going to be a problem with it. You might need to change your name. And I apologize if they're jumping at you. And y'all be nice to Margaret in the chat. Only I can say, damn it, Margaret. But she knows we're not talking about her. I've already told her about that. All right, I'm going on mute.
Potential benefits and potential harms of testifying as a witness in this case?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with the advice from your counsels?
Yes.
Do you understand that attorneys can make most of the decisions about trial strategy? They cannot determine whether or not a defendant testifies or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Not even the court can interfere with the defendant's right to make that decision. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that it is your decision and your decision alone?
Yes.
While counsel can give you advice on whether or not it would be wise for you to testify in this case, do you understand that you can ignore counsel's advice because the final decision is yours?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you hear me explain to the jury at the beginning of the trial how the right to remain silent is absolute, and the fact that a defendant did not testify cannot be considered as evidence of guilt or influence their verdict in any way?
Yes.
Before a jury begins its deliberations, the court will read another jury instruction if you decide not to testify. This instruction orders the jury not to consider your silence as evidence of guilt or to consider your decision at all. Would you like me to read that instruction for you at this time?
Yes.
It is instruction 3.9a, entitled Defendant Not Testifying. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that a defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Do you have any questions about this instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand that if you choose to testify, you are waiving your right to remain silent?
Yes.
That means once you begin to answer questions, you have to answer all questions unless I instruct you not to answer a question. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You cannot pick and choose which questions you want to answer and not answer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you refuse to answer any questions, the court can impose sanctions, such as holding you in contempt, striking your entire testimony, and instructing the jury not to consider any of your testimony? Do you understand that?
Yes.
If you choose to testify, you will also be subject to cross-examination and impeachment. That means the state could ask you about any prior felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty if you have any such convictions. If you have any such convictions, the questions will be limited to whether you have such convictions and the number of same. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Are you aware if you have any such convictions?
Yes.
State? Are you aware of any felony convictions or convictions for crimes of dishonesty?
No, I believe she's answering an affirmative. She's aware that she doesn't.
Okay, so you have no such convictions. Okay, thank you for that clarifications, ma'am. As there are no convictions, and that number is not in dispute, the state will not be permitted to inquire into those matters. Have you had enough time to discuss your decision to testify or not testify with your attorneys?
Yes.
Again, do you need any additional time?
No.
Has anyone forced you, threatened you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Has anyone made any promises to you to get you to testify or not testify in this case?
No.
Are you satisfied with your counsel's advice so far in this case?
Yes.
Are you making this decision freely and voluntarily?
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to testify in this case?
No.
Would you like to testify or not testify as a witness in this case?
Testify.
Okay. And ma'am, similarly, after you've had the opportunity to converse with your lawyers again, I want to confirm that you're on board with the strategy that they've utilized in your defense in this case,
Yes, I understand.
including calling you first.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to remind you, ma'am, that you can change your mind. You just have to let your lawyers know before the jury comes back in. Do you understand?
Yes.
State, anything else we need to address?
Just that the law of the case is that there should be testimony from the defendant of an overt act that particular day before there is testimony about reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or any of the ancillary things that come with self-defense.
Holland case speaks for itself. Anything further?
I do want to talk about that, but as it relates to her right to remain silent or testify, I have nothing about that.
Okay. Then what do we need to address with regard to Holland?
Well, I've got three issues. One is Holland. The other is I've got these gloves. My client and I would like to take a few moments to look at the suitcase.
Gloves? This isn't OJ.
And then the third thing is,
I'm just kidding.
the state had filed that motion for the in-camera hearing. I don't know. Maybe we need to hear that before she testifies.
Court's not going to address that at this time.
Okay.
We'll address that later in the proceedings.
So the two things, number one, of course, I've got a lot of photographs about the prior violence that George Torres committed on Sarah Boone, and there is a dispute about whether or not I have to establish an overt act that she responded to, that she considered an imminent threat and that she took evidence or she took action to either block or physically restrain George Torres from committing an act of violence on her. But Judge, if you'll remember, during the 2-hour interrogation, the officers make mention that they are aware of the prior incidences of violence. So I believe the door has been open, that I can go into that based on those statements by the 2 detectives. If you remember, they introduced this 2-hour video. She says, he comes at me all the time. I think eventually Sarah Boone realized that they had her phone and they were going to see pictures. They were going to see videotapes of evidence that George Torres committed acts of violence on Sarah Boone. I think at that point she changed her tone about George. She was trying to protect George, but then she realized she would have to disclose some of the acts that had been committed on her by George Torres. And so she did talk about him coming at me, and we've had issues before. And the officers gave, I can't remember exactly what they said, but yeah, we're well aware of, I don't know if they said the prior acts or we're aware of the domestic violence, whatever the case may be. I submit that opens the door. That was during their case in chief. They chose to play that entire video. And so I think I can talk about the prior bad acts before the event in question chronologically. And I've got a bunch of photographs that go into physical evidence of her injuries as a result of George's violence.
Okay. Response, if any.
Judge, we're asking for the court to maintain its ruling. We already read an instruction that the police are allowed to tell her things to try and get reactions from her. She affirmatively denied there was an overt act that night to the police. The court, in its ruling pre-trial, we're trying to get some guidance on this. We reviewed Ms. Boone's most recent statements on the matter, and there is no overt act thus testified to. So we are hopeful that we will maintain that ruling. And I don't know how it prejudices her or her team in any way to establish an overt act on February 23rd, 2020, before we go into reputation evidence, prior instances of violence, or matters of syndrome evidence.
Any other further argument, Mr. Owens? All right. I don't find that the officer's statements are character evidence, and you're looking for specific instances of conduct, which are going to be utilized for those specific purposes for reputation or violence to establish the fear component that the case law speaks about. Florida Supreme Court decision in Holland is clear that that overt act needs to be established before any of that evidence is submitted. I don't find that it's an opening of the door, and I'm going to rely on what the Florida Supreme Court has told us to do.
Judge, I've got to get the clerk to mark some photographs, and then my client and I need to take that suitcase out of that box and
You want another break? Are you kidding
inspect
me?
it, play with the zipper a little bit, and then also take that bat out of that paper bag and inspect it before she testifies.
Any response?
I'm just confused why we haven't utilized the nearly half an hour or more that the court has been off the bench. Photographs marked. The defense team has been on board for quite some time. They did not request a second evidence view of the physical evidence that Ms. Boone already had an opportunity to do while she was pro se. It's 11:25. We need to try the case.
Yep.
George, I think that she had that evidence view, I think, with Billy Lane. I believe that was the day after I filed my notice of appearance, or maybe it was the day I filed my notice of appearance. I don't remember exactly, but it had been previously scheduled. I was in Milton, so they went ahead and did it that morning, I believe at the jail. I believe the evidence.
Any particular reason why it hasn't been done in the last 45 minutes?
Because
when I sent my jury out.
I've been meeting with my client about her rights to testify or not.
Mm. Yeah, right.
Matters. So in terms of not giving her this evidence?
In terms of anything that the state just discussed?
I've just been busy with my client.
Okay. How much time do you need in order to pre-mark these exhibits and look at the baseball bat and the suitcase, which have been entered into evidence?
I would think 15 minutes.
What?
I'm very concerned because it is 11:25 and I discharged our jury some time ago, and I don't want to be in a position where we have to break in the middle of testimony.
May I suggest that we just take an early lunch? It's 11:30. Let's take an early lunch. We've got witnesses coming this afternoon anyway. If her testimony ends before 5, we've got 1 or 2 witnesses that are here. And then I believe tomorrow is Wednesday. We've got Dr. Brannon that's going to be here first thing Wednesday morning. And then I believe Dr. Harper is not going to be here till Thursday morning. So we're going to have a little gap in time unless we've got to put on several officers about prior acts and all that. But I think for purposes of this, Judge, in the abundance of caution, I feel like I need to go over this evidence with my client before she testifies. And I have not had a chance to view that evidence.
He wants to run the court.
I've seen it here today, but I think I need to do that with her before she testifies.
Okay, can the parties approach for a moment?
No, he's trying to run the courtroom, and I'm so glad that Kranick said just a minute, because give Jay another chance to get up there and go at this, because this is BS, you guys. This is crap. We just need to be, we just want to play around with the suitcase a little bit, Judge. Well, you've been playing around enough, Owens. You've been playing around since you took this case. Every little thing. This is the way, you guys, just settle in, because this is going to happen the rest of the time during this trial while the defense is doing their case, their portions. This is it. This is what we're going to be dealing with for the next several days. Every time something comes up, you're going to hear it from Owens. You're going to hear it from Henderson. I guarantee you, this is freaking ridiculous. I've never in my life. I think that if Sarah does get off of this charge, her and Owens are going to start a bowling league together. Amber Rachel, I would like to think that my little Owens emoji as a member entry level, because he's so absolutely ridiculous, akin to his lack of intelligence. I like that, Amber. Well said. And again, Amber is the one who did our great intro song. So you guys make sure you say thank you to her in the chat. And you always come up with the best one-liners. Margaret is doing 35 down the highway in a white Bronco as we speak. In my mind, I am picturing Margaret in a white Bronco. That older kind in the 80s. Are they going to let him get away with this, you guys? Because I can't right now with him. Yeah, 11:35. So they're supposed to go to lunch in 30 minutes. There's no way. What are they going to do? They're going to say something. This was Owen's plan all along. He was going to, I'm going to try to get up and do a quick break with Sarah and say that I need to speak with her. And then when we come back from that break, I'm going to say I need another break so that I can play with the suitcase. If I was a juror, I would be agitated too. But remember, what we're watching right now and right here is not being the jury can't see this. That's the problem. They don't know what the delays are for. Oh, I like that girl's jacket, that pretty pink. That's pretty. We finally get to see the gallery. They heard me. They heard me, y'all. There's your gallery. I'm looking to see if I see any of the Torres family, and I don't. Oh, there's Jules. Do you see her smile at the camera? Jules is the one who gives us the great updates on Twitter. They're going to, I knew they were going to do this. They were going to play with the zipper on the suitcase. Yes, let it be, let it be. He wants to play with the zipper on the suitcase so that he can see if it's going to be a problem. And if it is, then he's not going to want to bring it up. But if it's, he doesn't want to bring it up if it's going to be an issue for him on his side of the case. You know what I mean? And I swear the consultant there talking to Sarah right now, she was literally brought into this case just to keep Sarah busy. Just to keep her busy. Thank you, Kathy Craver, for becoming a member. I appreciate you. You'll get to be a part of our drawing this afternoon for members only. And You'll get to be a part of our private member meetings that we're going to have on the weekends and stuff. I think the same. Henderson dragged out his questioning. Yep, you're right. He did. You're absolutely right. He dragged out the questioning. They were very, oh, I didn't bring that. Let me check. Let me go back, walk over here. Oh, no, I don't have it. This is all planned, you guys. They spend more time planning how to be conniving than they do in presenting a dang case. Is she breathing heavy? You think she is? Yeah, somebody said that yesterday. Somebody wants to sneak some WD-40 on the zipper. I don't even think that's going to help them. Yeah, what was up with that pregnancy question? Like, did that matter? What did that have to do with anything? Thank you, Wendy. I agree. I agree. Oh, Chris, don't y'all leave Chris's comment in there. I know it's a bad word, but I agree with you. They shouldn't be able to touch the evidence. The state hasn't touched the evidence. Yes, we did miss you, Mark. Where have you been? I know, and right. Cranick sees right through what he's doing. He does see it. The problem is, though, is trying to finagle this so that there's not a problem come time for them to file an appeal. And I guess that's the whole point in this is like, okay, this is why we have to let Owens play out his stuff and take it piece by piece because we don't want something, just one little minute thing that could mess us up here. We want her to go to jail for life. What do you guys think about the sentencing? Let's say when I'm going to say when, I'm not going to say if. I'm going to say when she gets convicted. How much do you think Cranick is going to give her? Dondi the Blondie. I like that. Thank you for becoming a member. Dondi the Blondie. That's cute. Yes. We've got 1.1K in chat and 503 likes. Smash that like button. Thank you so much. Oh, Casey, will you send me an email, please? I need to ask you about something. Please send me an email. Delete says, I think that is the point. I think at this point, if Owens gets his hands on a suitcase, he'll get in and zip it up himself, just like to get away from the Booner. I thought you were going to come up with something good. And look at you throwing a joke out there. Yeah, but that was an underhanded way to talk about her hormones. And don't forget, you guys, there's 5 women on the 6-panel jury. 1 man, 5 women. So, yeah, not a smart move on the defense's side saying that about her pregnancy. Jamin thinks that JMD thinks it's going to be 25 years plus with time served. Noreen says 30 years. Amy says 30 to life. Phyllis Ann says at least 30. Ashley says 25 to life.
It is 11:35.
Lindsay says
Councils
37.
have matters that they need to address with Madam Clerk for the remarking of exhibits, along with the review of the suitcase and bat, which were previously entered into evidence. I'm going to bring based on the agreement of the parties, I'm going to bring our jury panel in at this time, release them for lunch, give them a similar instruction to the instructions they've been provided earlier, and we will commence promptly at 1 o'clock this afternoon. State, any disagreement with the battle plan so far?
No, sir.
Same question, Mr. Owens.
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and stand by, bring back in our panel.
He won again, you guys. He got it. He won again. Can you believe this? The judge can sentence her anywhere from 22 and a half years to life. She's already been in there 4 years and 8 I think 8 months is what it comes out to. Can you believe that? Patty said 40 to life. Irene said, yeah, I can believe it. And all this so we cannot appeal. Yep. It's crap. It's crap is what it is. And Owens knows it. He knows he can get away with it. He's going to test the judge. He's going to push his limits every bit of the way. Slimy. He's a pest like Sarah. He is. I know, Leah. Unfreaking believable.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, sir.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? I think you all can be seated. Members of the jury, again, once you're seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with court instructions. All right, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. Matters with counsel took a little bit longer than we anticipated. We're going to take an earlier break today. It's 11:35. We anticipate the defense putting on a case this afternoon, and we don't want to get into it and then have to break a half an hour into it. So we're going to go ahead and take that break at this time. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as I've read to you over the last couple of days. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you were in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors, do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have any discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I thank you for your time and your service and your attentiveness, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Joanne Poole. I don't remember if I said thank you on your super sticker. I think I did. Thank you, Pascaline. Is it Pascaline or Pascaline? Thank you for your super sticker.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State and the defense, if you could please review those items and please mark every defense exhibit at this time with Madam Clerk, and I will see you all to commence promptly at 1 p.m. Court's in recess. Thank you.
I want them watched. I want somebody standing there watching every flipping move they make around that evidence. Where's everybody at with that? I want the camera to stay on while he's doing this. Can we please watch it? Now he's asking for something else now that they're off the record. Judge, I need Sarah I need her unlocked during this portion of the time. Well, doesn't she need to go downstairs and eat her peanut butter and jelly sandwich and her chips and cookies? You know, we don't want her to get to where her sugar level gets too low and she gets sleepy or whatever, you know. Cheryl says, SB, get in the suitcase and show us how easy it is to get out. If they did that, I think in my opinion, that is awful risky if they did that. I wouldn't put it past Owens to do it, honestly. But if they did it and it didn't work, wowzer. Like of course, anybody can, it's just like when, you know, like with OJ with the glove, you know, he overdid the whole struggle to get the glove on, right? He's an actor. He was just overdoing it. Yeah, he was He's a football player, but he's also an actor. And he overdid the whole putting on the glove. Sarah would overdo the whole unzipping of the suitcase if she was the one. I would want somebody, I just don't know. I don't know if they're going to be allowed to do this. I think if they tried to do it, Owens would say, "Excuse me, Your Honor? No. Object? No. Jen Mead says, I bet Owens instructed Sarah on how to explain the events with the suitcase. I think it's going to be a whole circus that contradicts SB's story. I do too. I think you're 100% correct. I want to go back here because I want us to look at the morning session. And I would like to, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to rewatch what they talked about this morning. With them being shady again with all of their stuff. Let's go in now. Look at Jay looking at him. You know that Jay hates him. And you know Owens doesn't care. Allegedly, Elise says, from Michelle, if the zipper is stuck, Boone's out of luck. I know I had said if the zipper unzips, no, if the zipper doesn't unzip, you must acquit. Wait, did I say that right? Something like that. If it unzips, you must acquit. I don't know. Unbelievable. All right, so let me keep fast forwarding. Let me get back on here. Oh, she wasn't even in court yet. Okay. See, look at all that time they had right there. He had all this time. You know what he wants to do? He wants to look at that suitcase when nobody's in the courtroom. Look at him just treating that place like it's his house. Leaving his laundry everywhere. All right, let's get to it. I think he's fixing to call it. Yeah, we will rewatch this now.
Case number 2020 CF 260 versus State of Florida versus Sarah Wilson. Announce your names for the record, beginning with the state.
Yeah, sure, I'll have to say.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand to be sworn, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Can you state your full name and date of birth?
Yes. Yes. Thank you for your super sticker, Brown-Eyed Lassie. Yes, the defense did rest their case before he stood up to interrupt to put Sarah on the stand. Yeah, they did. Yeah, because as soon as Chelsea was coming off the stand, they said it. I'm pretty sure. So again, this is this morning when they were acting up again. The defense was acting up in the motion stuff.
For the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 10-10-7-7.
All right, Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black blazer and a dark blue blouse. She is in custody. However, she is not in any restraints, so we will continue to stand while the jury panel enters and exits. My understanding is that our panel is here this morning. State, do we have any housekeeping matters we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
Yes, sir. 3 discovery issues, and then I filed a motion late last night requesting an in-camera inquiry into a potential conflict of interest. I copied your JA.
I did review the motion.
Okay. The 3 discovery issues are these. One, on October 5th or October 4th, I believe the defense was provided with the body-worn camera and 911 calls from the prior incidents, and there was a request made to tell us what, if anything, should be redacted from their point of view so that we could either reach an agreement or use the court's resources to decide any conflicts in those issues. Yesterday morning was the first actual response I got from the defense team, and it was incomplete. It was about 3 of the 5 incidents. I do agree with 2 of the redactions. We're getting those taken care of, but obviously, just like connecting to the court screen, it takes time, and I'm not the person that's going to be doing it. Somebody else in the office has to do it. The 3rd incident, I think we're still not on the same page as to what the state's planning on introduce. So I resent the email with the screenshots of what files the state plans on introducing to the defense team again this morning. I have not heard anything yet from the defense team about the 4th and 5th incident. I was told that Attorney Beck was going to handle it. It is now Tuesday, day 7 of trial, and he has not handled it. The second discovery issue is Friday, I was given a hard copy of the 119 pages of the second copy of the Winter Park Advent Health records.
On 10/18, October 18th, that would have been the preceding Friday.
I was given the hard copy after court at about 5:30, 5:45. I emailed the PDF of those records back to the defense as they requested. I put Bates numbers on them. I understand from court what pages they indicated that they want to use and what pages the court indicated should be included at the state's request, which is pages 26 and 48 out of the 111. I would just appreciate if I could get a copy of the intended exhibit as it shall be introduced to the court, so I can confirm those things ahead of time and not in court. And then the third thing is, I believe we had a discussion about the plethora of pages regarding the victims' hospital records, and that there was some sort of discussion we had that they were to narrow it down. And I have not been given any narrowed down version of that so that we can confirm we're on the same page or use the court's time if there's a conflict. Thank you.
Okay. Responses to the first discovery issue regarding body-worn camera and 911 calls is to my understanding, 5 prior incidents. Defense.
Judge, I can speak to 3 of them. There were 3 of them that I reviewed, and I believe I reviewed them on Sunday. I had made the decision for what I thought needed to be redacted. I think the first 2, if I remember correctly, I said that was fine. We didn't even have any redactions to it. I think it's 1 that I said redactions to, and I think the state agrees with that. The specific one that I didn't quite know, and I think that has to do with a body cam where it comes to, and I believe it's Mr. Torres's mother. I can't quite be for sure, but she's been asking questions and all, and I think it's about, if I can recall correctly, about Mr. Torres's whereabouts at that time. I didn't know the relevance of that at that time, but that was the only part of that to let the state know. I just don't really know the relevance. It could come in at a different point and become relevant. But as to the other 2, I think we were on page with. I had been out to the jail that day. It was late. Then I asked Mr. Beck to do the other 2 redactions, but I hadn't had the opportunity to talk to him about that since. So that's where we are.
So is the 3rd incident that the state has identified for which there's seemingly no responses to redaction, is that the body-worn camera purportedly between law enforcement and Mr. Torres's mother?
That's what I believe it to be.
Mr. J?
We're just
Bless you.
We're just not on the same page. On that 3rd incident, which I believe was June 15th of 2019, the state only indicated to them that we were intending to introduce 1 video file. It is not of the victim's mother. It is of them at Sarah Boone's house. And the objection to the files that they were objecting to, which we don't seek to introduce, just said ID, and I don't know that as a legally recognized objection. So I'm confused. I'm not sure. I'm just trying to make sure we're all on the same page. We understand which file the state wants to use regarding the third incident, because he's describing files the state does not intend to use. The first couple of incidents, we agree, there's a 911 call that seemingly cuts off into an OPD call at 3 minutes and 51 seconds. We're cutting that to the end. The second one, Ms. Boone at like 3 minutes and 43 seconds indicates that she had been arrested prior. So we cut that out. We're going to cut that out at their that cat's out of the bag. So what we're looking for now is just making sure we're all on the same page about the third incident. I sent screenshots. There's a tool called Snipping Tool in Windows. I literally create a rectangle around the files that I'm intending to use, their file size, and the folder that includes the OCSO agency case number incident, so we can be as crystal clear as possible. And I'm still getting objections about things we don't want to introduce on that incident, and I've gotten no response with the fourth and fifth incidents.
All right, addressing the third incident is the specific portions of the June 15, 2019 incident, seemingly the body-worn camera that you're making reference to, Mr. Henderson, the state has no intention of utilizing.
Yes, sir. And just it's a lot, so if I could have one moment
Sure.
to isolate which incident it is. That's not the one. My understanding is the state is talking about the third incident. That would be June 18th.
Here's the problem. I sent these pictures over with the OCSO case number, and then I get a response based on incident dates. So we have to kind of cross-reference. So we can just make the record entirely clear. OCSO incident 18-067501. There was no 911 calls and apparently no objection. So they have no redactions requested for that 2018 case. Then the next response was 6/15/2019 case. And that, for the record, is OCSO 19-054917. Their request on that one was the 911 call that we just discussed, indicating that at 3:51, well, I had to find it, 3:51, it turns into another case, and to redact that to the end. We agreed. Video 3 in that file, again, no file name, indicates at 9:40 to 9:43, there's a redact request with paren previous arrest. The state agrees to that. We heard her quickly say that at 9:43, and we will get that taken care of. Then their next response was 6/18/2019 case, which I had to cross-reference back to show that it is OCSO 19-055572. And in that particular case, what I sent them was a screenshot that includes the OCSO case number 19-055572, and it indicates there is an intent by the state to introduce 2 911 calls and 1 video file labeled axon_flex_2_video_2019-06-18_1330. My response that I received from them was video 3 in file, 2 minutes, 7 seconds to 18 seconds paren ID. And then video 4 in file, 2 minutes and 4 seconds to 2 minutes and 16 seconds paren ID. So my confusion lies in, I did not indicate 3 or 4 files, it was just 1 file. And then again, with the other 2.
I don't want to address 4 and 5 yet.
Okay.
It's my understanding there's no response. We'll address that momentarily. Responses to the clarification as to what it is the state seeks for incident 3.
No redaction.
Okay, all right. With regard to incidents 4 and 5, Mr. J, could you place on the record what it is specifically as to those incidents the state may be seeking to introduce?
Yes, sir. So what we're calling incident number 4 should be OCSO 19-078009, August 28th, 2019. We indicated the desire to use Axon _flex_2_video _2019-08-28 _2024. And then at their request, they had desired to get photos of Ms. Boone's injuries from that case. There is a 19-page PDF file, which has pictures taken by law enforcement of her injuries. I don't see anything else in there. One picture of Mr. Torres, a couple pictures of Mr. Torres, but nothing that the state was objecting to. So that was at their request that they wanted photographs in. So that is incident 4, which is labeled OCSO 19-078009.
With regard to seemingly the body-worn camera that the state seeks to enter into evidence from August 28, 2019, what say the defense?
John, I don't know about the state's position on this. There's a portion of this video at the very end that's very personal to a investigating officer that they may want to redact. We're not asking them to do that.
Is the state seeking any redactions?
I'm just clarifying what their redaction requests are in that particular file.
Okay.
If they don't have any, then
So are there any redaction requests with regard to that particular file? Okay. I'm just keeping notes. Give me a moment, y'all. As to the 5th incident, Mr. J.
No reduction or redaction request, Your Honor. I do want to point out that we were apparently advised yesterday that the state was only going to use the 3rd video possibly. And so we haven't really spent a whole lot of time worrying about it since then.
Let me clarify as to what the 5th incident is, just so that we're all on the same playing field.
Judge, the 5th incident is OCSO 19-079759, and that was on September 4th of 2019. Within that screenshot that I sent to them, Friday and then resent it this morning. Was photographs of the defendant taken at that time. At their request, shows a cut in her ear. It's 3 photographs. Then there is also one body-worn camera labeled 1924755. Strike that. 192473549 _GEN_INV, and then the 911 call from that incident.
Any redactions sought by the defense with regard to that specific body-worn camera or 911 call?
Well, we're not necessarily seeking redactions, Your Honor. However, there are 2 separate videos. One seems to focus on Jorge Torres. One seems to focus on Ms. Boone. And there is clearly some redundancy. They're both body cams. One went upstairs where Mr. Torres was found hiding in the shower for master bath. And so some of that's redundant, but there are actually 2 separate videos pursuant to the 5th.
Mr. J, are there 1 or 2 videos that the state's seeking?
There's one, the one that I listed.
Okay. Do you know if that's a... Bruce, can you find out what counsel's here for? Is that the video from the perspective of, as identified by Mr. Beck, one more geared towards Ms. Boone or one more geared towards Mr. Torres?
My interpretation of both of them is there's interactions with Ms. Boone, and then there's interactions with Mr. Torres upstairs after he's located.
Mr. Beck, the specific file number was identified. So just to confirm, no redactions? Okay, all right. So just as a recap, with regard to the first incident, the 911 call, the parties have agreed to redactions at the timestamp of 351 towards the end. With regard to the second incident, body-worn camera, a redaction from timestamp 940 to 943 has been agreed to. With regard to the June 15, 2019 incident, there are 2 911 calls and 1 body-worn camera sought by the state, to which the defense has no redactions. The August 28th, 2019 incident, for which there is no redactions to the body-worn camera, but there is a 19-page PDF with photos that the defense intends to be included with that submittal, to which the state has no objection. As to the 5th event, 3 photos of the defendant, body-worn camera, and a 911 call for which there are no redactions. Does that clarify everything for the state?
Thank you.
Is there anything that I stated incorrectly, Mr. Beck, Mr. Henderson, or Mr. Owens?
No, you are.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving to the next issue with regard to the 119 pages from Winter Park. Defense, are you in a position to provide, I believe we discussed it either Friday or I think it was last week, we discussed it as to how it was culled down. Yes, because we had the Richardson hearing on Friday, how that list was culled down and the additional pages that the state was seeking. And then if they were able to find, I believe it was page 68, we would readdress that. Have you provided that finalized exhibit to the defense as to those specific Winter Park health records from the 119 pages that the defense may be seeking to enter into evidence?
I believe they received everything from us in order to identify those documents that were not specifically addressed by the defense, that the state wanted sent out a rule of completeness. I believe we're.
But my understanding from Mr. J was that they were looking for the tangible copy of what it is that you were actually looking to move in, those 12, 14, 15 pages. Okay, if you could provide that to them by noon, I would appreciate it.
I'm not sure if it's, that's what we're saying.
But if it's going to be moved into evidence, we have is it going to be moved in paper form, or is it going to be moved in digital by virtue of a CD?
We can get it, Judge. We'll work on it.
Okay, perfect. Just get it to the state. It doesn't have to be intangible. Just get them what it is that if it's an electronic format, that's fine. Just the state should be entitled to know what it is that y'all are intending to move out of those pages, just to confirm it. Lastly, with regard to hospital records of the victim, I know there were conversations and discussions about that list being narrowed down. The state has advised that details as to those narrowed down records has not yet been provided. What say the defense?
The hospital records for the victim, George Torres.
That's my understanding.
We need to do that, Judge. We've yet to do that.
Okay. My understanding is that the experts are potentially teed up to testify tomorrow. I don't recall if those records are a basis of the experts' opinions.
The second expert is not likely to testify until Thursday. She's testifying in Bay County tomorrow. I will be here Thursday. I spoke with Dr. Brandon last night. He will be present tomorrow morning as soon as he gets here from Coral Gables.
Did either Doctors Brandon or rely on those medical records?
Dr. Harper did. It's in her deposition that was taken a couple of weeks ago. I think the question was posed.
Ms. Perez, good morning. If you're here for pretrial, 19 Alpha, Judge Myers is covering.
I went up there.
Okay, thank you. You may continue.
Dr. Julie Harper, I know she considered the records of George Torres, and we took Dr. Harper's deposition, I believe, a couple of weeks ago. She was asked by the state about everything that she relied upon, and she did indicate that. Are we going to use or attempt to introduce those records? We'll pare it down if we are.
Okay, you've got till 5 p.m. today to advise the state as to what of those culled down records you're going to be utilizing. So they have the opportunity to review those in advance of Dr. Harper testifying.
I apologize to Madam Court Reporter for speaking on top of each other. Dr. Brandon is testifying as a subject matter expert who have specific familiarity with this case. And so there are no medical records or any other records that he has relied upon other than his knowledge and expertise.
Okay. All right. State, any other issues we need to address with regard to the discovery issues that you brought to the court's attention this morning?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Moving now to the motion. I have reviewed that motion.
Judge, we were not aware of the motion until he made mention of it, so we need some time for the lawyers to review it, for us to discuss it, and to see whether or not it has merit or not.
Okay. It was e-filed last night, looks like 9:37, and then sent courtesy copy to myself through Ms. Barrios and you, Mr. Owens, at 9:38 last night. I'll give the opportunity to review that. We can address it after the lunch hour. And that'll give the court the opportunity to do any research during the lunch hour on it as well. All right. Anything else, Mr. J?
I looked at it briefly. I'm not for sure exactly what the allegation is. I don't know if we need to talk about that. So excuse me?
I'm not.
Can we approach the bench?
Sure. Come on up, yo.
Thank you for your super chat, Ashley. Sorry, try and listen during work. Just can't always be in the chat. That's okay. Thanks for making me laugh when you can. When you can't, scream at your patients. Okay, Ashley, just be gentle with the patients, okay? Don't get fired from your job and don't hurt anybody. Please. Not in the name of Sarah Boone. Don't let her do that to you. Thank you so much. Casey, or if you're still in the chat, honey, I need you to send me an email. Are you still in here? Hang on, I've got a screen. There's so many chats. I had to slow it down to 30 seconds. I don't know. Do we need to slow it down to even more? So Jules has got some juicy stuff over on Twitter, eh? That's what I hear from Leah. Let me check over here. Hang on. Oh my God, I got tons of notifications. I'm going to pause this while we do that. Let's see. Oh, crap. They're inspecting the suitcase. Is it showing? What mark are we at? We're at the 239. No, they're not showing it. That sucks. I just did that on purpose. Okay. Oh, so what's going on right now in the courtroom, guys, is they're inspecting the suitcase. It's not good, she said. Jay is pissed that Mr. Owens and Sarah Boone wants to take out the suitcase and the bat. Mr. Owens just stated that they want to examine the suitcase. Judge is speaking to Sarah Boone, is answering the affirmative that she understands about testifying. We've already done that. Let's see. We have a heavy presence of security now, unlike any other day in the Sarah Boone trial. Probably because of that woman is what I'm thinking, you guys. Now, this is coming directly from the courtroom. Let's see if she got any other juicy stuff that was happening that we didn't get to see. I guess early morning, Owens was going through photos and Jay was standing there while they were waiting for the judge to come in. Owens just took out gloves and placed them near Sarah Boone. Is she going to be handling evidence? I guess we wait and see. Owens is doing a lot of pacing this morning. Jay is standing. Sarah Boone is allowed to pass notes to her defense team, and those include those sitting behind her. Jules said, if I don't take dictation, if I could, I would. I'm trying to bring the experience of being in the courtroom to you. I can't take down word for word what is being said. I'm giving you my observations of the jury and or witnesses. If you're looking for more than that, I'm sorry. I'm not able to do it. Girl, it's okay. You're good. Okay, so this was about 1 hour ago. She says the jury of 13 just looked at, I thought it was 14, just looked at Sarah Boone. First time for that. Remember, this is the juror. Oh, juror number 13. Yeah. I've got a video on this, by the way, that I'm going to play here. Juror 13 just looked over at Sarah Boone for the first time. Remember, this is the juror that is a DV victim and will be testifying against her husband that has been charged with battery in her own case. They did another sidebar. Jury 13 frequently nodding her head during the detective's cross. It's packed house today in the courtroom. I can imagine it's only because Sarah's taken the stand. Someone's cell phone went off. It was not me. That's funny. Here, let me show y'all this. An older gentleman on the jury is taking notes and glancing at Sarah while the detective is being crossed by Mr. Henderson. Several more jurors are taking notes. Only one juror is taking notes during the cross of the detective. Bring in the jury. Okay, I'm not going to talk about what they've done in court because we've seen that. The victim advocate is present, but no family members are present. Thank you, Jules. I was wondering about that. Tensions are high regarding body cam footage today. Yes, we just re-listened to that. Mr. J wants to present video evidence of prior incidents that defense has issues with. And she said that Owens was giving Sarah a pep talk. He keeps patting her on her back. She seems calm, and they're going over notes. I hate reading Twitter, y'all. I apologize. Y'all don't need to hear all this. Okay. That's all for today so far from Jules. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more. Does anyone know who got booted from the court yesterday, Cindy? It was just some random person. Just some rando. We don't know if it was a fan of Sarah's or not. Just somebody that wanted their 5 minutes, maybe? I don't know. They definitely didn't have all their tools in the shed. I'll put it to you that way. The way she was rambling on. It was so disrespectful, though. How much longer we got? We got another 45 minutes. Let's finish this thing with the prosecution. Yeah, we've got enough time to watch this. Actually, I think they're done. They're done with the morning session that to rewatch. So here's what we're going to do. I want to show you guys a video that I did that I have not put out yet because I was kind of hesitant whether or not I should put it out. But it's in regards to Juror 13. So let me pull that up now. And now that everybody's talking about it on Twitter, I guess I can too. I just didn't want to be the only one to put something like this out. I've got to find the video. It just takes me a moment. I'm slow. Here it is. Fences go at speaking with the potential jurors. They were down to 50 jurors total. Now, this is good to know for anybody who ever gets called for jury duty, okay? If at any point in time, when they have this mass amount of people and they're questioning them, if the juror prefers to answer in private, they can always request that when called upon. At this particular juror's time, when the question of domestic violence came into play, she said that she would rather answer in private. Yes, there are all kinds of legal terms for this process that I'm speaking of. However, I'm not an attorney, so I'm giving it to you in layman's terms. If you would like to go back and watch any of the jury selection process that we were able to capture, we have that on day 3 and 4, which is October the 16th and the 17th. The prosecution had already come in and asked their questions of the jurors, and each one of them was given their opportunity to explain their side of things. So what they do is they'll ask a question. Have any of you guys ever been affected by this or that? And the jurors raise their paddles. And when they raise their paddles, the prosecution or the defense, who's ever doing the questioning at that point, can say, okay, can you tell me a little bit more about it? Or what was your circumstances in this question that you mentioned? And they can stand up in front of everybody and explain what their thing was. So I'll give you an example. On the first day that we were able to see jury selection, which was the 16th, it amazed me when the prosecution asked about how many people were affected by alcoholism in their families or friends or people around them. I mean, there was a ton of them. There was a ton of jurors that had, it's sad how many people are affected by alcoholism. So that lasted a pretty long time because there were so many people getting, holding up their paddle, and they'd explain it was my sister, or it was my husband, or I struggled with it, or I struggle with it in my family. Somebody in my family struggles with it. And the prosecution did also ask about domestic violence. Okay. So then when the defense came up to ask their questions on Thursday afternoon, they got to the domestic violence portion, and juror 13 said that she would explain in private if needed. She didn't want to talk about it in front of the other jurors. So here's an example of what it looks like. They had 50. This is a true jury selection sheet that we got from Sam on a totally different case. And because it's from a real case, I had to blur it out. But this kind of gives you an idea. You'll see each box represents one juror. And they each have a seat, and they each have a juror number. And they go down the line, and the prosecution sheet looks the exact same as the sheet that's in front of the judge and in front of the defense. So when they're sitting down and talking about who they're going to keep and who they want to use their preemptive strike on, they're all looking at the same thing. Now they're at the final process of jury selection, and they're going to go down the line, juror 1, 2, 3, whoever's left, right? And they're going to offer up the option for either the defense or the prosecution to use a preemptive strike based upon the knowledge they have on this juror at this time. Before they can do this, however, they have to call in the few jurors. There was 4 of them on Thursday afternoon that said, we would rather answer you in private than in front of the entire jury selection. So here is what happened when juror number 13 was called back in the room.
Let's remain standing, and we'll bring in the juror in seat 13 wearing badge 2130. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Juror number 13, good afternoon, ma'am. We just had some additional follow-up questions to ask of you. Mr. Henderson, you may proceed, sir. Yeah, podium's right here. Mr. Henderson, front center.
Afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
I believe it was yesterday when it came up, but you said that you're going to be testifying in a case.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes,
Could
sir.
you tell me what case that is?
It's a case, the state against my ex-husband for a domestic battery charge.
All right. Are you the alleged victim in that case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Due to the nature of this case and what you've heard and the questioning, do you think you can be fair and impartial?
I think so, yes.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you feel, what's your relationship with the state attorney's office now?
I don't have one.
Okay. Do you feel because they are representing you, well, not really you, they're representing the state, but you're the victim in the case. Does that give you any feeling that you have allegiance with them or anything like that?
No, I would hope that this would have no impact. I would assume so.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. I don't have any further questions.
Any follow-up? Thank you, ma'am.
So now that I'm watching it back again for the third time, I see really the only reason she wanted to answer in private was because she had a pending case, not necessarily because of what the case was about. Well, it just so happens that juror number 13 is on our panel. Again, if you want to watch this whole process, you can go back and watch it from this past Thursday, October the 16th. Let's fast forward to what they settled on at the end of jury selection.
Defense? 10 and 11 were previously struck by way of stipulation for cause. 12, defense. Any response?
No, sir.
Juror in seat 12, wearing badge 837, has been struck by virtue of the defense's second preemptory. 13, state.
Acceptable.
Defense? I believe that we have a panel. Our panel currently is jurors in seats 1, 3, 5, 6, 9, and 13.
So there you see, she ended up on the jury of 6. So if you're wondering, how do I know that she's actually on the jury and not an alternate? That is how. Because after this occurred, then they chose their alternates. Now, why does all of this matter? Why am I bringing this up? Okay. Think about it, everyone. If this woman is in fact a true victim of domestic violence, she's going to have that inside view. She's going to know what a true victim feels and goes through. And during jury deliberations, she'll be able to explain that only during deliberations, in mind. If she feels the need, she will be able to explain that to the other jurors. She might be able to call out things that maybe the other jurors missed. I.e., remember when Sarah did this on this? She's not scared. She's not afraid for her life. All the things that we've been calling out, things like Sarah's personality. She's not humble like Marsha Thompson. She's not afraid to call the police. She's not afraid to have him come back. All the things that don't add up in Sarah's claim that George was the aggressor in their relationship. So that is the reason I wanted to bring that up to you guys, because I think that if needed, we don't even know if it's needed at this point, but if needed, that is a good person to actually have on the jury. We weren't there, okay? All we have, you know how they say there's 3 sides to every story. There's his side, her side, and the truth. We don't have the truth because we only have Sarah's side of most things, and we have hearsay on George's side of things. So I'd like to think that this juror is going to help level things out. I don't see where she's really going to benefit the defense. I don't know why they kept her on there unless Sarah truly has her attorneys bamboozled. And that could be. I thought they'd her read by now, but maybe not. Maybe they truly think she is a victim. All right, so I wanted to play that for you guys. I've never put it out there before. I'll probably do a separate video on it, and I'll drop that separately maybe tonight or something. Pascaline says, "Hello, Carrie, everybody. Greetings from Paris, where the show Boone is obnoxious. Anyway, great view of U.S. Love from France." Well, thank you so much. That's so kind of you. Welcome in. So you guys don't get to see. Do you not get court TV in France? And what is your court like compared to ours? I bet it's different. It's completely different. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Let me go into the chat and see what you guys are chatting about. Miss Leah sent me over some stuff. Apparently, there's been a hubbub. They're letting them look at the evidence in the courtroom right now. And Jay is not happy about it. I don't blame him. I would be pissed too. I mean, at this point, the judge needs to stop, y'all. I'm getting frustrated with the judge because he's just given freaking James Owens way too much. Yeah, the state rested already, Purple Dragon. I know, right? Isn't that crazy? I am looking for... There was something in the... I don't see it on Twitter, but somebody said something about... thank you, Braxel. I appreciate you. You're so insightful and funny as hell. Oh, I try to be funny as hell, but I'm not very insightful. But thank you so much. I know this case because I have to stop and study this case. Otherwise, I would not be insightful for you guys right now. I think that I do. I think the domestic, I think the DV victim is going to be a very good for us. Oh, thank you for becoming a member, Cynthia. Anyway, I'll put that out. But so apparently Owens was over there messing with the evidence, the suitcase. I don't know if Sarah was as well, but there was a rumor that some things got thrown around, but I don't see anything in chat over it. I'm looking, I mean, not in chat. I'm looking in the, in Twitter to see if anybody's posted that, but I don't see that. So I need to see it firsthand first. I need to go. What's that chick from Court TV? Or not Court TV. Where's the Law and Order chick? What's her name? Let me go to the latest. I'm on the wrong thing anyway. Is Susby, are you in the chat? Because I see you on Twitter a lot. Are you in the chat as under a different name? It's just a bunch of people with, I mean, now this trial, instead of us being able to look on Twitter and get updates on what's going on inside the courtroom, now it's nothing but people doing memes about Sarah Boone. That's all you see in this Twitter feed now. This is why I hate Twitter. I mean, some of them are funny, but that's not what I'm looking for. I need information right now. I don't need this. But I don't see anything that says that things were thrown around the courthouse. The courtroom. I just see that Jules said that Mr. J is pissed that Mr. Owens and Sarah want to take out the suitcase. And that. This is funny. This lady said, I've been busy with my client, sir. Don't you have 4 attorneys at that table? I thoroughly enjoy this judge, and this defense team just grates at every turn. I know. But I feel like he's got to put a stop to this right now. I'm still looking through the Twitter feed, y'all. I can't find anything. I don't see anything about other than what Jules just put there. So we'll see if they put anything out on it. Hey, let me do this. Forget Twitter. Let me go to the Juicy Media stream. I'll pull that up and see what they've got. Fox 35 might have something on it.
Is getting ready to put on its case. The prosecution has rested in the Sarah Boone trial. And one of the reasons they said they are going to call Sarah Boone first is because they are using the battered spouse syndrome and self-defense. And so can you talk to us about what that is and what they basically have to prove to be able to use that as their defense?
Right. Under the theory of defense, the burden of proof shifts to the defendant. Usually the state has to prove all the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. But in this particular case, it's going to be the defense job to convince a jury that there's a history of traumatic domestic violence abuse. And there's case law in the past that recognizes that you can use this defense, but the difference is, reasonable is an imminent fear. So we have to convince a jury now that although there is no imminent fear at this particular moment, there is a history of traumatic abuse that led to Sarah Boone thinking in this particular moment that she had no other option.
We heard from James Owens, who is representing Sarah Boone, saying that he typically likes to call defendants to the stand last, if that is what he is, if they are taking the stand. Can you talk to us about the strategy that goes into a defendant testifying on their own behalf? It's not something we see in every trial, but can you just kind of walk us through how that, some of that decision making in whether or not to testify and when?
Well, the rule of thumb is typically for criminal defense attorneys, we don't like our clients to testify because then you subject them to cross-examination by the state. Now, whether you put them first or you put them last, that's a decision that needs to be made. Ultimately, we can make recommendations to our clients, but our clients have the last word. A lot of times we want to be able to put, our client last. So it's one of the few things that, that the jury is going to be able to listen to. Now, just because they put her last or they put her first, they can always recall her back and put her back on the stand. So the strategy might be, let's put her here first. Let's bring the other expert testimony to come testify, and we can always bring her back, right? In case she gets cross-examined and she gets torn apart on the stand, let's bring her back to fix it. Let's bring her back at the end to kind of wrap up the whole case. This type of cases, the jury wants to hear. Again, it's not something reasonable for somebody to be locked out of Suitcase and you're in imminent fear. And that's the key in this type of cases. The question is, you got to convince the jury about the history of traumatic abuse, because the element of imminent fear is not necessarily here in this case.
And so we heard from the defense this morning saying, as they were discussing some discovery issues, talking about body camera video and 911 calls from those from prior incidents that law enforcement had been called to incidents between George Torres and Sarah Boone. So it sounds like you think that is where is that the key now, Jose, for the defense's case?
Right. The key has to be, they have to build a foundation of history of traumatic abuse. Because again, the state is gonna hit hard on the fact that this gentleman or this victim is locked inside a suitcase. She could have called 911. She could have walked out the door. There's a lot of things you have to do. Typically in self-defense, is imminent fear, reasonable imminent fear, right there at the moment. That's the reason you pulled out the gun. That's the reason you did what you did. Here, if the burden is on the defense, they need to prove that based on the history, she has a different mindset that any other person in that courtroom or the jury does not have. So you have to convince the jury to get in her shoes, in her mindset, and that's why they're going to bring an expert to testify, like to tell the jury. Although you might not understand that there was imminent fear at that particular moment, there is a history which causes her to think differently and see fear in a different manner.
Jose, let me ask you this. I know we talked about the defense having to basically show those elements to be able to use the battered spouse syndrome and self-defense. What happens if Sarah Boone takes the stand and they aren't able to kind of satisfy those elements and prove that? Then what happens?
Well, that's the key in this case, right? So they might come back with something lesser, like a manslaughter or a lesser charge. But in order to get a not guilty verdict in this case, they have to convince the jury. That's a high stake. That's something that they have to do to be able to change the mindset, the thinking of the jury. That's a high task that they're going to have to do. And again, it's going to take some work from the defense, some creativity. It also depends on the expert witness. Is the state going to tear apart the expert witness? Any other case law that they're going to, they're going to move forward. All these 911 calls, all this history is going to come in. And again, a lot of times we see things in court that happen. You got to realize the defense attorneys have to preserve the record for appeal. So he's going to have to object to other things, try to get as much evidence in, because sometimes if the judge doesn't allow that evidence to come in, it could be a basis for an appeal. We always want to set up for the worst scenario, in this case being a guilty verdict. So we want to set up the record straight. We have to object to as much as we can and try to get as much evidence as we can that's going to help our client.
I'm glad you brought that up, because we have seen a lot of these things that have been done, whether it's objections, whether it's the motion for judgment of acquittal that was just denied a little bit ago. How much of this is done with that next step in mind? Basically, in case they do have to appeal. How much of this of what we see is basically looking ahead to an appeal?
All of this is lawyering 101, like the judgment of acquittal. You do it at every single case. Because what happens if you don't do it, then this person gets convicted, they're going to come back and appeal and say the attorney didn't do this, the attorney didn't do that. So what we want to do is preserve the record. Remember, if you don't object, right, what you're doing is setting the record, because you can only appeal when you appeal something, you're appealing the decision of the judge. So you have to appeal, preserve what we call preserve the record. If you don't appeal, you're waiving the right to be able to appeal on that particular basis. So you're going to hear objection. You want to set the record. You want to get as many objections as you can to be able to come back later and appeal in the event that we get a guilty verdict.
All right. Well, a lot of interesting things there to kind of break down. So if you're the defense, then just kind of lay out what your line of questioning would be for Sarah Boone when she takes the stand this afternoon.
Right. It's going to be very tricky, but you got to put her on the stand. You got to set the stage. You got to take her mindset and put it in each of the jury's individual's mindset. You want them to step in her shoes. You want to recreate what happened that day, how she was perceiving things, not how the body worn cameras or the state's going to perceive. The state's going to say she had an option. She could have walked out the door, but maybe she was under the influence. Her history, she's had a mindset that she had no other option, and that's the reason she didn't open it. And what would have happened if she opened that? Maybe he would have pulled out and strangled her and killed her, and maybe she was intoxicated to the point that she wasn't reasoning correctly, although that's not a legal defense. That's voluntary intoxication, right? But her mindset, her state of mind is what they need to put forth right now, take testimony and take her state of mind on that particular day to justify her actions so that each person in the panel and understand why she did what she did. If they don't buy the story, they're gonna adjudicate her guilty.
Yeah, not a whole lot of. It seems like it all kind of comes down to this, and so I would imagine from the prosecutor's standpoint, they have put a lot of, I would imagine, preparation into their preparation for being able to cross-examine her.
Right, they're gonna. I mean, it's a prosecutor's dream to be able to cross-examine any defendant. They're going to ask her, how much did you have to drink? What were you doing that day? Why didn't you walk out? Why didn't you call 911? Did you not have a phone? They're going to lay out a lot of scenarios of what she could have done that particular day. So they're going to rip her apart. They're going to give her, the idea is to prove that her state of mind is not credible and that she had other options. Again, she's over there drinking the night before with somebody who you feared. Where did that fear arise, right? So you're living with a person, or you go on trip, you see all this domestic violence, and you start doing allegations from many years back or months back, but they still go on trips, they're still coming back home. Why? Where did you break off that fear? When did that fear start that night that she had no other option but to open that suitcase?
If this is your client, how do you prepare them for that cross-examination that is probably going to be pretty difficult, maybe even bordering hostile?
Right. We try to prepare our clients as much as we can. We'll set this in. I always get on the other side of the fence. I always play what we call devil's advocate. I always think of the worst scenario. If I was me, I would drill her, ask all kind of hard questions. You got to ask the hard questions. There's this thing that says, as a lawyer, you should never ask the questions you don't know the answer to. So, but in her case, they're going to ask her, how much did you have to drink? You're going to replay the whole scenario. Obviously there's always a little bit of dramatic, she's going to get emotional, understand, but me personally, we try not to have her clients take the stand. But you've seen that this is a defendant who's had 9 different attorneys. She wants to run the show, and sometimes it can come back to bite them. They don't have the experience. And I've had clients that are in custody for some time. And sometimes when you're in there, you lose the perception of the law, the perception of, common sense. And sometimes, she had an offer on this case. She didn't take the offer. So we'll see what happens. And we'll see that if she's adjudicated guilty, the offer is not going to be as good, most likely, that she has.
Can that be hard sometimes when you have a defendant who really wants to take the stand and you are advising them against it?
Absolutely. And in our field, usually when we have an offer for this, I hope this attorney has a letter. We usually make him write a letter and sign a release and say, hey, you've been given this offer. If you go to trial and you lose, this is the maximum penalties. Even knowing that, this is our advice. Do you still want to proceed? Still want to, you don't want to take the offer. And a lot of times, they'll sign it and they'll keep moving forward. When we look at it, I always tell my clients that you got to put it on the scale. What's the risk? I've had clients that are sometimes, it's an 8-year prison versus 7 years probation. So you got to now when you're looking at a maximum 30 years and they're offering you 20 or 25, there's not much to lose. So you go to trial, you flip the coin. But sometimes, you got to look at the risk versus the reward. But I can tell you a lot of times, sometimes when people are in custody for a long time, they lose the perception of the law. There's too many people talking inside the jail, like we call jail lawyers. They lose the perception of the attorneys who are understood. At the end of the day, we work for them. We'll do what they want. But if it's against our advice, we document what it is to make sure it doesn't come back on appeal, because you always hear this story later down the road. The attorney didn't do a good job, or he didn't do what I tell him to do. And the judge, you will see at the end that the judge will ask her, did your attorney do everything that you wanted him to do? And then that's why a lot of times you see when you go through different attorneys, we know the law, we know the process, so we try to guide our clients as best as possible.
I'm sure the jury will be laser focused on Sarah Boone and her testimony and what she says, especially because of the kind of inconsistent stories that were given to investigators over the course of this investigation. Those are all things that the jury saw yesterday. So I'm sure they will be laser focused in on what she's saying. But I'm also curious about the demeanor of a defendant on the stand and what we might see from Sarah Boone and how important that might be to a jury. Do you think that's something that is important to them, or that they pay attention to when it comes to a defendant on the stand? And is that something that you tell your defendants, if they are going to testify, to be aware of?
The key is, and I always tell you, got to see if she's a good witness or not a good one. You can have the best story in the courtroom, but if she's not a good witness or he's not a good witness, could be a problem. So yeah, the credit is also, witnesses have to do with credibility. So the issue is credibility. They're going to tear apart her credibility, changing her story. So if you change her story, then you're going to hear the classic story. Why are we supposed to believe you now? Which one are you telling the truth now, or you weren't telling the truth before? So credibility is a big issue, and I'm sure her attorney prepared her for those. I'm sure her attorney, gave her the right or trained her, I would say coach her to be able to give the right answers to those questions. But those are going to be tough questions that she's going to have to address. And again, there's only so much you can prepare your client. At some point, the demeanor of how someone comes through, how they communicate, their actions, how they move their head, their hands, that's something that the jury is going to be looking at, and that's all takes a play in the courtroom.
All right, Jose Rivas, criminal defense attorney. Good stuff as always. We appreciate you joining us and taking time out of your busy day to lend some of your perspective there. So we really appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
Hang on, guys. Let me see what else I can find for us. Fox 35 is doing like the WALA thing now, and they don't even do the full trial. They just go in and interrupt and talk during it, and it's horrible. Did you guys hear that 16-year, how old is he? 3 school-age kids among 5 people unalived, and it was a teenager who's been arrested. It's in Washington, King County, Washington. That is crazy. That's not live. Let me see what's live. Law and Crime's got this on live now. The guy, Abercrombie CEO Mike Jeffries, has been arrested for trafficking charges. That doesn't surprise me. All right, now it's saying this is live. Let's see what he's talking about.
.com and on YouTube. We have much more to come after this.
So I'll see what Jules is up to now. The best part about the entire day was, let me play it right here for you. Now watch when she goes to open the suitcase, you guys. Lengthwise.
I feel like the suitcase I just took to France was bigger than that. Because it comes up like past my hip.
Huh. Look at how she's having trouble getting it unzipped, y'all.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my
Oh. Oh, snap, Sam. She can't even get it zipped on.
Oh my god.
Look at Hendrix. He's like, oh shit. This is like an OJ moment. This is like the glove moment. An OJ. All right, I'm gonna take a break for a minute, guys. Stick with us. All right. I want to thank you guys for allowing me to step away for just a minute and take a quick break. I appreciate it. Do we think Owens will approach Kranick and ask for a recess? Oh my gosh. If he does, I'm going to smack him. If Owens doesn't, I will. Oh. She's doing the best she can, doing a lot. What are y'all talking about? Who are you responding to, Laura? I tell you what, I'm getting tired of peopling today. I'm just trying to run a YouTube channel and have a great time watching a trial together, and I feel like I'm babysitting. Who are you responding to, Laura? Jesus. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Leah, I just sent you an email. Please go read it. And yet she still posted again. All right, I'm done. I'm going to give you guys an example of something, and then I'm not going to say anything else about it. Let's say you ran a hot dog stand, and it was your only form of income, and you love that hot dog stand, and you put your heart and soul into that hot dog stand because you made really good hot dogs, right? Or you felt like you did. You did the best that you could. And then somebody comes over and you have like a bunch of people in line waiting for the hot dog, right? And then a bunch of people come over to the people in your line and go, hey, I just had a taco from the stand around the corner, and they're freaking amazing. And they're only selling them right now. So half the people in your hot dog line leave. That would suck for you, right? Okay, that's why I don't like talking about other things going on outside my channel. Thank you, Barbara Anderson. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm tired of babysitting. Can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Y'all understand? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all I'm saying. It's not a big ask. I don't understand why people don't get it. I think people don't look at it from that point of view, and so they don't understand it. Yeah, I did. My viewers dip significantly when people come on and promote other channels. My views will dip significantly. And I've been working really hard, and my views are finally getting up, and now they're going down because people like that. So I'm done. This is my favorite hot dog. Well, thank you so much, Cookie. It's the only hot dog that I got. I'm doing the best I can right now. And it's been an amazing 2 days. Let me tell you. So much junk happening. Why can't we all just get along and just watch the trial together? Okay. They need to come back from lunch, or I am going to start drinking like Sarah Boone. Hey, Dread, what's up? How you been? Thank you, honeys. Thank you for responding. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are really nice. Yep. Thank you, Maddie. I have to put it like that because I don't even know any other way to explain it. I'm going to send that person super chat back to her too. I've asked her for her Venmo or PayPal or whatever else. So thank y'all. Okay, I need to get out of this mood. Let's play that song. Let's play Amber Rachel's song.
Morning laughter the blinds is creeping. Eyes on the clock while the world keeps sleeping. Coffee cold as my nerves keep twitching. Long crime will soon be switching. On and on are all the eyes on the live stream. Just my need to switch it to trial TV. Sarah Boone's in the camera's glare. Suitcase secrets creeping through the air. All she cares about is her suit and jailhouse hair. A bag of letters and made up face. I'll save a smile no from any grace. When the jury finally comes to see, she deserves craft singles and a first degree. Ooh, I'm waiting for truth to unfold. Every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on the feed. Grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady. My thoughts tangle, it feels so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't be Cacciatore sure. Rightful truth, courtroom drama unmasking proof. The defense getting credit and giving us hope that the jury sees Boone trying them for dopes. Sarah's guilt is plain for all to see. Intentional for Suitcase, second degree justice for George amidst the misery. Lost patience tried on attention's weight. Verdict coming, well we must wait. Echoes of doubt make my heart beat wild. I just need the facts untouched and mild. YouTube's glowing, don't let me down. In this court we'll see who wears the crown. I'm waiting for truth to unfold. Every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on the feed. Grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady. My thoughts tangled, it feels so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't be Cacciatore sure. Ooh, I'm waiting for truth to unfold. Every whisper, every word so bold. Waiting for Carrie to switch on my feet. Grabbing the Pop-Tarts and getting ready. Fingers crossed, the stream stays steady. My thoughts tangle, they feel so heavy. Will the testimony be true and pure? I'm on edge and I can't take much more.
Feeds back up, ready for the courtroom, ready to do this. Hey, you guys, I bought one of those extension things that goes on my computer for, like to give me extra C drives or whatever. I sound like James Owens. Like thumbnail drivey thingies. And, cause it's got it's like an extension cord, you know what I mean? And it keeps, I don't know if y'all hear it on your end. That's why I'm saying this, because if you hear that little bitty noise that keeps happening and that noise, it's because of that little thing. And I need it because I got all my stuff on there. I'm not moving my computer, but it just starts to play by itself. It's like it's possessed. It is possessed. You don't hear me. You thought it was court? Oh. You're not hearing me? Wait. I think your feed is lagging. Okay, let me refresh while we have time. Okay, that should be better. You're hearing audio. Oh my, lions and tigers and bears.
And
Let me rewind it a little
to
bit.
some degree, you have to understand.
Something's going on, and we need to know what it is. So I'm just rewinding it just a few minutes, you guys, so we don't miss anything, okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. Try to fast forward through this. We're just going to be like a minute or two behind.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Let me get appearances for the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William James for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for this Boone.
County Henderson from this point.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table, wearing the same black jacket and blue blouse from this morning. We will be seeing when our jury enters. She is in custody, but out of any restraints. As she is testifying first, once we bring in our jury, she will walk to the jury box and be sworn in front of the jury. State, are we ready to bring in our panel?
Yes, Your Honor. I was able to get the redactions done. I put a disc on Mr. Owens' notebook there, has the case number on it and 3 black dots in Sharpie, just a random way of saying what it is.
Excellent. Appreciate it. Thank you for getting that done over the lunch hour. Defense, are we ready to bring in our jury?
I've got a couple of issues.
Yes.
Number one, Kevin Beck is working on.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Beck has appeared.
For the record, I'd like to make 2 points about this issue, about whether or not I can bring in evidence of prior acts, prior bad acts, prior to the overt act. And there's 2 reasons that I believe I should be allowed to do so. One is, Judge, in that 2-minute video, Sarah Boone makes a statement, "That's how I feel when you choke me." And then some moments later, "That's how I feel when you cheat on me." And she's angry at him, and she's talking to him. She's talking to him in an intoxicated state, and she's expressing her anger and why she is angry. And I ought to be able to elaborate on what that is that she's angry about as it relates to when you choke me. That's my first motion.
Okay.
The second one is, Judge, on this.
Before you proceed with the second, is the second intertwined with the first?
No, I mean, it's a similar argument, but related to something else.
Okay. Response.
Judge, I don't disagree that they should be able to bring that in once they've established an overt act that is imminently dangerous to an objectively reasonable person.
Any other further arguments, sir?
Not on that issue.
Motion's denied. Court again is going to rely on the Supreme Court's guidance in these situations based on Holland 916-7-2-750 at point 760 through 761.
My second argument ties into what he just said about what a reasonable person would do under the circumstances facing an imminent threat, whether a reasonable person would perceive the overt act on the part of George Torres that was witnessed by Sarah Boone. Would that be perceived by someone as a imminent threat? And to some degree, you have to understand the history of George Torres and Sarah Boone. They were together 3.5 years. They were engaged, but there had been a history of violence. And from the evidence that's been presented, facing the circumstances in total, if you take what she said at various times, you would understand that she became concerned when he came back from Publix with that second bottle of wine, because she knew when George Torres gets to a certain level of intoxication, he gets sad, he gets moody, and eventually he gets belligerent, and sometimes he can be violent. So she knew when he brought home that second bottle of wine that it was not going to be a good night. And she tried to keep him occupied and tried to keep his mind off of his troubles, because she knew that if he reaches a certain level and is dwelling on his hardships, that he will react to her in a violent way. So she had that state of mind with that understanding of her history and his history in his overt act, which she's going to testify to, coupled with the fact of her state of mind based on her past experiences with him in that intoxicated state and the fact that he is violent. So she was hypersensitive to danger and fear. And I think that ought to be brought in as part of her collectively an overt act. So it was culminated by His state of intoxication, coupled with his overt act, created the well-founded fear for her to block the attack, to self-restrain or physically restrain George Torres in the suitcase, to actually use the bat to prevent him from getting out of the suitcase because she knew she was going to get attacked.
And the basis of the opinion of about to be attacked is predicated on the prior incidences of violence, correct? Based on
Well, there's an overt
knowledge.
act committed by George Torres, but she was heightened because she knows when he gets to that level of intoxication in that scenario, and that's an issue.
So I need clarification. What is it that you're asking me to do?
For me to be able to elicit from Sarah Boone that she was concerned once that second bottle was brought, and that's why she tried to placate him over the course of the evening, and that's why she had a heightened sense that he was capable, Judge, due to his degree of intoxication, that he may act violently towards her. And the problem is, a lot of the problem is, Judge, he doesn't remember battering her the next day. That's part of the reason that she videotapes him and photographs him. She starts to document what happens so that she can show him. She loves the man. She adores the man. She wants to marry him. She wants a life with him. But she's tired of being beat on. And so that all ties into her behavior, her sense of nervousness at that point. The reason she was so confident during that 2-minute video is because she knew, okay, this is my chance. He can't get to me. I can tell him exactly what he does that bothers me, that hurts me, and how I feel. And so that's all tied together with then he starts to try to get out of the suitcase, and she reacts the way she does.
Response.
We held these arguments already. The court has ruled there are no new arguments being made. The court understands exactly what Sarah Boone, the defendant, said to Dr. Werner on October 2nd. The court knows exactly what the defendant said to Dr. Harper over the period of a number of months and years, and there was no overt act. The overt act has to be something that is objectively reasonable to cause a reasonable person to believe there's an imminent fear of great bodily harm or death. What the testimony is not that that's what has occurred, that there's her new testimony is this generalized fear, but you've already read that and you've already ruled on that. And I'll just remind the court that her previous testimony is, it's all fun and games, we're laughing, I zipped the suitcase shut, we're still both laughing, it's funny, and then the decedent says, I can't breathe, and then she flips a switch, gets angry because it reminds her of all the times before where she is asserting that the decedent made her feel like she couldn't breathe. And then that's when she starts beating and shuffling the suitcase so much that it flips over and hitting him with the bat. We've covered this ground. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, 2 independent forcible felonies. She's committing false imprisonment. She is the initial aggressor after there being no overt act. She can't start it and then say, well, I'm in fear of retaliation, because that's what her testimony was, is once I started doing these things, once I wouldn't let him out of the suitcase, I was afraid he would come out and harm me or kill me. Well, Judge, if I pull a gun on you and I say, give me everything you own on you right now, and then you in turn pull a gun on me and say, bam, 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 and shoot and kill me, and I shoot, let me strike that, you pull a gun on me to defend yourself, and then I shoot and kill you, I can't assert self-defense. I can't say, well, Judge Kranick pulled a gun on me and I was in fear of death, because I was the initial aggressor. I was committing a forcible felony. That's the facts of this case here, according to her previous testimony. And the state concedes if she wants to change her testimony again, that's one thing, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But if she testifies as she previously has, the court has already ruled there's no overt act, and you've read the transcripts. You know what she has said.
She hasn't testified. She hasn't testified. Dr. Harper's testified. Dr. Warner's testified.
They have not testified. They've given depositions.
Well, given depositions, but she hasn't testified about the act in question. She hasn't testified about the event in question. She had consultations and evaluations by Dr. Harper where they had discussions that Dr. Harper could relate in her testimony. Dr. Warner can say what was said during the evaluation. Again, both of those were not recorded. There may be disputes. I disagree with his characterization of that assessment, but it's up to Sarah to tell the truth here today. She's under oath. She's under oath today. She's got an obligation to tell the truth. If he thinks she's made prior inconsistent statements, it's up to him to impeach her with those inconsistent statements.
To the extent that you are requesting permission to go into presumably and seemingly prior bad acts, vis-a-vis, he got the wine and I know what happens when he gets it and everything that follows from that, those are bad acts. That is character. And the Florida Supreme Court has provided guidance and circumstances, specifically in Holland, on what needs to be done. You're attempting to provide information that the defendant was apprehensive of the victim at the time of the homicide by virtue of the wine, et cetera, as you've proffered. That's bad character evidence that you're going to be bringing in. Historic bad character evidence. This is what happens when he drinks. This is what happens when I don't placate him. This is the situation that I find myself in, which inevitably may dovetail into prior incidents of abuse. That's all prohibited character under 404, 9404. And the carve out for that is if a overt act is established. It's not a subjective standard. It's an objective standard. The jury instruction 3.6F identifies it being an objective standard. And the Akendo case specifically tells us that it's an objective standard. In Akendo, the second DCA in 2023 stated the conduct of a person acting in self-defense is measured by an objective standard, but the standard must be applied to the facts and circumstances as they appeared at the time of the altercation to the one acting in self-defense. I'm going to rely on Holland. Holland is law of the land. It is what the Supreme Court has told us to utilize. That's what I will be relying on. The overt act has to be established.
Ms. Boone, do you understand that?
I do.
Okay. Anything else?
We cannot talk about any prior bad acts or anything of that nature until we talk about the actual event, the attack. Correct? You understand?
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, State?
Okay.
Defense, anything else, sir? All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring in our jury.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes, you guys. This is not gonna, something's just not right. This case is cursed. It's just not right. Oh, you know, did you know that, Wizard of Ego, did you know that judges can't accept gifts? We were trying to send something to Judge, our favorite judge over in Wisconsin, Waukesha. And we found out that they can't accept gifts from anybody, which makes sense. All right, guys, grab your drinks, whatever you got, sit down. Let's enjoy this. I'm going to go on mute and watch this unfold.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yeah, Your Honor.
Defense, you recognize our jury. All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Members of the jury, after seated and comfortable, if you could raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. With that, state has rested. The defense is going to put on a case. Defense, Mr. Owens, you can call your first witness.
The defense would call Sarah Boone.
Raise your right hand, please. Please do swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, ma'am, you could take a seat. You could state and spell your name for the record for us.
Sarah Boone, 101077.
And could you spell your name?
SARAHBOONE.
All right, thank you very much. Sir, you may inquire.
Ms. Boone, would you please tell the jury where you were born and raised?
Atlanta, Georgia.
You were born in Atlanta?
I was born in Atlanta.
And how long did you stay in Atlanta before you moved here to Florida?
I was 3 years old, 3 or 4.
Okay. And from that time, y'all moved, you and your family, your mother and father, moved to Orlando?
And my grandparents.
Okay. Y'all all moved down from Atlanta down to Orlando?
Yes, and my 2 brothers.
Okay. And were you raised here essentially from that time on?
Yes.
And you resided here in Orange County, Florida that entire time?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go to high school here locally?
I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Edgewater.
Okay. And tell the jury, how old were you when you graduated?
I was 18 years old.
Now, I know you lost your mother and father.
Overruled.
I know you lost your mother and father in your teens and in your 20s. Is that true?
I lost my grandfather when I was a sophomore in high school, and I lost my father when I was a senior. And then my mother passed away a few years after that, and then my grandmother passed away after my mother died.
Or so you were in your 20s when all that was going on?
Yes.
Okay. And then at some point in your 20s, you met Brian Boone?
I did, yes.
All right. And how long did y'all date before you married?
A good handful of years. I helped my family with paying mortgage and bills for the house since my father had passed away and my grandfather. So
you worked outside the home?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury when you said you and Brian Boone dated for a while? Do you remember when y'all married?
I do.
Could you tell the jury when y'all were married?
The year?
Yeah.
Um,
You remember the date?
it happened to be, yes, that after my mother passed away, that he had waited to ask me to marry him because he knew it would be, I would.
Sustained.
Just answer the question if you can, Ms. Boone. Are you a little bit nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. Well, just tell the jury, if you remember the date that you and Brian Boone married.
August 21st, 2004.
Okay. And had y'all lived with each other for a short time before that?
Short time.
Yes. Okay. After you married, how long was it before y'all had any children?
Gosh, 6 years?
Okay. And y'all have one son.
Yes.
What's his name?
Lucas.
And how old is Lucas now?
Lucas will be 14 years old on the 28th.
28th of this month?
Yes.
Okay. So you and Brian were married and y'all lived in Orange County. How long were y'all married?
For 13 years.
Right. And y'all divorced?
Yes.
And as part of the divorce, were y'all to share custody of your son?
Yes.
And so y'all would split days. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
At some time after you and Brian split up, did you meet George Torres?
Yes.
All right. Could you tell the jury how you met George Torres?
I met George when I decided to buck up, I guess, and was tired of trying to patch things up with my ex-husband. And I decided to go one day for a walk across the street and go have a beer by myself and sit and people watch just to get out of my house and a change of scenery.
All right. Now is this your apartment?
No, this is the marital home.
Okay. Where is that marital home?
Winter Park?
You're no longer living in that marital home?
No.
Who lives in the marital home?
No one. It has been sold.
Okay. So you met George Torres before you got the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And you met him at a bar across the street from the marital home?
Yes, we had a mutual friend there.
Were you introduced?
Yes.
All right. How did you and George get along when y'all first met?
Very well. It was strange how quickly we hit things off and had so much in common. And I never thought that he would be interested in someone like me. And I just couldn't believe that he was actually interested in me and said a lot of nice things. And 1 hour ended up being 4 hours from when we had first met. And then we would always have something to talk about.
Why couldn't you believe that he would be interested in you?
He was very handsome. He was very funny. He was smart, and I would show up in workout clothes and disheveled hair, and I guess I kind of felt broken from being in the process of the divorce that he knew about. But then one of the things that we could relate also was the fact that he was here in Florida because he had just been divorced from his second wife. So that was another topic that he and I could compare notes on.
So eventually the divorce was settled. Did you get your own place?
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that after at first you lived in your parents' home, correct?
Yes, until I was married.
And then you moved directly in with Brian?
Yes.
And then y'all lived in the marital home, correct?
Yes.
And then you got this apartment.
Yes.
So that was the first time in your life that you actually had your own place.
Yes.
And what was the address?
748 France Court, apartment number 3.
And what city is that in?
It's in Winter Park.
How far is that from here?
20 minutes.
Okay. So you got that apartment, and initially were you by yourself?
No.
All right, tell the jury.
In the almost year, about 10 months of separation from Brian, my ex-husband, that is the time when I met George. And my ex-husband was trying to buy me out or force me out of our marital home, and I needed to find somewhere to live. And
so did you and George agree to rent the apartment?
yes, I needed extra income. We could not afford it just on my own.
You were receiving some income from the marriage settlement, were you not?
Yes.
So you did have a consistent monthly income coming in from the marriage settlement,
For the most part, yes.
but you needed more to live.
Yes, to pay the bills and for rent.
So did you and George have some agreement?
We did.
All right, what was the agreement?
The agreement was that if I decided for he and I to live with one another, because it would be under my name, that he would help with the monthly bills and on a regular basis where it wouldn't be something that I would have to argue with him about. It would just be an automatic, make sure that everything's paid first, and then from there, hopefully have some fun with it.
Okay. So I understand from that point on, would it be fair to say that y'all saw each other on and off for about the next 3.5 years?
No, I would consider us a couple. At some point, he asked me to marry him.
Okay. But y'all did have times where he left and went to live with his parents.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And there were times where there was an understanding that y'all were going to break up.
Multiple times.
Okay. All right. So again, on again, off again.
Yes. This was actually before we had our apartment. That was, I guess, our dating phase.
Okay. So y'all were together for 3.5 years. Is that fair?
Yes.
And y'all had actually agreed to marry?
He had asked me, yes, a couple of times to marry him, and one time I agreed to yes.
Okay. Now, I want to get directly to the date of this event so that the jury can hear your testimony. All right. So tell us, I believe the date is February the 23rd of 2020. Explain to the jury that whole day, from the time y'all got up, the whole thing.
Approach.
Well, I'm confused as to why they just did that. You guys, that whole thing about her being insecure. See, look at the face. Ugh. You guys, that whole thing, the insecure thing, that comes straight out of the Marsha Thompson case. See, because Marsha Thompson was the perfect victim. She was. She really was. If anybody was abused, she was abused. I guarantee you he's had her watch videos on Marsha Thompson on the stand. I would guarantee it. I'd bet money. And yeah, her smile's making me sick too, Patty. Oh, I just got a super chat from somebody. Hang on. Pinky said, Casey Anthony used essay and walked. Sarah's going to do the same. I know it's going to be her story that her father and her brother did bad things. I'm thinking they've already mentioned something to the fact that George did.
Now, Ms. Boone, let's just, instead of one long speech, let me break you up.
Thank you, Pinky.
So, do you remember the date of February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
Do you remember getting up?
Yes.
All right, just tell the jury about that morning. What y'all did that morning. What you and George spent the night together at the apartment.
Yes, at that point he was living there.
Yes. So y'all slept in the bed together upstairs. February. So y'all would have gotten up that morning, February 23rd of 2020.
Yes.
All right. Tell the jury what happened when y'all got up.
He was already downstairs, and I went downstairs, and he wanted to start the day off by drinking because it was a day off from his job. And I talked him into cleaning and tidying up the house for a sense of accomplishment. So that is what we did for however long that it took. So we did tidy up the house and got everything in order, and it was kind of a reward, I guess, to be able to sit and enjoy ourselves and sit on the back porch.
All right. What do you mean by cleaning up the house? What did y'all do?
We swept and mopped. We folded some of the laundry. I know that we did the dishes, emptied the dishwasher, just general run-of-the-mill tidying up.
And did you have your son coming the next day?
Yes, that was one of the reasons why we we were able to do that.
What was the arrangement you had in terms of the next day would have been your day to pick up your son from school?
Yes.
What time would you pick Lucas up from school the next day?
I believe his school ended at 3:00.
So you would have been responsible to pick him up and he would be spending the night with you that night.
Yes.
So you wanted to have the house nice and clean.
Yes.
How many bedrooms are in the home?
2.
And you and George had one bedroom?
Yes.
And who had the other?
Lucas.
All right. Is that exclusively his bedroom?
Yes.
All right. So how long would it have taken y'all that morning to clean?
I don't really remember what time we woke up, but maybe a good 2, maybe 3 hours.
Okay. And would it be fair to say that you and George both smoked cigarettes?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you and George both drink alcohol?
Yes.
So at some point, y'all finished your chores, right? And then y'all were going to enjoy the day.
Yes.
All right. What was the plan?
It was just kind of, we've got the day to ourselves. Let's just kind of relax and go with the flow.
Did y'all make a decision that y'all were going to start drinking?
Yes, we had a half of a bottle that was already in the refrigerator, and I did not want to go out afterwards. I, again, had Lucas coming the next day, so we went over to Publix to purchase another bottle of wine, so we could not have to go out later on that evening.
Now, you were here in court when the state played the video of you two and the Publix purchasing the bottle of wine?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to here with the jury right now?
Yes,
Okay. And that was around noonish?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Had y'all started drinking the leftover bottle before going to the Publix?
No.
Okay. So y'all bought a bottle of wine?
Yes,
All right. And how did y'all get to Publix?
my car.
How far is Publix from your apartment?
5 minutes.
How would you get there from your apartment?
What do you mean?
Did you have to go across any major highways or is it right there?
You just come out of our apartment complex and you do a little U-turn and then you come up and it's right in that complex.
Okay. But it's easier to drive than to walk.
Yes.
I know at sometimes y'all would simply need cigarettes and it was in walking distance. Can you tell the jury about that?
Yes, there was a AutoZone convenience store with, in the same, I guess, parking lot of our townhome or complex. And it was just a straight shot from our apartment to a back gate and you could get right into the convenience store from right there.
Okay. But y'all went over to get that bottle of wine around noonish. And how did you took your car?
Yes,
Did George have a vehicle?
we did not.
And how did you pay for the wine?
With my debit card?
And then y'all came back and started drinking?
Yes.
Okay, tell us what you did when you got back from the Publix.
Just went on the back porch where we usually spend our time because we're able to smoke cigarettes outside as opposed to inside. And
Is cigarette smoking not allowed indoors?
it is not.
Okay. Do you have pets?
Yes, I do.
Well, did you have pets?
I did, yes.
Okay. Were they with y'all there that day?
Yes, my dogs were with me all the time when I was there.
How many dogs do you have?
I have 2,
And just what are their names?
Penny and Tess.
And what is the breed?
They are red Boston Terriers.
And are they both disabled?
Yes, Penny is blind and Teff is deaf.
So when y'all went out to smoke on the back porch and drink, I assume as well, correct?
Yes.
Did y'all take the dogs out?
Oh, yes.
All right. Is there a place for them to do their business out there?
Yes, I extended our back porch for them to have a little bit of area as opposed to going from a large backyard from my marital home to our little townhome. And they would come out there and do their business and I would open the gate and then walk them in the back part of our apartment.
So you and George were just going to enjoy the day together?
Correct.
Is it fair to say you don't have a lot of money?
Yes.
And so y'all were going to do something there in the home. Y'all weren't going out for dinner or?
Yes, we primarily, I would consider us homebodies as opposed to going out and partying and doing this and that.
Okay. And how long do you think y'all were out that afternoon outside?
A few hours.
All right. Could you tell the jury what y'all did during that time?
We have a dartboard that's out there, and we just had drinks, and we're just really enjoying each other's company and talking about, things upcoming. We both were looking for a job and just kind of, I guess, encouraging and supporting and planning. And
Well, now you said he had a job. Was he looking for a job, a second job?
no, the job that he had was very unstable, and at that,
So he was looking for something new.
yes, at that time, yes.
Okay. And so during that 2 or 3 hours, would it be fair to say that y'all drank the bottle?
Yes.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that y'all were feeling the effects of the alcohol?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, who made the decision to come in?
I did.
Okay. Why did you want to come in?
I felt that George needed a change of scenery.
Okay. So y'all came in, and then did y'all do anything else before he left again? Were y'all doing anything? I know y'all did some arts and crafts. What did y'all do? At some point, he went to get another bottle at Publix.
Yes, after, I believe it was after it was right before, I believe, that we had gone inside. Because he called his daughters. I was trying to encourage him to call his family.
Okay, now where are his daughters?
His two daughters are located in Pennsylvania,
And what are their names?
Anna and Destiny.
And how old are they?
I believe that Anna is in her 30s and Destiny may be in her early 20s.
All right. Does he have any more children?
Yes, he has a son.
And where does his son?
He is in Pennsylvania also.
So part of that afternoon is y'all came in to call relatives, call family.
No, I had him call outside, just trying to, I guess, boost the mood. And the first daughter didn't answer, and I don't remember the reason I didn't speak to the second one. I believe if he did, it was just for a moment.
All right. Now whose phone we are using?
My phone.
All right. And is that common for y'all to use that, for y'all to share that phone?
It was because George said that he didn't have a phone, so it would either be lost or given to him by his mother. So I didn't know he had a cell phone, so we would use my phone.
So it was primarily your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And you took a lot of photographs that were on that phone?
Yes.
Videotapes?
Yes.
Text messages?
Yes.
Phone call?
Yes, he and I both on the phone calls.
So he would use it as well.
Yes.
And that phone, is that the one that was seized in this case?
Yes.
All right, so y'all called his daughters, and then during that phone call period, did you also call his brother?
Yes.
Okay, and which brother was that?
John.
All right, now, how many brothers and sisters does George have?
I'm going to list them if that's okay.
Okay.
It's John, Pharrell, Isaac, Mo, and his sister.
Okay. And do they all live here in Florida?
Yes.
Are they close by?
As far as I know, yes.
What about his parents?
Yes.
They live here as well?
Yes.
Okay. But his ex-wives and his children live up in Philadelphia?
Yes.
Okay. So you called the girls, then you called, or George called his brother.
Yes.
Was that conversation that long?
No, it was not.
And then after that phone call, were y'all inside by this time?
Yes, at this point, I believe that it was a good time to get a change of scenery. So I thought George would be better off inside, and frankly, I didn't want to be outside any longer either.
Okay. So just to get an idea, about this time is when he went to get the second bottle, or did y'all stay inside for a while before he left?
No, from what I recall, I thought the day was over and it was going to be get ready for the evening, for the day. What do you want for dinner? You know, do you have an extra load of laundry that you need to throw in, kind of thing? And that was my understanding. And
This was about 5-ish or something?
I don't remember the time.
Okay. At some point during that time period, did George go to Publix again?
Yes, I thought he was going to be walking to the convenience store, but apparently when he returned, he had gone across the street with my car and my debit card to buy another bottle of wine.
What was your understanding of where he was going?
To the convenience store, walking.
For what?
Cigarettes.
Okay. And you learned obviously that he came back and you learned that he'd used your vehicle
Yes,
and he'd used your debit card
yes,
and he'd brought back a bottle of wine from Publix.
right,
And you saw the Publix video of that.
yes.
So he comes back with the other bottle of wine, and did he want you to drink with him?
It was expected, yes.
Yes. And you agreed to consume the second bottle with him?
Yes.
So over the course of that evening, drinking the wine, what did y'all do for time-wise? Watch a movie, music, just kind of tell the jury what you remember. I know it's obviously been a while, but.
It was kind of a regular thing where I would always try to come up with entertaining activities for George. And I bought a puzzle. We started off at one point doing a smaller puzzle, and then we did that very quickly. So then I purchased a larger puzzle, and I believe it was 1,000 pieces. So I thought to get his mind off of things and to focus on something, it would be smart for us to do the puzzle. So for however long that took, we finished the puzzle. So that was one.
Did you every piece was finished or was?
Every piece was finished. It was strange that we couldn't find one piece, and we thought it was funny that it was like in like the perfect place on there. But yes, every one but one piece.
All right, after the puzzle, what did y'all do?
I decided to continue to maintain and focus him, and I have a bunch of paints that I used of my son's that his grandmother bought him. It's a very big art wooden box, and it's got pastels, pencils, paint, any kind of whatever. And he and I were very much into art, and with this resource, it got him very interested in being more creative.
How long have you been into art?
Ever since I can remember. As a child.
You like to draw?
I like to do anything artistic.
And I know, we saw some of the pictures of your apartment, but it looks like there was pictures and artwork up. Is that all your work and George's work?
The majority of it, yes, are belongings from my home. And then also some of George's, yes, on the wall.
Was he pretty good at art as well?
Yes.
All right, so you both enjoyed doing that?
Very much.
So y'all got out Lucas's art set. What did y'all do with that?
We were just, I guess, doodling, whatever. I would always tell him that everything that you make is a masterpiece. So just let loose and just let it go. And we would just paint and paint and drink, yes, and listen to music sometimes, and yes.
Now with the dogs, did y'all get the dogs involved?
Oh yes, my dogs follow me everywhere, yes.
Was there some dancing going on with the dogs?
Yes, after we had completed the puzzle and I guess we're painted out, I thought that it might be a good point for us to maybe listen to some music. And the music that George listens to is it's very fractious to me, and it was definitely not going to lighten the mood. So we ended up finding some channel on the radio, and he was feeling it. And then we ended up, my one dog gets very active and was dancing with us, and we were just having a good time listening to music.
And I guess it's getting pretty late in the evening.
Yes.
Anything else I've missed?
I don't believe so.
All right. So tell us where y'all ended up before you started the game of hide and seek.
We were there. I couldn't think of anything else possibly that I had to continue entertainment. But I remember sitting at the end of the couch and him sitting in one of my son's chairs that was in the living room, and just kind of doing this. Like, what are we going to do now? Like, I very much would like to go to sleep.
Had y'all finished off the that bottle that he had bought?
I don't remember, to be honest with you.
Bless you.
Would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more y'all consumed?
Yes.
All right. And would it be fair to say that as the day wore on, the more you consumed, the more effects you felt from the alcohol?
Of course, yes.
Both of you.
Yes.
Okay. So you would agree, would you not, that at the time y'all were trying to figure out something to do and you put your head on the couch, that would it be fair to say that y'all were intoxicated?
Yes.
Tell the jury what happened.
At one point, I guess he knew that I couldn't come up with anything else, tapped me on my knee and said, "You're it." So from there, I ran up the stairs and hid into our shower, just waiting for him to find me so we could hopefully go to sleep soon at some point. And
Your shower, is it a tub or just a walk-in?
it's a tub, but it's in the master bedroom, and you have to go all the way upstairs. You have to go in the bedroom, and then you have to go into the bathroom part, and then there's the shower part.
So did you lay down in the tub?
At one point, yes, I was.
So you were hiding?
I was trying.
Okay. And did you believe that he was going to come try to find you?
Yes.
Did you wait?
Yes, for quite some time.
All right. Then what did you decide to do?
That I decided that I need to go to sleep. I'm picking my son up the next day, and we need to start wrapping up the evening. And I went downstairs to find where he was.
And what I think the jury has seen pictures of your, would you call it an apartment or
It's considered a townhome.
townhome? So you walk down the stairs, right?
Mhm.
And at the bottom of the stairs is a bookshelf here?
Yes, at the very end of it, yes.
Okay. So you walk down the stairs and you turn and look in the living room. What did you see?
I don't even think I made it all the way down the stairwell because I was just looking for him as soon as I could, to hopefully go upstairs as soon as we could. And I looked over and I saw him settling himself in the suitcase.
All right, tell us about the suitcase. How long, is it an older suitcase?
Yes,
Whose suitcase was it?
this is George's suitcase.
All right, and did he use it for traveling back and forth to Philly?
Yes, I had recently taken him on a trip to go see his children in Pennsylvania, who he hasn't seen in years. And we took that with us. And because of how dilapidated it was, how broken it was, in the end, after that trip, we decided that we would donate it.
All right, and I understand y'all kept the suitcase upstairs.
Yes,
How long did y'all keep it upstairs?
since we had moved in.
Is there a closet up there you kept it in?
Yes, it was in the master closet, the master bedroom closet, all the way in the back because of the size of it, and there was nowhere to put it, so it's all the way in the back.
So when did y'all decide to move it down from upstairs to downstairs? Was it that day or sometime earlier?
No, it was maybe a week or so prior.
Okay. And so what, y'all were gonna donate that to Goodwill or?
Yes, we were going to do, I guess, a spring cleaning. Anyone who has children understands that they grow quickly, and there was a lot of clothes that I needed to go through of my sons, and then also from George and I moving in and just kind of putting everything in there, at one point where we just needed to actually go through it and organize it and get things more in order.
So is that the reason it was downstairs? You were going to donate it and a bunch of things that you're going to put inside of it?
Correct, yes.
Okay. So it'd been down there a week, so it was already down there.
Yes, George brought it down.
Okay. So you said that you got down there, you're looking for him, you see him settling into the suitcase.
Yes.
What did you do?
In my head, I said, oh man, we're obviously not going to be going to sleep anytime soon. And I walked over and he was trying to get himself flat, so I couldn't tell that he was in there. And then
Now, let me stop you there. The suitcase, is it the suitcase over here in the
yes,
box? You've seen it, you saw it.
yes,
It's a pretty big suitcase.
yes.
How big is George?
George was my height. And
How tall are you?
I'm 5'3".
Okay. And how much did George weigh?
I thought it was 100 pounds.
Okay. And how much did you weigh?
I was 98 pounds.
All right. Do you agree you put on some weight?
Since I've been incarcerated, yes.
Well, at the time, though, y'all were pretty skinny.
Yes.
So from the pictures, it looks like y'all were both pretty thin.
Yes.
All right. So because of his thinness, is that how? And he's a small man.
Yes.
Okay. So he was able to get in the suitcase on his own.
Yes.
Did he willingly get in the suitcase?
He was already in there.
Okay. When you got to him, did he see you?
Yes.
All right. Tell us what happened.
I mean, I zipped him up. We thought it was funny. And we're joking about how he was, I guess, small enough inside of the suitcase.
All right. So what happened then?
From there, it was just, we were laughing about it. And it was just strange that he was small enough to fit in there. And then I kind of moved it around a little bit with him in the suitcase still. It was still funny that he was still in the suitcase. Just, I think he and I were just kind of, couldn't believe that he could fit in the suitcase.
Did you eventually close the top?
Yes, in order for, well, the top was already closed. As he was settling himself in there, that's how I knew he was in there, was because the top was kind of flopping a little bit.
Okay. So he had got in there to hide and he pulled the top
Yes,
on top of it. But you could tell he was in there.
yes,
You saw him right away.
yes,
All right. So at some point, did you zip him up?
yes.
And what was he saying or doing when you were zipping him up?
We just thought it was funny.
Were you both laughing?
Yes,
And so you zipped him up. Were y'all still laughing once you zipped him up?
yes.
Tell the jury what happened then.
From there, I moved the suitcase around a couple of times, just kind of on the wheels, and moved it around. And at that point, it was funny. We were joking and laughing about it.
All right, now eventually, did you go sit down on the couch and get your phone?
Yes.
Did I miss something?
Well, the suitcase had, for me moving it around, was flopped over. So while it was like that, I thought at that point I had a moment to, I guess, take the time to talk to him while I guess he was not able to get out for a moment.
So you flipped it. You got it on the top, right?
Yeah.
It gets in, but at some point you flip it over so the zipper is on the bottom.
Well, it was just kind of how I was moving it around, and it ended up kind of flopping. So
It was upside down.
yes,
So after you did that, what did you do?
that's when I went over and decided to videotape to just see the I guess the gist in it for him to understand that right now I feel safe and right now I have the ability to actually speak to you in a manner that normally I would not have the ability to do.
And you were intoxicated,
Yes.
and you would agree that you said some things you should not have,
Yes.
but you realized he could not get out and get at you. Is that fair?
At that moment, yes.
So it goes on for about 10 minutes.
Yes.
You heard it here today, did you not?
Yes.
You heard his voice as he was speaking from the suitcase.
Yes.
That was his voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
And you heard your voice on the video and audio.
Yes.
That was your voice.
Yes.
All those things said by the man were said by George in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
All the words said by the female were said by you in that 2-minute video.
Correct.
Were you intending on showing him the video the next day?
Yes.
At the time or the next day, is it fair to say you don't even remember a videotape?
I do not.
So from what you can tell from watching it, did that refresh your memory about that event?
It did.
Why did you say all that?
Who is she smiling at? It must be the girls on the fence table. You think it's those girls at the defense table? You guys, a woman that's been battered doesn't sit there with that kind of posture that she's got. Look at her. She seems very confident. She could be, even if she's faking it. An abused woman that's been beat down does not have that kind of confidence. And I'm hoping the jury's going to see that. I know you guys have been giving me some chats here. Hey, Pinky. Donation to your wine and hot dog stand. Thank you so much, Dorothy. God bless you, honey. Have I done that one yet? Yes, Miss Emily. I'll put it in its own video. I promise. I think I did this one yet. Bellis, Sarah, you're not endearing yourself to the jury. Don't tell her that. She might change and actually... Oh, wait, she can't. Never mind. Thank you for your chat. Jen Mead. Everything she's saying about the day starts with, I decided, hoping the juries see that... You're hoping that the jury sees that controlling behavior. I think they'll pick up on it. If I were her, I wouldn't have wanted her to get on the stand if I was her defense attorney. I mean, I know they're trying to do that. That's why this is exactly why she couldn't keep an attorney. Nobody wanted to put her on the stand.
All right, I'm talking about just the 2-minute video part that was recorded. Could you just tell the jury what you were feeling, what your feelings were at the time, and then explain that to the jury? You mentioned, you talked about it before. You said he was in that confined space and it was my chance, but do you want to elaborate on that, or?
Sure. I want you all to know that the majority of the time, am always afraid and always scared.
All right, well, I understand that. Okay, I understand that. But would it be fair to say that you had some anger at that point?
I did.
Would it be fair to say that you wanted to tell him off to some degree?
I just wanted, yes, for him to have a better understanding, which was the whole point of the videos and documentation prior.
And you could tell that he was uncomfortable.
I'm guessing.
And did you want him to feel some uncomfort
I did.
Okay. Now, at some point, you turned off the video,
Yes.
and then we saw a second video, which was approximately 11 minutes later. And you've seen that video that was played to the jury. It was 22 seconds long.
Yes.
And I don't think you speak in that video. You hear George say Sarah one time.
Yes.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
So between the 2-minute video and the 22-second video is an 11-minute period. Would you tell the jury what happened?
We continued to, I guess, speak to one another, and his tone changed, and I knew the tone, and we ended up, I guess, arguing back and forth with one another, and it was the things that he was saying very much frightened me, and cursing at me and threatening me. And
Did he want you to let him out of the suitcase?
I'm sure so.
Okay, go ahead, tell the jury.
And it just got very heated very quickly, and he continued to push on the suitcase. And my fear was that he was going to break out of the suitcase, knowing that it was a broken suitcase. And his hand started to come through. His hand started to come through this way. And so I shook the suitcase. Trying to get his hand to go back in, shaking it, and telling him that, please stop doing this. Please stop doing this to me. Please stop doing this to me.
So his hand actually got out of the suitcase.
Yes.
And you went to the suitcase
Yes.
and shook it.
Yes.
Did that force his hand to go back in?
No.
So you're shaking it. Were you shaking it to try to get the suitcase, his hand back in?
Yes.
How long did you shake it?
I don't know.
But his hand was still out.
Yes.
Was he trying to get out?
Forcefully, yes.
Was he angry at you?
Yes.
Were you in fear?
Always.
If he would have gotten out of the suitcase, did you lose the grip on the suitcase?
Yes.
Where was the bat in relation to the suitcase?
It was leaning up against the dining room table right there.
How far was the bat from the suitcase?
3 feet, 2 feet.
Was his hand still out of the suitcase?
Yes.
And was he getting out of the suitcase?
He very much was trying, yes.
And so what did you do?
For the split-second reaction that I had, I happened to see that, and I grabbed the baseball bat and was trying to poke his hand to go back in, to please don't break through, please. So I hit his hand.
Did you hit the outside part of his hand?
Yes.
We've seen the photographs of his left hand. Did you cause the bruising there?
I'm guessing yes.
Now, you've seen the bat. It's a youth bat.
Yes, I bought it for my son.
Is this the bat you used?
Yes.
And you said you poked him with it?
Yes, I kind of pushed, like I held it with the skinny part here, and then
So grip here.
prodded at it. Yes.
You grabbed it with both hands here,
Yes.
and then the barrel of the bat, the big part of the bat is here.
Correct.
And you thrusted it into the different areas of the suitcase?
I started with his hand, and his hand, he was still trying to get out. He was still trying to do that. So I started to push on the suitcase around it, hoping to have his hand retract and go back inside.
You made those injuries.
I did.
We've seen the photographs.
Yes.
We see the bruising. Is that from that bat?
Yes.
Eventually, did his hand go back inside from you doing?
Yes. Finally, he had subsided and retracted his hand.
So in your mind, did you prevent him from attacking you?
Absolutely. Split-second decision.
Now, once he retracted his hand, do you remember zipping it up some, or what did you do in relation? Because he was upside down, was he not, at that point?
Yes,
At some point, you flipped him back up.
I did.
Tell how that happened.
He wasn't cursing. He wasn't threatening. His hand was inside foremost. There was no more of him trying to break through the suitcase. So I felt safe enough to turn it back over. It wasn't happening anymore.
You went back to the video and the couch,
I did, yes.
and we saw the second video,
Yes,
the 22-second, and he's right side up again,
yes,
and you hear him say, Sarah?
yes.
Had you left enough room for him to get out? Zipper to zipper.
Yes, that's how his hand was trying.
That suitcase has 2 zippers, doesn't it? And they meet at various places along the line?
Correct.
How much room, when you flipped it over, how much room was between zipper to zipper?
I don't know specifically. I mean, it was enough to where his hand was coming out.
After you had hit him with the bat, was he not trying to get out anymore?
No,
Did you believe that he could breathe in there?
yes,
Did you ever believe he could die in there?
no, at all.
Were you trying to kill him?
Never.
Did you want to kill him?
I did not.
Did you walk upstairs?
I did, yes.
Why didn't you let him out before you walked upstairs? Were you afraid?
Terrified is more of the word.
As long as he was in the suitcase, he couldn't harm you.
Correct.
When he's Did you want him to calm down?
Yes, I wanted him to stop being angry because I know what it is for him to be angry.
You went upstairs. Where were the dogs?
The dogs ran upstairs with me.
And where did they go?
On the bed.
Did you have the phone with you?
Yes,
I know at some point you called your husband Brian, did you not?
I did.
Do you recall how long that conversation was?
Not very long.
Can you recall what was said?
I don't remember exactly. No, I don't.
Miss Boone, Sarah Boone, you said that when he was in the suitcase, he was threatening you. Can you tell the jury what he was saying?
I don't know. Am I allowed to curse?
Yes.
that he was going to fucking end me. And that's what made me ask him please to stop doing what he's doing to me, that he was going to, I'm guessing, try his best that night to probably take my life.
But what, the threat you heard was he's
going to
say the
fucking
word.
end me.
Excuse me?
Fucking end me.
End you?
Yes.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Judge, can we approach your bench?
Yes.
Oh, thank goodness, because I didn't want to have to type all that out. You guys, if the jury does not see how scripted this is and how played out this is, then they're blind. This is just too bad. This is horrible. I mean, it's so obvious. It's really, really obvious. It's really, really bad. It's so bad. Already her story doesn't make sense. He's abusive, but he allowed her to treat him like, he allowed her to treat him like a child. Exactly. Exactly, Michelle. Thank you for your super chat. Jen says, what the F now? Now she remembers she took the video. Like all of a sudden she has a memory. Yeah, she can't keep her story straight. So she doesn't remember what she doesn't forget. That was Daryl Brooks. That was my Daryl Brooks comeback. Kara Leslie became a member. Thank you so much, Kara Leslie. I like your name. That's pretty. Janice says, I got to go get my injection. Oh, girl. In your Oh, Janice. Ouch.
All right, members of the jury, it is 2:14. I have a matter that I have to discuss with counsel at this point in time outside of your presence. So I'm going to ask you to retire to the deliberation room. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Again, similar instruction that I've given you. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things. We'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
Oh, shoot. Thank you, Janice, for your super chat. You guys, this is bad, isn't it? It's bad. I know it looks bad. Yeah, it looks really bad, Sarah. Looks really, really bad. Toady, look at the two of them, how somber they are. They're like, oh, this is not good. This is not coming off well. And then the bailiff's like, yeah, that hooker's going to get put in jail soon. She's going to get moved. I can't wait for her to get moved to prison. All right, I'll be quiet now.
State, you can proceed with any argument at this point in time.
Judge, I believe that's pretty close to what we already knew from the deposition testimony, from the doctors relaying what she said for the proffer. What we have here is testimony from the defendant. Her timeline is she comes downstairs after having gone up to the shower and hiding, laying down, after being declared to be it. She comes back downstairs, and before she gets back to the bottom of the stairwell, she can see that the victim is in the suitcase trying to get flat because the lid is flopping and he's not hidden just yet. And so she comes over, and I believe she testified she was moving it around before actually zipping the lid shut, but moving it around, everybody's laughing. It's all fun and games still. And then she zips it, and it's still fun and games, and everybody's laughing. And then at this point, she testifies that this is now her opportunity to get on her pulpit to express her true feelings about everything. And that's when she sits down on the couch and opens up her phone device and begins recording what later turns out to be IMG _1062.movie at 11:12:45 for 2 minutes and 3 seconds. During this period of time, the decedent is expressing meekly that he can't breathe. The only time he ever curses at her is, Sarah, I can't fucking breathe. Babe, I can't fucking breathe. He is demonstrating under the law that he is in fear of losing his life. She has committed an aggravated assault. She has committed false imprisonment. She was the initial aggressor. There was no overt act to justify these actions that she took against her boyfriend. She then goes on to say that during this period of time between the end of the movie at 11:14:48 seconds and before the next one starts at 11:23, that it's now at this time, while he's still constrained and clearly unable to get out under his own power despite having his hand out, she begins beating him with a bat, poking his hands, poking the suitcase with a deadly weapon. A bat is used for baseball, but it can also be used to harm another person. And according to the medical examiner's testimony, there was great harm caused to him, deep ecchymosis bruises. She can't start to do this out of fear, like the analogy I gave earlier. If I pull a gun to rob you, Judge, and you pull a gun, I can't shoot you in self-defense. She started this. She started this. There was no overt act. And therefore, we're asking for you to prevent, under the case law, any prior instances of violence, any reputation evidence, and any battered spouse syndrome evidence, because that's simply just what the case ended up being. Thank you.
Response.
Judge, this was a game by two intoxicated people. When people are drunk and intoxicated, they do silly and stupid things. The evidence is uncontroverted that George Torres willingly, by his own choice, elected to hide in the suitcase. By their interaction between the two of them, giggling and laughing at each other, he consented to her zipping up the suitcase. And the playful nature of what was going on during those few minutes prior to the video. When the video is turned on, there's a 2-minute period where they're talking. He's saying, I need to get out, I can't breathe. She's not taking him seriously. As you've seen from the videos, I thought it was the boy crying wolf. She did not appreciate the fact that he could be actually having trouble breathing. And this was a chance for him to be heard by her about how she felt about some things involving their relationship. A short time later, the video was turned off, and then that period has been testified to by my client. And that period is uncontroverted. That's a second period of time. We've got that time for the video. We got the 11 minutes, we got the 22 seconds. And there's no video, there's no audio, there's no eyewitness, there's nothing but Sarah Boone's testimony. And she's testified here today that they had words, there were threats. He got his hand out of the suitcase. She knew by the threats and him getting his hand out of the suitcase that he was about to get out of the suitcase and he was going to hurt her. A reasonable person under that scenario would believe she was about to be harmed. She was an imminent threat of harm. She blocked that attack by grabbing the bat, hitting his hand. When that didn't work, she started poking him with the bat in the suitcase. Eventually, she poked him several times. He put his hand inside the suitcase. She put the bat up. When she realized he was not going to do that any further, she flipped him over right side up. She still had a fear, knowing that if he got out, she would be harmed. He would beat her up. She went upstairs. That is an overt act based on the discussions, coupled with the fact that he threatened her, using the word, I'm going to fucking end it for you, or some words to that effect. I don't remember her exact words, just before she went upstairs while he was still in the suitcase. If she would have let him out, and this is a crime, now this is an event involving omission, failure to act, failure to unzip him at that point before she went upstairs. The failure to act, the failure to unzip, which would have let him out, which would have created a situation that she believed was imminent bodily harm to herself. And I guess I'll get a couple of examples. Let's say that a police officer is called to a scene and the only thing he hears is there is a suspect and the suspect may be armed. So of course the officer pulls out his revolver and he's walking around. Well, then eventually he finds the suspect and the suspect reaches for his waist. The officer doesn't see the gun, but the officer sees the movement to the waist. The officer fires and shoots the suspect. The officer is justified because there's an immediate threat of harm. The officer has to react instinctively. There's no time to think. Similar to the actions that Sarah Boone had to take. Another example, you're in a bar with your buddies and you've had something to drink and another group has had something to drink and one of your buddies gets into an argument with one of the buddies on the other party. And one of your friends, seeing that it's being escalated and the guy that's arguing with your buddy is aggressive, more aggressive than your buddy is. Your buddy's trying to settle the thing, but this other individual, maybe he's had too much to drink and he's more aggressive. So you go around behind this individual, and before he's able to strike your buddy, you grab him, you lock him up. That's physical restraint to block an attack. Or you grab him by the neck and you choke him. Physical restraint to block an attack. That's what she was doing with the suitcase. If she let him out of the suitcase, she was going to be harmed based on him trying to get out with his hand, based on the threats he made while he had his hand out, and based on the threats he made while he had his hand inside just before she went upstairs.
Thank you. Court's going to review all the case law that it's obtained in its research in this matter and come back with an oral ruling momentarily. Thank you.
Okay, I'm fixing to go off on this. First of all, thank you, Rose, for the 5 memberships you gifted, honey. That's so kind of you. Okay, first of all, an abuser is not going to put himself in a position to have someone else be in control of the situation. So if he was a true abuser, he would not have gotten in a suitcase like that, okay? First of all. Secondly, he's like, Judge. Well, Jay said she committed the aggravated assault. She is the aggressor. James Owens said, George got in the suitcase. And I'm thinking, but George didn't zip the suitcase up. And James Owens says, it was her chance to be heard. Yet a real abuser, a real victim, I would say. A real victim isn't going to just lash out like that. They're going to be scared. They're going to run. They might even unalive him, but they're going to call the cops right away. You know what I mean? It's not like, Sarah's story is not helping her case. Sarah's story is like, you guys, I'm sitting here waiting for the credits to roll. I mean, that was such bad acting. I can't even. I think I saw better at the preschool. And it was so coached. It was so obvious. It was coached. It was so obvious that James was leading her. And then at one point she said the wrong thing and she stops and she looked, and it was just, it was bad. It was really bad for the defense. And I hope the jury sees straight through it. I'm kind of surprised that we're taking a moment here for the judge to go in and take a moment to think about this. But he probably, you know what? He probably says, look, I got to pee. So I'm just going to go make Owens wait. I'm just kidding. He didn't say that. Oh, sending love from Louisiana. Thank you, Sidonia, for your super chat. Hey, Buzzman Jr., you're right. You're not far from me, I bet. Over in Louisiana. Kiss the cactus 0.20. I've never heard that saying before, but I like it. And ouch. Ouch. That picture. My goodness. Thank you for your super chat. Barry Adams says, State let Owens lead like hell to give him the chance to unearth an overt act. I guess that's what it was. You think that's what was going on there? State's like, let them go. Because they're only digging themselves in the ground, I think, on this one. I think you're right. I think it's just a matter of that, right? It's just, eesh. I think Prosecutor Jay knows what he's doing. I think you're onto something there, Barry. Thank you for your super chat. Teresa says, I'd like the jury to hear her chuckling under her breath in the second video. Do you think they heard? Well, I think they had a lot better audio than we could tell, first of all. So, gosh, I hope so, Teresa. Oh, my gosh. I'm just wondering what that lady that is a true victim is sitting there on the jury thinking, oh, my gosh, please let me be on the panel. Please don't make me be. She's probably going to hate it. She's probably thinking, oh, I don't want to be an alternate. Don't let me be an alternate. Don't worry, girl. You're going to get to vote, and you're going to get to speak. That might actually give her, that true victim. Thank you, Teresa, for your super chat. That may give that victim an actual bit of power that she needs, you know. Kiss the Cactus again says, I can't just flip over my body weight without warming up with some squats. This is what I thought. If the suitcase did come down the stairs and then she picks it up by that top handle and she's rolling it across the floor, right? And then she sits it up. She leaves it sitting up, right? But then because of the weight of the shift of his weight and everything, it's not going to sit up because it's just not, gravity. So the suitcase falls over, and that's where you see it with him on the suitcase upside down. I think that's how it happened. This is the only way I can figure it. Of course, who knows? Who knows? Thank you for your super chat, Kiss the Cactus. Miss Patty says, I'm going to gain 20 pounds from the stress this week. Girl, I was just sitting here eating snacks as I was watching this myself, and I'm agreeing. I'm eating out of stress too. I had to take some aspirin too. Oh. Watching Sarah gave me a headache. Thank you for your super chat, Miss Patty. Love you. Sidonia says, Owens deserves some credit. He's doing the best he can with the defense Sarah is insisting on. He's making sure she has proper legal counsel. I get that, Sidonia. I'm all right with that, whatever. But I'm just telling you, it looks shady as hell. It is shady as hell what he's doing. And I think everybody can see through it. I don't think, isn't this kind of common? I want to know what the jury thinks just because I want to have that mindset of, okay, I haven't seen everything that we've seen. I don't know all the background of all this. And I just want to see it through their eyes only. And it's so hard to do when we have all these things that we know about this case outside of it. But I do believe that the reason that these other lawyers and her were not getting along was because she wanted to get on the stand and they did not want her to be on the stand. And I'm thinking that was the whole reason they could not go the route they wanted to go with the case. And that's why she fought them so much. Because, she wants to be able to talk. She wants to be involved. It's more than just wanting to be involved with the trial. She wants to control the narrative. And the only way she can do that is to have her say at the end of it. And so I feel like that's probably where they were all crossing wires and what caused the controversy with her other attorneys. And anybody in their right mind could listen to her talk for 5 minutes and go, no, you need to be quiet. You just need to sit down and be quiet. Thank you for your super chats, Sidonia. Heidi G said, put this towards your favorite bottle of wine. You've earned it. Ugh. Oh, girl, thank you. Can I buy beer instead? Would that be okay? You wouldn't mind, would you? I think I'd rather have a little bit of beer than wine. Ugh. Wine gives me a hangover. But thank you so much. That's so kind of you for thinking of my need for some kind of release right now. Jeez, my knees. Are you guys okay in the chat in there? Are y'all doing all right? She's going to talk herself to jail into a conviction. West Coast mesh fighter, a freaking men, man. That is exactly what's happening here. And I almost feel like the judge is sitting back going, well, I really want to see how, like the judge is like, I really kind of want to see how this plays out though. He's like, no, I got to judge. I got to be judge. What do y'all think he's going to do? Do you think he's going to come back and allow it or no? I mean, because if he doesn't allow it, what happens now? Is this it? Like, what, they're going to call up a couple more witnesses maybe? They're not going to be able to call up the doctors. He already said that tomorrow he wants to bring in Brannon, and then Thursday, that's when Dr. Harper would come in. I don't know when the state would bring in theirs. I guess probably tomorrow or Thursday. It seems like if he says no, this trial ends before Friday, is what I'm thinking. Wait, what? Mandy said, what abuse victim is this? Is the activities director. Right. Oh, man. They're going to make a movie about this woman. And they may not make it about her, like her name and everything, but they're going to make a character out of her. Because this is stuff you can't make up. This is too good. This is just too freaking good. B. Blanco, you all right, honey? Pope's playing. Denied. You're all fuming in there, huh? Oh, gosh. I'm glad that you are all separated from one another, to be honest with you. That you just have the keyboards between you all, because y'all would probably be all like, not fighting amongst yourself, just fighting, just talking really loud. So you all think he's going to deny it. He's suborning. What's that word? Suborning? I'm sorry. You know I'm not an attorney, Patty. Perjury. Is he going to call him on the carpet? Alfred plea. Dan came back. Thanks for coming back again, Dan. No. Miriam says no. Nope. No battered spouse syndrome. My sixth sense says denied. He's not going to allow it. M. Leaves. He has to not deny it. The case law is clear, Aiden K says. When Train says he won't allow it because Sarah initiated the whole tragedy. Ria Waheen? That's that right? She said she was on anxiety meds, benzos plus booze. I know. What does that do to you? Does that make it worse? Is that what it is? Well, I know he's going to follow the law. I just wonder. I feel like he's looking up case law right now, trying to figure out which side is it. You do want the psychologist to testify, though. I do too, Veronica. That's what I'm saying. It's like I want to see that whole story play out. But I don't know. So, I mean, because if he says no and the jury's already seen him testify, then what happens next? He's going to end up bringing her back up again. I think that the jury, when they get into deliberations, they're going to say, we need to watch the video again. I think they're going to want to watch the videos of her interrogations. And I also wanted more, too, because y'all know I wanted to bring the Lifetime movies in, the body-worn cameras. Tyler says, yeah, the Lifetime movie would be called Passions of a Suitcase. Oh, Tyler. Y'all, this is Tyler right here, the one that gave us the interview that lived next to Sarah. This is his handle, Ty Brutz. Just thought, in case y'all didn't know. Oh, Kara said, Sarah is the Timu Betty Broderick. Oh, Kara. Feisty much? SR said, this is gross negligent, however you spin it. If she was so fearful for her life, why did she call the cops like she did before? She had no problem calling the cops before, did she? She'd pick up the cops. She called them like she did calling Pizza Hut to order a pizza. It was like, oh, he's bothering me. 911. Oh, I'm not having a good day. 911. Oh, he's out of sorts. 911. I've never in my life seen anybody, and the other thing too, guys, like she for her to be so like happy to get all this attention is so weird how she is again. I know I've said this before. I keep saying this, but like she's just so oblivious to the negative attention that all of this causes. Like if the cops got called to your house, let's just say they even went to the wrong house. The cops pull up with at your house. Maybe they got their lights on, maybe they don't. Wouldn't you be embarrassed? A normal person would.
Back on
All
the
right,
record,
Judge.
State of Florida
Judge
versus
Kay,
Sarah
let's
Boone,
go.
Case number 2020 CF 2603. Appearances for the state.
Chief Catastrophe on behalf of the state. We indicate the state.
Defense.
James Owens from Miss Boone.
County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
Coming back on behalf of Sarah.
Ms. Boone is currently seated at counsel's table, wearing the same clothing from this morning. The court has had the opportunity to review the case law, review the arguments provided by both the state and the defense. The court finds that a overt act has been established. The case law is clear that a scintilla of the providing of an overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction.
Oh.
An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities that the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find that under Holland, a overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and battered spouse evidence, so long as the necessary predicates are established for those items. Any questions or clarifications with regard to the court's order state? Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits involving the blow-up photographs and these other photographs, because I think some of it was contingent on the court's ruling. So I don't know if you want to try to deal with all of them one at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them ahead of time so that we know.
Are there any objections to those items?
It depends on the items. I was shown a lot of different things, including like a rap sheet between the victim and the defendant stuff.
I've taken that.
I'm happy to take care of some of this stuff in advance.
I'd rather do it now.
Yes.
So that's not up, down, in and out with the jury.
So.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Owens. What do we got?
Well,
That wasn't me.
Okay.
I don't know what happened there just now.
Identification, defense identification, composite L, 2 photographs of a burn to her leg.
You said that was L, correct?
Yes.
Again, assuming proper testimony, that the decedent was responsible for that in a criminal manner and fair and accurate depiction.
Okay.
Defense exhibit M, identification. 2 photographs. The first one is a photograph of the back porch. Sarah's on the back porch with her 2 dogs. The next photograph is a picture of one of her dogs on one of the outdoor couches. Judge's relevance is that he would threaten the dogs with harm if she didn't comply with his directives, and he actually harmed the dogs, kicked the dogs as a threat to her. So in order to do what he wanted, he used the dogs. She was in fear for their safety, so she will testify about this threat.
Relevancy objection is overruled.
Identification, defense identification number N, or letter N, one photograph. It's a photograph of the living area, but also the stairs, and it shows that one of the allegations by the state is that the defendant.
Okay, no objection.
No objection to, assuming all the normal privacy stuff.
Judge, this is where he took a bath. It's 5 photographs where he took a bath to TV, to Sarah's TV.
My understanding, is this O? This is still O, correct?
Yes.
My understanding from the state is there's no objection so long as the foundation's established.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We also intend to introduce the video. There's a short video on
It's on
Sarah's.
State's Exhibit 2. We're not going to get that.
Okay.
As long as the foundation.
No objection so long as foundation is established.
P, identification, defense identification P, is 2 photographs of an incident in which.
No objection. As long as foundation is laid, et cetera.
All right, no objection so long as appropriate predicate is established.
Now, these next ones are individual photographs, not composites, but Q, for identification, is 1 photograph.
Is that part of the right stuff that we already done?
I was told this was separate from the burn. This was, I think, a slap or something. Not the burn.
Okay. No objection to foundation laid.
With regard to Q, no objection so long as the appropriate foundation is laid.
Identification R.
No objection as long as foundation laid.
No objection to R so long as foundation is laid.
S.
Same for S.
For identification.
With regard to S, no objection so long as foundation is laid.
Same for T.
T.
No objection by the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid.
Same for U.
No objection from the state so long as appropriate foundation is laid for U. Same for V.
Same for W.
W.
Same for X.
X.
Same for Y.
Y.
Yeah, Prosecutor Jay gets to question her now. But I don't know if Owens is done now, though. Tracy said at least Mr. J gets to go brutal. Yep. Drunky the Bear says she's breaking up with Judge Cranick. I'll let him know. We'll tell Jules in the courtroom so she can tell him.
It's one of the other. Go ahead and say
A, identification for A.
Were these the ones that we addressed pre-trial?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem with that being demonstrative aid.
Okay.
In terms of introducing this as an exhibit into evidence.
Duplicative, competitive.
Is it contained in K through Y?
Yes.
Then, is that accurate?
I believe so. I mean, I know the clerk probably doesn't want to blow up, but
If it's
it's going to be easier to handle the clerk to handle the 8.5 by 11.
if it's, I'll allow you to use it for demonstrative purposes, but I'm not going to accept it into evidence as it is duplicative of what's already in evidence as X, defense pre-marked X.
Ooh, all his quickie print stuff ain't gonna work.
Identification C.
Same thing. Same photographs.
That was either, it was one of the earlier ones we addressed. M or N was the staircase. Okay, for the same reasons, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it's duplicative as the exhibit itself will be entered into evidence, presumably.
D, identification.
Same thing. It's one of the photographs and it's on the state's digital.
Any disagreement that it's included in your remarked
I I agree.
Okay, then same ruling. It is duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification E,
Same thing.
Is it included, sir, in K through Y?
yes.
Then for the same reasons, it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes only.
F for identification,
Same thing.
It's included in your submittals?
yes.
All right, same ruling. It's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be accepted into evidence.
Identification G,
Same thing.
Is it included in your submittal, sir?
yes.
All right, for the same reasons, I find it's duplicative. You can utilize it for demonstrative purposes, but not seeking it into evidence.
H,
Same thing.
yes.
Same ruling. You can use it for demonstrative purposes, but it will not be received into evidence by
No.
virtue of it being duplicative.
No, Pinky. I don't like it.
Same as T.
Any disagreement with that, sir?
No, sir.
Same ruling. If my court finds it's duplicative, you can utilize it for demonstrative purposes.
Identification. Madam Clerk,
Hang on, is that the how?
it's either Delta or B,
I think that's Bravo. Is it the defendant on the porch with the two dogs?
yes.
That was pre-marked before trial as Bravo.
D. Same,
It was as defense M. Relevancy objection is overruled, all, but I'm not going to allow the enlargement as it's duplicative, as the native photo is in evidence. But you can use it for demonstrative
yeah, I
purposes.
probably want to use these in closing and just use this, use that for the.
However you see fit, sir.
Okay, this is not working today?
I can't speak to that. I don't know that anybody today has utilized it.
Pam, now that they
But
get to
that's
put
not
on their
connected to the overhead. That's separate and apart from the overhead.
Okay.
their battered spouse defense syndrome, and so they're going with all the stuff they couldn't add before. They can now add in. So now they're going through all these items to see what the judge is going to find acceptable.
Nothing else.
They had to wait till after she testified for the judge to
Nothing
rule on
else,
this.
Sarah. There may be some body cam footage to refresh memories. We've got two deputies out there.
Okay.
Um,
Any other exhibits with regard to Ms. Boone at this point in time, Mr. Owens?
also,
State any reason why we cannot ask Ms. Owens or Mr. Owens to continue his inquiry of Ms. Boone and have her return to the witness stand. All right. Mr. Owens, anything else we need to discuss, sir? Sure.
You know, I just realized that Juan was the only family member that testified. Are they going to bring anybody else up? I wonder. Is the defense going to call somebody from his family up? They'd be dumb to do that. Maybe it could be a rebuttal witness for the prosecution. We just got to go with, we got to have faith in Judge Kranick. He's done a really good job up until now. Let's see what he's got. He's going to follow he follows the book and he knows what he's doing. He knows a lot more about this than we do, right? If anything is like what she just did on the stand, I don't think the defense has a shot at anything, but we'll see. Plus, you guys get all of the stuff we want to come in gets to come in now, I think. Most of it anyway.
Judge, I think we're ready.
Okay. If we can bring Ms. Boone back up to the witness stand. Once she is seated, we can bring back in our panel.
DJ Cruise Lover, don't be coming in here and saying stuff about my chat people.
Our panel.
This is what we love to do. We like to get together and watch trials. And yes, we like to say what we think we know. We're not saying we're attorneys. We just know we've watched a lot. I bet we've watched a lot more than you have on this case. So don't come in here and be rude, please. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm nervous, but I'm not. I'm just ready for the state to let loose on them. That's all I am. Just let the prosecutor loose.
Jury entering.
Unleash the dogs. Unleash the Kraken. Texas Brand said, please explain what just happened. Oh, if I have to, okay. All along, the defense wanted to go with the battered spouse syndrome defense, and they weren't allowed to until Sarah testified, so the judge could say that there was a reason for her, an overt act
State, you
that
recognize
kept
the jury.
her from letting him out of the
Defense, you
suitcase.
recognize our jury. Yes. All right, thank you. All can be seated. Members
They're
of the jury,
saying
again,
they just
you could,
they
once
just
seated,
proved
raise
that.
your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during our last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue with your inquiry, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, we were behind because we had to do a back thing, and I forgot to speed up a while ago. Well, quit moving around, Tyler. You need to stay here.
Yes, ma'am. So I think we left off. You had called your ex-husband.
Yes.
All right. After you called your ex-husband, what happened after that?
I ended up falling asleep.
Okay. Do you remember waking up the next morning?
Yes.
Did you sleep in?
Not intentionally.
Okay. But you didn't get up at 8 o'clock, did you?
No.
Did you wake up closer to noon?
I believe so, yes.
Did you check the time?
No.
Now, did you hear your phone ringing?
Yes, my phone was ringing.
And did you answer it right away?
No.
Do you know approximately how many times it rang before you answered it?
I believe the call was about 3 times.
Did you know who was calling?
I figured it was my ex-husband.
And why would he be calling?
To make sure that I was still on schedule to pick up our son.
At 3 that afternoon?
Correct.
And he goes to school there close by?
Yes.
All right. When you woke up, did you stay in bed for a while?
For a little while, yes.
All right, tell the jury what happened when you got up.
I knew it was my ex-husband calling repeatedly. I didn't answer right away because one of our problems is that he doesn't understand that I'm doing things around the apartment and looking for jobs and so on and so forth. So I inevitably just let it ring, and I laid in the bed, and I figured that George was downstairs either drinking or looking for jobs, or may have just left. And so eventually I decided to get out of the bed and start moving to go downstairs. I was motivated enough to go downstairs. And when I went downstairs, it was very quiet. So I had the understanding, I believed that he had left. And
Did you check to see if he was, where would he be looking for a job at?
usually on the couch, he would have my son's laptop, and he and I, which we would share.
Y'all only have the son's laptop?
Correct.
And the TV was not working at this time?
The TV was not there.
So you thought he would be in the living room on the laptop?
Yes.
He was not there?
No.
Where else did you look for him?
I looked on the back porch. I went through the front door to see if my car was there, thinking maybe he had taken my car. I checked the bathroom, and when I was checking the bathroom, I saw the suitcase, and I remembered about the night prior, and I unzipped the suitcase. And
Let me stop you there. You said you were in the bathroom when you saw the suitcase, or coming out of the bathroom?
No, where our bathroom is, I would have to go to the bathroom here. And then when I turned around, I noticed the suitcase and I remembered.
How did you feel when you saw the suitcase?
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that before.
Describe it to the jury.
I guess it was, I was aghast and I just can't describe the feeling.
Bless you.
It was terror to
Bless you.
a certain degree.
I'm sorry, say that again now.
It was terror to a certain degree. I just can't describe it in words, the feeling of remembering. And then he was still in there.
So what did you do?
I immediately unzipped the suitcase and I was screaming, George, 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 and I was shaking him. And I pulled him out and I stretched him out flat. And then I began instantly trying to do CPR and then was trying to look for a pulse or a breath or just anything. And was just screaming his name over and over and over again. And come on, George, come on, George. And I continued CPR, and I continued CPR, and he was gurgling. And
What color was it?
what color was he?
Yes.
He was purple.
At some point, did you call your ex-husband?
Yes, when he started to gurgle, and I knew that my ex-husband is notorious for bringing my son over in very inopportune times when George is possibly drunk or doing things not appropriate for my son to see. And I just didn't know what to do. It was just a quick knee-jerk reaction. Ryan was kind of my go-to person because of my family being deceased, and I don't have anyone else that I can call. And I just wanted to ensure that he would not bring my son over in the process of all of this at some point.
So you called him.
I called him.
Did you ask him what to do? Or did you just tell him to come over?
I just told him to come over.
Did you tell him that you felt like George was dead?
Yes, I did.
And how far? You said it's 5 minutes from house to house?
Yes.
Did you call him back?
Yes, because he was taking so long. It felt seconds were hours. Yes. I'm still doing CPR at the same time in the process of it. I'm
Yeah.
doing CPR, I don't know how many times.
Did he get there?
Yes,
Did he walk in?
yes,
Did he walk out?
yes.
What did he tell you to do?
Call 911.
What did you do?
I called 911.
Is that the recording we've heard here in this trial?
Yes.
Did you love George?
To this day.
Why did you love him?
George was very passionate. George was a very real person. George was nice to me on the good days. George complimented me. George and I were two bodies with one soul, he and I would always say. I don't believe that I've ever had a connection with anyone like I have with George.
Did you have that connection with your ex-husband?
I did not.
Was it even close?
No.
George has some good traits, doesn't he?
Very much.
Did George have some bad traits?
He did.
Did you drink too much?
I did.
Did George drink too much?
Yes.
Tell the jury about George's drinking.
If George was able to, he would drink from sun up to sundown. And me having my son and trying to work and maintain the home and just have a life, a normal life as best as I could. Somehow that upset George. And because I had a certain dollar amount from my divorce settlement, at one point it was from wine we could afford vodka. So a lot of the times he would take my card, my debit card, and go buy the large, we call them handles, of vodka, which is the big bottle. And sometimes he would finish that all off on his own throughout an entire period of a day into an evening. That's honestly where I thought that he was going to be that morning when I came downstairs, because he's notorious for just automatically already being outside from drinking all the time.
All right. And you said you have an alcohol problem. George has an alcohol problem.
Yes.
How did George's drinking adversely affect you?
It would debilitate my ability to help him the way that I was always trying to help him, because it would be one good day, a day of survival, and then it would be another day where I'm having to peel him off of me and call 911.
Why would he get that way? Tell us his pattern as it relates to drinking and then.
Approach.
Sidonia asked, does this open the door for the state to bring in her past violence with Brian? I think what's going to happen, I think the way it has to happen is that they're going to start bringing in these past incidents. She just brought up the 911 calls, the old 911 calls. So now the state can go, okay, open game, right? I'm pretty certain this is right. Not positive. I'm just thinking that this is the way it will play out. Now they're going to bring in these past 911 calls. We're going to be able to watch the body cam footage. At some point, Brian is going to be called by the defense. And when that happens, I think Prosecutor Jay is going to be able to ask them about how Sarah was when she was drinking with him. And he's going to say exactly what he said, hopefully, that she gets grabby. She scratches your neck. She grabs your throat. She gets that way. And he had said, I've always been able to just kind of push her off. He goes, but George may not have been that way with her. It's going to be really interesting to see what Brian, I think Brian is going to end up being a positive, being called back up. And who knows, maybe the defense doesn't want to call him back up, but the state, I'm pretty certain the state can. I mean, he's still open for recall. So y'all just cross your fingers and pray that we get some justice for George here. I just think the jury's going to get to see a lot more of Sarah now. Thank you for your super chat, Sidonia. She actually just said that she was trying to have work and take care of her son all in together. And you bring up any of these people that are going to say, any of these witnesses that could say, yeah, she was never out there playing with her son. Her son was out on the road by himself, riding his bike, places he shouldn't be. We had to get on to her about it. We always saw George with her son. We didn't see her with her son. She was the one that was always wandering the property drunk. They're going to bring up George being asleep probably in the tent. But they also get to bring up, well, they already did bring up Sarah being passed out on her back porch one time. Hopefully the state will go in closer on that one. There's a lot, you guys. I think there's some stuff that we don't even know about yet that's going to come up. But yeah, that made me mad when she mentioned that about taking care of her child and also work. Really? You didn't work. I guarantee if you take the story that she's telling and you flip the roles around.
Objections overruled for now.
You've got George's story.
Y'all were together 3.5 years.
Yes,
Is there times when he would get to a state of intoxication where he would get violent against you?
quite often.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, as long as you show it to the state first, please.
I'm going to show you defense exhibit for identification P. It's 2 photographs.
The
Can you
pictures
look at
from
those
her phone.
photographs and see if you recognize those.
I do.
Those 2 pictures of your body,
Yes,
do they show injuries to your body?
yes,
Were those injuries caused by George Torres?
yes,
Are those photographs a fair, accurate depiction of the injuries you sustained at the hands of George Torres?
on this occurrence, yes.
Do you remember this occurrence?
I don't, it was so often.
You don't remember a specific date,
I don't,
but you're sure that that's you?
yes.
Is that the injuries that what's the injury to the rib cage?
I don't remember specifically. These may be the pictures. So, when we used to go over to his brother's house, one of his brothers and his,
Non-responsive.
Sustained.
Do you know what happened did George cause these injuries?
yes,
All right. Were y'all both drinking at that time?
I don't remember on this instance.
Judge, I'd like to move this exhibit into evidence.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as P will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 2.
I'm not sure I know how to put this.
Mr. Owens, may I get just a number, please? Thank you.
Mr. J, would you be so kind?
She doesn't remember because she was wasted.
And I need to ask permission to publish.
Yes, sir. You may do so.
This is magnified, Judge.
Looks like I think there's a wheel on the top where you can use to. There you go.
Ms. Boone, is that you?
Yes,
Are those injuries to your arm?
yes,
Were they caused by George Torres?
yes,
And during the same incident, is this you?
yes,
Is that an injury or bruise to your rib cage area
yes,
and your arm?
yes.
Sherry, these photos aren't from the same night, I don't think.
Identification, defense identification Q, see if you recognize that photograph.
Yes,
Is that your thigh?
yes,
Okay, do you remember this incident?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what happened?
I wanted to take my dogs for a walk and get off of the back porch.
Were y'all drinking?
Yes. And he was upset that I would rather go walk my dogs than sit there and continue to drink. So he slapped my thigh as hard as he possibly could and said that you're not going anywhere. And it was a good smack on my thigh.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the wound that you suffered as a result of George Torres slapping you on the thigh?
Yes.
Judge, I'd like to offer Q in evidence.
What was pre-marked as Q will be received into evidence without objection as defense 3.
Surely we're going to look at the injuries to George. Yeah, she could have easily fallen down.
You may, sir.
And for the jury's sake, is this the photograph you just mentioned?
Yes.
Let's show you identification, defense identification S. See if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
Is that your hand?
Yes.
Is that your blood on your hand?
Yes, it is.
Is that you standing, looks like in a room with flip-flops?
This is in the kitchen at Brian's house.
Okay, what happened there?
So George was very drunk, and I wanted to leave, and he's notorious for taking my car keys and putting them around his neck and my phone in his crotch area and telling me to come get them. And I really wanted to leave because of how drunk, and I knew the escalation of his anger. I didn't want to be there when it was at its peak. So I tried to take my keys from around him because he kept taunting me to take my keys, come get your keys. And so I attempted to go and get my keys. And so he ended up getting a butcher knife. And I had an opportunity to call Brian to come and help me, to please come pick me up, to come get me. And of course, he brings my son with him. And so I'm in the parking lot asking Brian to please help me get my car keys away from him. And there's neighbors, and it's a scene at this point. And George comes to the doorway of my townhome wielding the butcher knife, saying that, do I curse? That no one's going to take her fucking keys. No one's going to fucking come into this house. And he's waving the butcher knife. And I walked up to him, and I just wanted to leave. And my little son, who was, I believe, 7 or 8 at the time, just is screaming, give mommy her keys, give mommy her keys, let her leave. Brian was even trying to negotiate with him, saying, please, you know she'll come back, just let her leave. So I went up to try and take the keys from him, and he was pulling on them, and I ended up pulling harder. And he pulled them back again to try to pull me in the house, and I pulled them even harder, and it ripped my finger. And at one point, I had lost the fingernail, and the tip of my pinky was severely gashed.
Judge, I'd like to offer this to the evidence.
Okay. What was it pre-marked as, counselor?
Looks like S, but not important.
What was pre-marked as defense S will be received into evidence without objection as defense 4.
I hope Brian gets up and debunks everything she just said.
For the jury's sake, is this the picture you were referring to? Is that the nail, or is it on? Still on?
I believe so, yes.
I'm showing you a composite identification L, 2 photographs. Can you look at those photographs and tell the jury what they are?
I wanted to eat, and while he was drinking, went and made myself, as quickly as I possibly could, a microwave bowl of, I believe it was broccoli and cheddar soup. And I didn't get it out enough time, and he came up behind me and he slapped it out of my hand. And it was a 2nd-degree burn. I went to the hospital for it.
Are those fair and accurate depictions of the injury, the burn to your thigh?
Yes.
We'd like to offer identification L in evidence.
Okay. What was pre-marked as L will be received into evidence without objection as defense 5. Yes, sir.
had to go to the hospital as a result of these injuries to your thigh?
Yes, it
Okay.
was
Is
extremely
this-
painful.
Is that a depiction of the burn?
Yes.
Is that your thigh
Oh my God, yes.
and your knee?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you composite exhibit for identification K, 4 photographs. Did you look at those, all 4, before commenting? This is a longer story, isn't it? Go ahead and tell.
So George stabbed me in my leg. I almost bled to death.
All right, well, let's go back and explain what led up to that.
I thought it would be nice to cook a nice steak dinner. We don't have 2 nickels to rub together, so I thought it would be special to make a steak dinner and make potato and go above the normal whatever's left over in the refrigerator. And so I spent a lot of time doing that, and George is drinking the entire time and on the back porch.
You were drinking as well, were you not?
I was drinking. He was on the back porch while I was in the house and I was cooking. And it was one of those where maybe if I start making dinner now, it will be over at a particular time and we can go to bed at a reasonable time. And I even put it in the bedroom and had a movie set up for us to watch. So it would just kind of be dinner in bed. And then he came upstairs and saw that I had made the steak dinner, and I don't know how to describe how drunk he was, but it definitely was not George. And had him come lay on the bed, sit on the bed, and, you know, put the, I got the dogs out, and I presented him with the steak dinner and sat down and was getting ready to start playing the movie. And he starts being very rude and cursing the steak and finding fault with it. And then, you know, I'm having to encourage him to eat. You know, if you want me to cut it up for you, I will cut it up for you. Did you want some more sour cream for your potato? What can I do to make you happier? And then he started to pull on me and kept saying that, excuse me, that I just want to fuck you on the steak and fuck you on the potatoes. And I took offense to that, and I kept trying to encourage him to eat. I started to eat.
Was this just him really drunk and saying nonsense?
I don't know why he was so angry that day. I don't know if it's because I got steak. I don't know. Most of the time I don't know the reason why. I couldn't take it anymore. Obviously I was not going to be able to eat. So I started to crawl off of the bed to leave, just the bedroom. And he told me again that I'm not going anywhere, and he stabbed me in my leg, and it crunched. You could hear a noise that it made, and blood just started to come out of my leg, just like a fountain. So I got off of the bed. He's starting to freak out, and grabbed me a towel. I got a wet towel, and I'm sitting here holding the towel, and it's increasingly becoming even more and more saturated by the minute. It's just minutes. So I'm going through towels and towels, and I said, George, I think I need to go to the hospital. This is not stopping to bleed. This is serious. And he got on his knees and begged me, please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. Please don't call the police. And inevitably, he went and got my car keys and put them around his neck again, and my cell phone. So I was not able to call anyone, and I wasn't able to leaving my car. So I figured I would just go downstairs, and I'm just going to go downstairs. And I had propped my foot up on the glass table that we had, and blood is everywhere. Blood is everywhere. I can't keep up with the amount of blood, and I'm starting to feel very weak and really weird. And he comes downstairs and he's still begging me, please don't call 911. Please don't call 911. I kept telling him, there's something, this is serious. This is something. Because he knew that he would probably get arrested or something bad would happen to him. So I couldn't take him anymore. He was just all over me, and just, I'm bleeding. I'm bleeding very badly, and he's having me try to console him. And I kept telling him, please, I need to call 911, please. And I said, okay, just give me a moment. And I crawled upstairs to my son's bathroom, which is the furthest bathroom away from everything. And I remember holding onto the sink, and I looked into the mirror and my lips were blue. And I knew I needed help. I needed help. And he came upstairs looking frantic for me, calling my name. And then I turned to him and I said, please, I'm going to die. I've lost a lot of blood. There's something wrong. My lips are blue. Please, we don't have to call an ambulance. If you could just take me, I'll drive whatever I can do, please, to go to the hospital for this. And he said that before anything happens, I had to concoct a story in order for him to not be arrested or be in trouble when we did inevitably get to the hospital. So I'm sitting there with this blood-soaked towel with blue lips, trying to come up with a story of what I can tell them when I go down there so he's not in trouble, and telling him that it's okay. And I came up with the story of that we were sword fighting silly after drinking with our steak knives, and he accidentally punctured my leg. And from there...
How did you get to the hospital?
Originally, he told me to drive, and because of the amount of alcohol that he drank, and I couldn't. So he got into the driver's seat and drove me, and the entire time he's barking at me to make sure that I get the story straight. We're sword fighting, okay? We were drunk,
Did you go to
being
the
silly.
emergency room?
Yes,
All right, and did you get treated there?
yes. I was bloody, and
All right, let me show you the photograph. Can I show you this?
Yeah.
All right, is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury to your leg?
yes, I had to go to 2 different hospitals for it.
And you lied to medical personnel about how this happened?
Yes, they brought in sheriffs and everything.
Was it consistent with the sheriffs? Did you have to answer to the law enforcement officers?
Yes,
Did you stick with the story that you and George had agreed?
I did.
Judge, I'd like to offer this composite exhibit.
What was pre-marked as K will be received into evidence without objection as Defendant 6.
I can't wait till they play the video of her coaching George how to get her off of DV charges.
And is this you at the hospital?
Yes.
Is this the stab wound to your leg?
Yes.
Is this a close-up of the stab wound?
Yes.
And did you hurt your foot?
No, due to the injury, I had other problems with the surgery.
Okay. But you eventually recovered?
Eventually, yes.
Do you have a scar to that effect?
I do.
She barely made it.
Mr. J? You may. There's a lock, sir. Out.
All right, I don't know how best to do this, Judge. Vaughn. Is this the injury here? Looks like there's an admission.
She is in the spotlight. She's loving this moment. Show and tell.
All right, I'm showing you identification T. You recognize that photograph?
I do. Yes.
All right. Looks like you got an injury to your lip and to your face. Do you recall this event?
I was trying to sleep, and
Have y'all been drinking?
I'm sure. I know that he had been drinking. This was one of the instances where I would go upstairs to try to go to sleep. And
But
he-
y'all drank together a lot, did you not?
Sometimes, yes.
But there were times where he wanted to stay up, continue to drink, and you wanted to go to bed.
Many times, yes.
You were done, he was not.
Correct.
Was that one of these times?
Yes.
So tell us what happened.
I'm sleeping in the bed, sound asleep, and he comes into the room and grabs me by my hair a lot of the times. And from here, he scratched me from trying to grab me, and then grabbed my hair and pulled me off of the bed, and then raked my face across the carpet. These are carpet burns.
To your lips?
Yes.
What about to the, looks like the eyebrow area?
That's from where from grabbing me, scratched me and got a hold of me by my hair.
Why was he mad at you?
Because I wasn't downstairs with him
He wanted you to be drinking with him?
all the time.
All right, I'd like to introduce identification T and evidence.
What was pre-marked as T will be received into evidence without objections. Defense Exhibit 7.
Right, Kels? He even forced her to drink. He forced it on her.
Oh, permission, Paul.
You may, sir.
That is exactly why she wanted to wear that skirt. She has that planned for a long time.
All right, you see the injury between the eyes and the injury to the lip?
Yes.
As you described?
Yes, and then the blood going down my eye, yes.
Showing you what has been marked as exhibit for identification, or defense exhibit. You, for identification.
Yes,
Can you describe that photograph?
I can. This was the first time that I ever called 911. George and I had gone to a bar across the street within walking distance, and at some point, I asked a guy, or he asked me, somehow or another, it was over a cigarette. And he left, and I didn't know where he went, and the bartender said, oh, he left. He took your car and he left. So,
Why would he do that?
well, I found out when I got home, it was because I spoke to another man. And so I paid the tab, and I walked home, and he's sitting on the back porch with the handle of vodka. And I was walking on eggshells and terrified, and kind of treaded lightly when I came in, and he acted all natural and fine. So I didn't know the reason why that he had just gotten up and left with my car. So then he calls me a whore, and then he calls me a slut, and then he calls me a cunt, and gets up and pushes me. And he pushed me with both of his hands so hard that we have this little area where our washer and dryer is, and there are metal doors that are on it. And he pushed me into the metal door. And then I fell back, and he got his knees on top of me on my arms here, so I was pinned down, and was starting to strangle me, and hit my head up against the metal closet over and over and over and over and over it again, and calling me a fucking whore, and you're such a slut and fuck you and everything. And my tongue was flopping out of my mouth, and I thought I was going to bite my tongue off. And because of the amount of noise, I guess, my head was making on the metal door, he slid me down and got back on me and then started to strangle me again. And it was on, we have carpet, but it's like concrete. And I was able to get my arms out from underneath and grab his throat and get him off of me. So I got him off of me and I pushed him off, and he came up and he goes, "You fucking bitch." And he stomped my face. And the next thing I know, I woke up. I obviously
Did you get
blacked
knocked
out.
out?
I'm obviously, I guess, yes. And he was passed out on the floor. And I woke up frantic looking for my phone, and I immediately called 911.
Okay. The police arrived on that incident?
Yes, they did.
Is this a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained as a result of him kicking you?
Stomping, yes.
A stomp?
Stomp.
With his
All I
heel?
saw was his heel.
We ask that this be identification you be admitted today. Okay.
What was pre-marked as you will be received without objection is defense 8.
Oh, is she trying to cry now? She's trying to work it up to cry. That's awful black. That looks made up.
Was that the next day, or is that a few days later?
That looks too perfect.
A couple of days later.
And that's the bruising from the kicking of the eye?
Why isn't her eye red?
Now, the police will call, and we'll talk about that in a minute. Let me go through the details. Showing you identification V, defense. Could you recognize that? You have to speak up.
Yes.
Can you identify that picture?
Yes.
Is that your leg?
Yes.
And is that just like the injury to your nape?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the injury you sustained to your nape?
Yes.
Do you remember how that happened?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury?
I was trying to get off of the back porch, and he grabbed me and pushed me, and it was a rock or a really sharp piece of mold from him grabbing me and pushing me onto the ground. And I guess I just happened to hit my knee just right on whatever it was.
Were y'all drinking? Why did he push you?
Because I wanted to get off of the back porch.
He wanted to stay out there?
Yes.
He wanted you to be with him? What's the deal with him wanting to be with you all the time?
Security, I guess. I don't know. I don't know.
Did you do your best to please him?
And then some, yes.
All right, I'd like to introduce in evidence identification.
Okay.
What was pre-marked as V will be received into evidence without objection is defense 9.
Now, Ms. Boone, were you treated for this, or did you self-treat?
Shouldn't the eye have been red
Show the jury now.
when it's that bruised? Oh.
Just I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up.
She fell down
I said
drunk.
I got the first aid kit that I had for my son, and I just cleaned it up and put a Band-Aid on it.
Bart, I'm showing you identification W. Defense identification. You recognize that photograph? What is that a photograph of?
This is a photograph of my arm.
And is that a fair and accurate depiction of your arm with some type of injury?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Multiple times, yes.
Well, we're talking about this isolated event where this photograph was taken, the injury you sustained.
Yep.
Who injured your arm?
George Torres.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Did you tell the jury about it?
This was one of the instances where I would try to pull away from him, and I don't know how my arm started to do this, but from him pulling from this way, how hard he would pull, with me trying to struggle to get away from him, it would leave these bloody under the skin splotches.
So he wouldn't hit you sometimes, he would just grab you and pull you.
Yes, for me trying to pull away from him, that's the point of it doing this, from me pulling away from him.
Now, this is one of the many times y'all were both intoxicated.
I mean, I can't say for sure that, yes, but whenever it would happen, yes, we would be drinking.
Identification W and evidence.
What was pre-marked as W will be received into evidence without objection as Defense Exhibit 10.
Cynthia, doesn't it look a little bit too perfect? And there's no yellowing, there's no
Yes, sir.
redness of the eye or anything from being hit.
It doesn't look like a wound or anything.
Objection to commentary.
Sustained.
Tell me, I'm sorry, tell me, you said it's just from the grip, him losing his grip?
Yes, it would be from me pulling away from him, and whatever under the skin it was that it was disturbed from the amount of pressure of him holding and then pulling from me would create those on my arms.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit X for identification.
Yes.
And what is that a picture of?
This is a picture of my ear, side of my head.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction
Yes.
of the injury you sustained by George Torres?
Yes.
Do you remember this event?
Yes.
Were you drinking?
I at the time was not drinking.
On this event, you had not consumed any alcohol.
I mean, I may have earlier. This was another, I was in the bed trying to sleep.
Where was George?
Downstairs drinking.
All right, and so you were wanting to go to bed, and he wanted you to stay down there with him?
Yes, I was in the bed.
All right, tell the jury what happened on this event.
I believe this was the instant where I was in the bed and I used to barricade the door with our dresser.
Why didn't you just lock it?
All of the locks were broken in my home.
Or
They were from George taking them, including my son's. At one point, I could seek refuge in my son's room, but he broke that one as well.
well, tell me, explain how that happens. Tell the jury. We can't read your mind.
George wants me, which he has told me numerous times, that I'm to be with him at all times and doesn't like to be apart from me or away from me. So whenever it was even just to go to the bathroom, sometimes he would go with me. And you have to understand, I have a 2-story, 900 square foot townhome, so there's not many places to go. So it just happened to be that it would be upstairs or downstairs, or I'd be in a particular room or not. So inevitably.
Did you want some time away?
Yes, I did. Even if it were just him upstairs or me downstairs or vice versa. So I rarely got to sleep. This was one of the instances because I had barricaded the door with our, 200-pound dresser that we had. And then I had my nightstand barricaded up against the bed, to where it was even more difficult from the prior times of him breaking in. And he would, I don't know how he would ever do it, but he would get himself in through the crack of the door that he would be able to wedge the dresser in the nightstand. And he pulled me out of the bed and told me I was going to die. And I believe it's this incident, and punched me and
Punched you in the side of the head?
yes, in
Was
my
it-
temple and everything.
Was it an open fist or a closed fist, or do you know?
It was fully closed.
Like identification X introduced in the evidence?
What was pre-marked as X will be received without objection as Defense Exhibit 11.
I'm showing you. Exhibit. That's you? Did you get any treatment for that? Medical treatment?
I know the police came, but I don't remember. I remember it hurt for a good solid 2 weeks after that.
Was this one of the incidents where the police were called?
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photograph, which is identification Y?
Yes.
Was that the date of the incident? The date of this event?
No, it happened prior. I mean, but this picture that was taken of the.
This picture was taken, would have been taken February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
And do you recognize that as your close-up facial?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how your face looked on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes.
What's the significance of this picture?
Again, because I was sleeping, George was upset with me and came in with a metal curtain rod and bent it and snapped it in half and then crunched into the forehead with it. And it started to beat the furniture that was in the bedroom. This is probably a good month before or after it had happened, before I really do believe that I should have gotten stitches, but I was not allowed to go to the hospital.
Judge, I'd like identification Y introduced into evidence.
It was a gash.
What was pre-marked as Y will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 12.
Is that the same curtain rod that you mentioned in the 2-hour interrogation video?
Which they didn't take, yes.
This was photographs that were taken, I guess it would have been the crime scene. Was it the crime scene the investigator that came out and took photographs?
I don't remember who it was, but yes, someone did on the day of the incident.
Was it different from the extraction, the phone extraction expert? Was it somebody different?
I think.
But is it this Boone right here?
Yes. And remember, that's a month later.
And then on that same date, they took, same time, they took this photograph as well, which is identification R.
Yes.
All right, and what does that do?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat, and
Is that an injury to your hand?
it's a bruise.
Was that taken, February 23rd, 2020, when the investigators came out? February 24th? I'd like to introduce identification on the evidence.
Yeah, I bet this goes on for the rest of the day. And then
As
the
pre-marked as
state,
Defense R will be received into evidence without objection as Defense 13.
the state won't get to cross her until tomorrow, I bet.
Yes, sir.
I think they're digging a hole, and I think that's why the prosecution's being quiet.
But February 24th of 2020, is that what you were wearing? Is that you?
Yes.
And there's some discoloration up here of your palm. You see that?
I do.
Is that from you jabbing him with a baseball bat?
Sustained.
Do you know how you suffered that injury?
I believe it's from holding the baseball bat.
Will you help him with it?
Yes, trying to get his hand back in.
That wouldn't have caused that. No. No. You would have to swing pretty dang hard for that the baseball bat to cause that.
I'm showing you defense identification in. Just like 5 photographs. Can you look at those? See if you recognize them. All right, well, let's see now.
Yes.
And are those fair and accurate depictions?
Yes.
As a composite of the events that occurred in relation to George Torres and your TV?
Yes. Yes.
All right, are those stills of a videotape that you took?
Yes.
And is that videotape, was it on your phone?
Yes.
So when law enforcement sees the phone, they would have had access to this video?
I believe so, yes.
And tell me about it.
Lucas liked to watch cartoons and play video games on the big screen, this is the big screen. And I would have to call Brian to come over sometimes to help me figure out the Fire Stick and whatever platform or whatever it was that Lucas was trying to view his shows and video games on.
Oh my God.
And I don't remember how George found out that Brian had come over. I believe because it was actually fixed and he knew that I didn't know how to do it. Found out that Brian had come over to fix it, and
Was he jealous of Brian?
I don't know if he was jealous of Brian. I think that he had a fear that I somehow would go back to Brian. So I think by Brian helping me with things for Lucas, he just didn't want him to be interacting with me at all.
So Lucas wasn't over here this day. Brian wasn't over here this day.
He may have been, I can't remember when he actually fixed the television for Lucas.
Y'all were drinking this day.
I know he was for a fact, yes.
Chances are you.
Probably so, yes.
Okay.
I would agree.
How did it end up badly?
Jesus.
He accused me of sucking Brian's dick and told me that he was going to break my face with the bat, that he was going to make me unrecognizable to my son with the bat, and then told me that he's going to destroy my fucking television, and then I was going to remove it from the apartment. And if I didn't, I was going to be, again, unrecognizable to my son.
So did he grab the bat?
Absolutely. He already had that in his hand, and he told me that I had to videotape it.
Did you videotape it voluntarily?
Uh.
All right, but there is a video. We're going to go ahead and ask Judge if I can introduce this identification of these 5 photographs in the evidence.
Okay. Is it O or N?
I have O being a composite with 5 photos, and not having a single photo.
We're moving in O. Okay. All right. What was pre-marked as O will be received into evidence without objection as defense 14.
Thank you, Route Irish, for gifting 10 memberships. That was so kind of you. You guys don't forget to thank him.
All right, so these are some stills. This was George that particular day holding the bat.
Yes, telling me that I'm going to take the television out once he destroys it.
He wanted you to take the television out?
That or I was going to help him, but either way, I was taking it apart and removing it.
And what is this picture of?
Process of him destroying my television.
While you're videotaping?
Correct.
Is that the result?
No, after that, he ripped it off of the TV stand.
Did you later pass out?
Yep, like he usually does.
My God. Show and tell.
What's he drinking there?
I don't know, vodka and something, I'm sure.
Right? No emotion.
Identification N. Did you recognize that?
It's my let it go in the stairwell.
Or were those, was that a photograph taken by a crime scene?
Correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of your living room and stairwell?
Yes.
And let's try to introduce this as identification 9 as an exhibit.
No, it's pre-marked as M, correct?
It's got N.
N, I apologize. What was pre-marked as N will be received into evidence without objection as defendants 15.
Can you tell us a little bit about this room?
This is my living room. This wall that we have over here with the hearts, that's where we would display all of our artwork. We were in the process of taking it down to add more, so he could continue to be entertained. The bookshelf over here is my son's bookshelf with all of his toys and little guns and musical instruments. He's got a little karaoke machine down here, his guitar. The stand right here with the red bucket on it, that was the television stand. And then my back porch area and the dog bed here.
And then most likely in front of the bookshelf at the foot of the stairs, is that a doggy?
It's a baby gate, but my dogs would wander upstairs sometimes and go to the bathroom sometimes when we couldn't get them out. So I would, at nighttime, or whenever we weren't home, make sure that they didn't go upstairs. And plus Penny was blind.
There's an allegation that you pushed George down the stairs
Apparently,
or got him in the suitcase upstairs and pushed him down the stairs?
supposedly,
Did that occur?
absolutely not.
Is that bookshelf disturbed in any way?
No, nor the plant next to it.
I'm showing you composite, 2 photographs, identification M. Did you look at those 2 and see if you recognize them?
Yes, this is me sitting on the back porch with my dogs. And as you can see that we are both drinking.
All right, who's taking the picture?
I'm guessing George's, or maybe it's one that Lucas, Lucas wasn't over here, so it had to be George.
How can you tell y'all are drinking?
Because there's a cup here and then he has a beer.
And there's 2 dogs. There's one sitting next to you. Who's that?
That's Penny, she's the blind dog. I used to have to pick her up to put her somewhere so she would stay there because she was unfamiliar with the area, especially since we moved from my marital home to the townhome. So most of the time Penny would be close or next to me.
Who's next to the film?
This is little guard dog Tess. She was the deaf dog. And this is the fence here.
Well, I'll show them.
Okay, But this is Tess, and then this is deaf, blind. Penny and Tess.
All right, and then the second one.
This is Tess on the back porch, taking a nap. She was never far from me.
All right, when George was sober, how did he treat the dogs?
Nice. I don't know if he was a pet person, but I mean, he was nice. If I needed him to feed them, he would feed them.
Were there times when George was drinking where he would threaten to harm the dogs?
All the time.
All right, you're gonna have to tell the jury.
One of the worst threats was Penny being blind. He would actually leave the gate open in the back. He wouldn't threaten me to do it. He would actually do it on nights that I had to go up to sleep, or I fled the night before or something. And would tell me that he hoped that I would come back and find her bloated body dead in the pond across the way from our townhome. And Tess was notorious if I wasn't there to go look for me, and would say that he would hope that I would have to scrape up her dead body from the street that was out in front of our apartment complex.
Why was George upset with you? Why would he threaten to harm the dog?
Anything that he could get to try to have some type of hold over me.
Control.
And he knew I loved my dogs very much, especially that they were handicapped.
Were they afraid of him?
Yes. Penny would hear his voice and instantly go underneath the dining room table that we had. Tess was always fractious and very, very quick with his movements, but she was never far away. They never showed their teeth. They never growled. Tess would occasionally bark, but it was very rare. And he used to kick them and just.
For what reason would he kick them?
Penny would try to find me because she's blind.
Sustained.
I'd like to move identification in and evidence.
Any objection? Was pre-marked as M will be received into evidence without objection as defense 16.
What did he say? You can't get into the mind of the dog? Is that what Jay said? This is ridiculous.
All right. Can you describe this for the jury?
This is again is our back porch, and this is the fence that I made for the dogs to have a little bit extra space. Kenny is next to me. She's the blind dog, and then Tess is down here guarding the gate.
Are these fake rabbits? Is that
Yes. I used to call my son when he was a baby. He was my bunny rabbit.
Overruled.
He was my bunny rabbit, so I used to collect bunny rabbits, and so I have rabbits here and there throughout my house and in my little garden area.
Or this is the alcohol you are consuming?
Yes.
And this is a close-up of which one?
This is Tess. She's the deaf dog.
How old were these dogs at that time, 2020?
Gosh, maybe 9, maybe 10.
Yes.
I just can't. I am wondering about that image though with George and the bat. There was already some holes in the TV. Do you guys think that it was broken? The TV was broken, and they were being stupid again and hitting? I'm just saying. Do you think that was set up? She could have taken any images off her phone and made whatever story she wanted to out of them. Go look on your phone right now, guys, and see if you can find stories on the pictures on your phone. That's all it is stories. You can't give me some proof that this happened. Give me some proof that he made that bruise happen. there's all we have is her word so far. I could say I fell, my sister hit me, but there's no proof of if you don't have an image of her doing it or you don't have a video of her doing it to me. You can't put somebody I don't know. I think we're all kind of like we're going to be glad when today's over, I think.
All right, members of the jury, it's 4:03. By show of hands, would you like to take an afternoon break at this point in time? Okay, court sees no hands. We may have to work also a little bit past 5 o'clock, maybe going between 5:45 and 6 this evening. I know juror third from the right, you may have to make a phone call as to that. Does anyone have any concerns about working a little bit later today till 6 o'clock? If you have those concerns, please raise your hand at this time.
If you want anybody to blame,
Court
just
sees
look
no
at the defense
hands.
attorneys.
Ma'am, are you in a position to step out to see if you can get assistance with childcare, or is that not an option for today?
I'm actually all set for today. She's already taken them off.
You are? Okay. All right. Excellent. Very good. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. With that, Mr. Owens, you may continue. Yes, sir.
I think one of the jurors raised their hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, juror fifth from the right.
Are we going to get a break before the 5:45 mark? Because if not, then yes, I would like a break.
Then I tell you what, let's go ahead and take it at this time. We'll give you all a 15-minute recess. It's 4:04. Hang on. Don't leave yet. I got to tell you a couple things. It's 4:04. I'll see you back here at 4:20. Same instruction as before. Please don't conduct any independent investigation or research as the person, places, things, or charge involved, and don't have any discussions amongst yourselves or anyone else. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Thank you very much.
Jury exiting.
If you guys got a membership from Route Irish, please make sure you thank him for that. YouTube deals them out. He can't decide who gets them. They just go to whoever. YouTube's algorithm decides. This whole
Welcome, be seated. Thank you.
this whole thing with the dogs is bothering me, I guess. You know, that was the DV victim, I think. That's got the child care problems. I could be wrong, but it sounded like the voice.
If Ms. Boone needs to use the facilities, we might as well take advantage of that at this time. All right, court will be in recess till 4:20. Thank you.
All right, let's do our drawing. Let's do our members only drawing for the day. I have to do 2 of them because Rosie never got back to me. Just put Bruiser on what? On to address that. I know Bruiser's getting a little vocal. They eat like right around 5 o'clock my time, which is Central Standard Time. So by the time this is over, they're going to be like yesterday, they were dying. They let us out, let us go eat, yeah. They needed it. They knew it was moving around time and they weren't getting it. I was going to wait till she leaves the room before we do the rifle wheel. I'm doing great, right? Tell her how great she's doing. I know I'm such a victim. Everybody believes me. Everybody believes me. You guys, that black eye thing, it looked fake. It looked like black eyeliner. I think she was always malicious when it came to him, though. I think she always was looking for ways to get him in trouble. I don't know why that she felt like she needed to do that. I think that she would get back at him. She would get back at him for being with his kids or spending time with his kids or calling his ex-wife to talk about the kids or calling his family, calling his brothers. I mean, I think to her, it was like, this is how I'm going to get back at you. I'm going to tell everybody you hit me. That's like the kind of mind she had. And anybody that's just watching this and y'all think that we're hateful people that are in the chat and everything, you guys, we've been watching this case for a very long time. We know all the ins and outs that are Sarah Boone, and we know that there's already footage out there that shows that everything she's saying is a lie. Not everything, but the majority of what she's saying is a lie. So just FYI, if you're new to the case. All right, let's do the members only will drawing. Here we go. Woo, big money. Big money, big money. Scott Hovind, Hovind. Scott Hovind. You're the next winner on Wheel of Fortune. All right, you're getting a pair of earbuds. Let me do one more drawing. Close. Remove. Who could it be? Who's next? Who needs earbuds? Such a big priced item. Rachel T. Rocca. All right, Scott and Rachel. So you have won earbuds, complimentary of Characters Productions and Mods. And what we're going to do is we're going to mail those to you. So what we need you to do is find my email address in the description section of any video on my channel. Email me, and in the email header, just put I'm a winner. And in the base of the email, please put your mailing address, your name and your mailing address, so that we can get these mailed out to you ASAP. And congratulations, and thank you for being members of our channel. We appreciate you. Okay. All my responsibilities are done for the day now. No, I'm just kidding. Bama says, yeah, I feel like the eye was fake. Where are you at, Bama? I just lost your chat. So I think about the chat moving so quick. It's hard for me to even hit the thing to put it up on the screen. I just saw your chat and now I can't find it, Bama. She said, yeah, it looks fake to me. Jenny said, I told my husband if I didn't win some that I'm putting them on my Christmas list. I think you should. I mean, I hope you win, but I think you should, though. We still have another week's worth here, so. Carrie, did you get an email from me? Oh, I don't know. I have been in and out of my emails. I think I did. So we'll go back and check. I will get back to you before the end of the day. I'm just trying to pay attention to what's going on. If I may ask, but do all jurors, okay. Wendy wants to know, do all jurors have to come to the same verdict? Yeah, there's 6 on the panel of jurors, and it has to be a unanimous decision. So all 6 jurors have to have the same opinion. There are 5 women and 1 male on our panel of jurors for this trial. Kel says, I think the eye wasn't swollen enough. I don't know. I think we're going to be able to look at these pictures closer. Maybe by tomorrow I'll be able to get these pictures in a still setting so we can go back and look at them better. If I try to search for them now, it'll be a mess. But I would like to do that and kind of... And again, she's all over the place with dates. Like, I noticed one thing about when they were talking about these injuries. Like in one injury, he said, well, was this the injury you got on February 24th of 2020? Y'all, that was the day after George died. He said February 23rd, February 24th. Well, the police had already said she didn't have any injuries on her at that event. So he must have meant another time in February. But she didn't call the police every time. She called the police in June of 2018. July of 2019, she called them twice. August, she called them once. And September, she called them once. Am I missing a date? I might be still missing a date. One time she called because she said he stole her debit card. Which, and all the times that we've seen the body cam footage, she's been just as plastered. He's like, if he was drunk, I don't know if he was or not. He might have been, but he's like real mellowed out in all of these pictures and all of these body cam footage. So it's like, there's no aggression. There's no anger. It's just like, and to think I just don't see it. I just don't see the aggression. I feel like he was putty in her hands, you guys. Putty in her hands. And that whole thing about, well, you know, he just showed me a lot of attention and I thought he was really good looking and all that. That stuff, if you go back and watch the Marsha Thompson trial, when she got up on the stand and they were having her explain about her husband And what was it that about him? Did he have a good side? And she's like, yeah. She said, I didn't have a whole lot of confidence. I didn't date much before I met him. And he just made me feel like I was pretty and I was seen. And it was the whole thing again. And Owens has already said he's been watching that trial. He's gonna, use that trial as his base for Sarah's defense. Why would he say that? If he hadn't said that, we may have never picked up on it. I don't know. We might have. But yeah, it's I'm begging the state, please tell me you got something more. Please tell me you're going to bring in some of this other stuff that we've seen, because the jury has heard seen these pictures, and they've heard about these injuries. I'm not saying that she didn't not get an injury from George. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I want to see more proof of it, because everything that I've seen, there's a contradiction. And I hope the state comes in and says, what date was this injury to Sarah? This was on this date. Okay, let's look at the injury of George when he was arrested by the police. He also had some photos of him taken. Oh, look at all those scratches all over his neck. Look at the bruises on his neck. I mean, abusing each other is a thing. It is a thing. But there has to be an aggressor. And she seems like the aggressor in all of this. And I felt like when she would go off on her own and play the victim, like, oh, he's, I'm just trying to get away from him or whatever. I feel like it was one of those situations where he probably passed out and she got bored. And so she starts walking around the neighborhood, half dressed, barefoot again. Or he didn't want to deal with her crap or he was at work. And so she's walking around the neighborhood, barefoot, half dressed, and drunk again. Uh-oh, what did I miss in the chat? What'd you say, Pope? Yeah, no hung jury, please. No. We have to think that rebuttal will be the last thing the jurors hear and see. Good point. Very good point. I hope it's good. They need to point out all of her lies. If she can bring up this past aggression, they should be able to bring up hers. That's what I'm thinking, Christy. That's what I'm thinking. She can't be allowed to do this and then him not be able to have a voice either. His brother said the same thing. Yep. And that's another thing. Juan can still come up to the stand. He can be recalled. And he said she was crazy in his interview. If you've not watched them, we've got a whole playlist dedicated to the interviews revolving around the witnesses in this case. So you can just go in there and find what you're looking for. I think I even did a marathon video on it, and it's time stamped. So you want to go listen to Juan Torres. And then, of course, you've got Vinny from next door, who also said she was crazy, and he would hear them all the time. And then I guess we're not going to hear from the apartment manager. She's like MIA. I wonder what happened there. I wonder why the prosecution didn't subpoena her, if they totally did lose track of her. Because I don't know, maybe they were fine with that because she was kind of an iffy witness, because I think she believed some of Sarah's lies. And if the defense didn't track her down, they're dying because they didn't track her down. And this woman that lives across the street, what is she going to say? She saw him run around the neighborhood, drunk all the time. Like what kind of witness is she going to be? I don't know. We watched that this morning, the video of her where she was on the news talking about how she had found out. She said, oh, it must be those people that are drunk all the time. She's someone who lived in the neighborhood. You think the apartment manager is shady, Veronica? Because she laughs a lot. She's talking about serious stuff. You don't trust her judgment. I just feel like she was one of those that, because I felt like she could be manipulated by Sarah a bit. Yeah, she's kind of, I don't know, she might have been her own little Sarah, but Brian is on the defense list too, and Sarah wants to humiliate him, Gretchen says. I'm trying to think how they're going to bring Brian up, and they're going to say that he has not been paying alimony. So they were trying to bring that whole thing in where her in family court, he's supposed, even though she's in jail, he's supposed to still be paying her alimony to up to the point to where her conviction is settled, right? So that the judge can then rule on what happens in family court with the two of them and their divorce. And I think he's over it. I think he's done. He's got, he's found his way away from her and he's having a good life now. And they're trying to say that he's going to say things that he shouldn't say because he wants her to stay in jail because he doesn't want to have to pay her money and he doesn't want her to have to worry about bringing their child around to see her and whatnot. So that's the way they're going to spin him. But the state can also get up and talk to him, in which I guess that's why the state was holding out on that to see what the defense did, because the state's going to be able to say, well, what happened with you guys? And he's going to say what he said in that video. She gets angry. She gets very touchy. She gets very mad when she gets drunk, and she's forceful. And she used to grab my neck and scratch me all the time. But I just never hit her back. You know what's funny? If you look at Brian and then you look at George, and there's the size difference is absolutely. You guys, if George was 5'1", I'm 5'4". 5'1" is very short for a man. I don't know. That sounds awfully short. 5'1". So, I mean, in this case, it's like, look at the Courtney Clenny thing where, you look at that whole scenario. And if they didn't have the video of her beating the hell out of him in the elevator and him just trying to defend himself, that case would have looked totally different. She could have easily come out as the victim. That's going to be a crazy case. I think I want to go down that rabbit hole next. Her case is going to go to trial next year. But I think the cases are very similar in that both the men ended up dead. I don't know exactly the whole story between Courtney Clenny and her boyfriend, but I do remember that elevator footage was just like, are you kidding me? She was like just hitting him and hitting him and hitting him, and he wasn't hitting her back. He was just holding his arms up around his head to protect himself, covering up so she wouldn't hit him in the head. And to say that men can't be abused, I guess the statistics say that men don't report it because they're embarrassed by it. And it makes complete sense. I think there's a lot of men that are probably verbally abused by their wife more than physically. And of course they're not going to report that. But yeah, so what's going on in the chat? And abusers are very good at hiding things. I mean, that's part of being an abuser. You know how to get around those things, right? Ann said, I would say jury's bound to take some of this on board. The photos were dating against George. Yeah. Extremely short. I've wondered if he had problems with his health growing up, Route Irish said. Gretchen says, I want to know why the state didn't ask the medical examiner about broken ribs from CPR. I think if his ribs were broken, we would have heard about that already because we'd heard about some of the injuries already. All the injuries that they told us about that she said on the stand, I knew about those from the police reports. So I think we would have known if his ribs were broken. So why didn't they ask why weren't they? Is that what you're saying? Why didn't the state ask why weren't they broken from CPR? Yeah. We have no sound yet. Here, I'm going to refresh. I've been doing this a lot lately. I just want to make sure we don't get a... Yeah. Here it is.
We're back on the record. Case number 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State.
Nick Koepsell on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for the state. County Henderson for Sarah Boone.
All right. Ms. Boone, let's go ahead and bring you back up to the witness stand, please.
Judge, we'll go to try to go with 6 today.
Yes, sir, that's the plan.
Much as it takes, I mean, it's just depends on how it goes. You said about 20. So I guess
All right, we're ready to bring back in our jury.
Yes?
All right, let's do
Yes,
it.
sir.
Oh, Judge.
Hold on.
Oh, she's up there. I'm sorry. I thought we lost. Jury entering.
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury?
I do.
All right, y'all can be seated. Thank you. Again, members of the jury, if you could. Oh, wait.
What happened, Judge? What's wrong?
Can the parties approach for a moment?
Oh, Lord. What now? I think we have a juror complaining. Something's going on with the jurors.
All right, members of the jury, again, if you could just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the last break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. All right, with that, Mr. Owens, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
Just based on the court statements, identification A, I'd like to, this is one of the photographs that we introduced. Is this injury to your ear? And then this is your living room. This is identification C, the blow up.
What happened to his tripod?
Identification D. TV. Identification E. Is that your arm?
Yes.
That bruise on her arm could easily be from him trying to
Identification
pull her
F.
away from him.
Is that your knife wound? Identification G. Is this the curtain rod?
Yes.
No, these pictures are not from the night in question. These are pictures from all over
Identification
the
A.
place.
This is the eye.
The last couple of years.
Identification I. See your face shot,
Yes.
the lip, the eyebrow.
guys ever see the movie Gone Girl?
Certification B. And this is the back patio of the dog.
Quiet Sarah Boone. That's what I call her. Thank you, Abellas, for your super chats today. I 100% agree with you. There's no way she would have been that controlling.
It's been. Let me go back to the night earlier in the evening when I think y'all may have been out on the back patio and you had suggested to George to call the children, but then did he call his brother or his brother called George? Do you remember?
George called his brother.
Okay. And you made a statement about telling something. Explain that to the jury.
I told him to tell his brother about you choking me the other day. This is a separate choking incident. We had been drinking, and I wanted George to tell him, but he didn't tell him, so I said it in the background, so he would be aware.
What did you tell him?
Tell him why you choked me, or that you choked me.
Okay. Now, you heard the testimony of the two neighbors, the boys that lived next to you,
Yes.
and you heard that they were actually questioned. I think the audio, they were audio interviewed. You heard from Detective Koepsell. I think it was a couple of days later on the 25th of February or 27th of February.
Yes.
And you heard their testimony earlier this week.
Yes.
Where they hear a kind of a thumping sound starting at the top of the steps, ending at the bottom.
Yes.
Have they got the night wrong?
Yes.
So explain to the jury that.
So it was the night before. Again, I was sleeping, and in the middle of the night with the door barricaded, he came in and ripped me out of the bed. And first got me with one hand, and then got both hands and pulled me completely off the bed. And then, like a caveman, had my hair like this and was going down the stairwell, taking me with him to come downstairs so I could sit and drink with him.
Do you believe that's the noise that the two neighbor boys heard?
I absolutely do.
And it was just the night before?
Correct.
Now, some of the time when this abuse occurred, you called the police.
Yes.
And other times the police were not called.
Correct.
I want to refer to you the first time, I believe, you mentioned the 911 call. I believe that was July 25th of 2018.
Yes.
And that was the incident in which George had kicked you in the eye.
Stomped me, yes.
Stomped you in the eye. And you had grabbed his neck.
Yes, I was able to get my arms out from him pinning me down with his knees and grab his neck.
So law enforcement came and investigated.
Yes.
And both of you were arrested.
Correct.
Do you recall asking the officer when you were arrested? Why am I being arrested?
Many times, yes.
You recall asking the officer, why am I being arrested?
Yes.
And do you recall making any other statements to law enforcement as to why you did what you did to George?
That was the first time ever that I actually officially fought back.
Did you tell the officer that you were fighting back?
Yes, because I was complete shock that I was getting arrested because of it.
Now, on the 2-minute video, the suitcase video, you mentioned to him, I think you said something, I can't breathe. He said, I can't breathe. And you said, that's how I feel when you're choking me. Were you referring to an isolated incident of the night before, 2 nights before, or whatever, or were you referring to in general?
In general, the more than 2 or 3, 4 times that he had done it.
Okay. And then the part about cheating, he didn't physically cheat on you.
No, he did not.
Okay. And just, I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but what are you referring to there?
George was, I believe, addicted to pornography, and a lot of that would be found on my phone from him supposedly wanting to call up job interviews. And as a solution, I sat him down and I explained to him, to me, that's you visualizing yourself with someone else, or at least having a pleasurable moment with someone else or watching other people. And to me, I considered that. As anyone who has ever been in love, or when you love someone, or primarily someone or something, you go above and beyond, and you tolerate and you endure and you persevere, and you try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through. To serve someone else. As anyone who has ever been in love, or themselves, love someone, or a happier, primarily someone or something, is very strong and go above and beyond. I believe tolerate and endure and persevere, and how different people react to it. Try to make that person as spectacular as you possibly can, no matter the sacrifice that you may have to go through. I love him to this day.
Did you not want to be alone?
Serve someone else. As anyone has ever been in love, or divorce, it was very nice to have him around. He was a man to me, and I felt protected, and he's very nice, and as lame as it sounds, he used to compliment me, and it made my day. So, yes.
During that period of time when you first started seeing George, would it be fair to say that you had low self-esteem?
Yes.
Now, we talked about this previous arrest where You told the officer you were fighting back and you got arrested. I want to talk about your conversations with law enforcement. But first, I want to ask you, why did you go to the police station that day when you were interrogated there? We saw the 2-hour video. Tell the jury.
The day of the incident, the detective Koepsell gave me her business card with her personal cell phone number on it and said if I happened to remember anything or anything that I would like to add to the day for me to not hesitate to give her a call. So throughout the rest of the evening, something was off. I didn't feel comfortable with what she told me and how she told it to me.
How long were you at the scene?
Gosh, all day, from the moment that they were there to the moment that the coroner's van drove off.
All right, when it ended, did you stay in your home?
No, I raced inside and collected some pajamas and a toothbrush, and I went over to where my son was at my ex-husband's house.
Did you take the dogs?
I didn't even feed them. It was so fast.
All right, and then once you got over to your ex-husband's, what happened? As it relates to Detective Koepsell.
Something just wasn't sitting right with me, and I had a suspicion that she just wasn't being honest with me, so I took it upon myself.
Sustained.
So you called her. Tell us about that.
I called her and I told her that I felt that she was being dishonest with me. She originally had told me that due to her being pregnant, it would just be a lot easier for her to have me come down to the station to pick up my phone. The original plan was for she and Detective Loman to return the phone to my apartment. But she said that it would be a lot easier for me to just come down and pick it up because I remember when I was pregnant. That's what she said. You remember when you were pregnant. So I said, I feel that you're tricking me and I feel that you're being very sneaky about something and I don't believe that you're being honest with me. And I said, regardless, I'm still going to come.
Sustained.
So you agreed to come, but you understood it was to get your phone?
Correct.
All right, you came that afternoon to the station?
I did.
And the original agreement was they were to come to you?
Correct.
All right. When you got to the station, what happened?
I thought I was just going to be picking up my phone. My car was there. I had everything in my car. It was just a regular, I'm just going to go in, maybe sign something and pick up my phone. And there's people that are over here at the windows. And I thought that I was supposed to go over there to get my phone. And Detective Lowen came down and said that my phone was upstairs. So if I would just follow him upstairs, that's where my phone was. And then I was taken into I guess it was an interrogation room, and they told me to sit down, and that then I guess the interview or interrogation began, and I just simply kept getting my phone.
Sarah, tell the jury why.
Yes.
Yes, because I had a list of questions. Thank you, A. Stevens. I had a list of questions that I needed answered from this woman. And I told her that something just didn't feel right. I needed her to explain that I felt she was tricking me.
Ms. Boone? Ms. Boone? Tell the jury why you lied to the police.
I lied to the police. Basically everyone, because I was extremely fearful of being arrested. I made the first attempt of me calling 911 by telling them what happened, and I thought they were going to help me, but instead I was arrested for calling 911.
So you made the decision to lie.
I did.
Did you stay with that lie?
I did.
Are you telling the truth today?
I am.
Now, let me take you back to the to this incident. Is it fair to say that when George Torres is sober, he commits no violence against you?
No.
Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that every time that he's intoxicated or every time that you're hit by him or harmed by him, it's when he's intoxicated?
Yes.
As a result, when he's drinking, does it change your outlook?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
I'm always fearful, paranoia.
Why?
Because I try to protect and defend myself for fear something happens at the last ultimate second.
But you're always that way, fearful. Is it because of these prior incidences?
Absolutely.
Do you try to placate him?
All the time.
What do you mean?
With the puzzles and the painting and feeding the ducks across the way at the pond, listening to music, trying to go for a walk on the trail, anything that I possibly can. I told you I was running out of things to entertain him with.
Why do you think George, what bothers him?
Sustained.
Does he tell you?
Sustained.
As a result of how he behaves towards you in that intoxicated state, how were you feeling the night of this event?
Overruled.
Extremely nervous, anxiety galore, just, I can never relax.
When he's drinking?
Yes.
And the state of intoxication that he was at the time of this event, is that the state that scares you the most?
It's the tone, yes. There's a lot of alarms and red flags that go on throughout the day or night or whenever it is that we are drinking.
Sustained.
Tell us about that. How that does that heighten your sense of safety?
At all times.
But especially when he's drinking?
Oh, yes, all the time.
And then his mood?
Yes, it depends on what mood he's in that day.
Well, do you have like a sixth sense of how he's doing?
Yes, I knew George very well.
Sustained.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? Sixth sense, or knew him very well?
I guess you can say that I was trained by fear with him. Just, it wasn't fun anymore when we would drink and we would hang out on the back porch. It wasn't fun anymore because I knew inevitably that something was going to happen to me one way or another.
I forgot. Can you bring me that power and control wheel again? I forgot what I'm supposed to say right here.
Miss Boone, you know, those bruises that we saw of him, they look pretty deep. Tell the jury what you were thinking.
From the bat, you're
Yes.
I didn't want to die that night. I can't describe it to you. It's terrifying love to a certain degree, where my plan was to show him the next day, and just I wanted him to be better and treat me nicer and be the person that he was when I originally met him. And I knew that was in him still. I knew that it could be found, and I just couldn't figure out what it was that I was doing wrong in order for it to not be back to where that was. And I was tired of living in fear and just sick all the time of figuring out how I can entertain him so I don't die, and continue a relationship with my son and try to live a normal life. That wasn't a normal life for me. And just, I bottom line is I didn't want to die. I would have died, or I would have been disfigured or maimed, or if it weren't me with the bat, it would have been him if he were to have gone.
That's all.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please.
George know somebody named Crystal? Did you ever mention Crystal in your text messages about being one of his bitches?
I don't know. I don't remember.
How about Christine? Did George know a Christine?
I don't know.
How about a Pamela Erickson?
These may have been people that he was communicating with on whatever the platform was.
On your phone?
I believe so, yes.
And did you find these communications?
I believe I found one or two of them from some of them.
And did you send a long letter to his family to relay to him about George and his girls that he was cheating on you with?
I believe so.
Okay, so you do know those names, right?
I don't remember them. It's been however long.
Okay. Now, on February 24th, 2020, you called 911 at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you were still feeling a little intoxicated, were you not?
It was more shock, but yes.
So you agree that you previously stated, I was still, I believe, intoxicated to a degree?
To a degree, yes.
So 1 p.m., it's about 14 hours after 11 p.m. the night before, correct?
I'm guessing so.
Well, 12 hours prior would be 1 a.m., and then 12 a.m. is 13 hours, 11 p.m. is 14 hours, correct?
Okay.
And you were present here for the medical examiner, Dr. Zadovich, to testify, correct?
Yes.
And you heard her talk about all the effects of ethanol that it has on the human body, correct?
Yes.
And she also mentioned something that it, on average, dissipates at about 0.015 an hour. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
So would it be fair to say that if you're still feeling the effects of the alcohol at 1 p.m., so that's 14 hours, 0.015, you were at approximately about a 0.21 at 11 p.m. the night before. Do you feel like you were 2.5 times the legal limit at that time?
I don't know how you came to that number.
Judge, I'm going to object.
Approach.
Who's Crystal? What about a Christine? Pamela Erickson, you know who that is? Oh my goodness, wouldn't it be funny if these women came up to testify? Oh, they don't need them. But that's why she texted his family. That's why she was so angry. See, aren't y'all glad y'all hung out and didn't leave and to get mad and leave? Because a lot of people left because they were getting mad watching this. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mambo number 5. Yes, sir. Oh, ba-ba-da-ba-da-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Tequila. Look at her face. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. It's the same facial expression because she doesn't know how to change it. Ba-dum-ba-ba-dum-dum-dum. Are you ready for the ride, Sarah? Buckle up. Please keep your hands in the vehicle at all times.
You may proceed.
So you testified earlier that you all had about half of one of these bottles left from the night before, correct?
Yes.
And so would you agree that this is one of the 3 bottles that was purchased between February 22nd and the 2 that were purchased on February 23rd of 2020?
I'm guessing maybe it's like the bottle, yes.
All right, and it's 1.5 liters. Would you agree? And when you say half, are we talking about to the top of the label was left from the day before?
Oh, goodness, no.
All right, a little less, halfway through the label?
It's right about.
Okay, about halfway through the label. So in addition to halfway through the label, which you began consuming after going to Publix at about 12:15, correct?
Yeah.
So you all would have began consuming around 12:30, is it fair to say when you got that?
I can't tell exactly.
Okay. And after finishing what you all had left over from Saturday, the 2 of you consumed 2 1.5 liter bottles, correct?
I'm not sure about the second bottle that he purchased, if it was empty or not at the time.
Well, you did mention that the police would find 2 empty bottles in the top of your trash, correct?
Yes.
And we did all see that in the photographs, correct?
See that
Two.
they empty in the garbage, yes.
All right, and you say you were about 100 pounds at the time? And we all know Mr. Torres was 103 pounds at the time of his death, correct?
That's what he said.
All right, so that's 3 liters of wine between 200 pounds split between 2 people over the course of a day, correct?
Yes.
And you testified today that you were intoxicated at the time that this occurred, the videos between 11 and 11:30 at night, correct?
Yes, at some level, yes.
Now, what does that mean to you? Previously, have you indicated that that means the room is spinning? Do you ever recall saying that?
I do.
So what was your level of intoxication at this point in time when the first video was filmed at 11:12 p.m.?
Do you mean from lack of sleep or alcohol?
From the alcohol.
Oh.
What was my level?
What were you feeling? Did you have trouble with your balance?
I was more tired than anything.
Did you have trouble with your balance?
I don't believe so.
So you were able to flip a suitcase over with a 100-pound man in it, right?
I mean, yes, it happened,
Okay. How about your speech? Do you feel like your speech was slurred?
clearly.
How about your inhibitions? Do you feel like you were doing things that you wouldn't do when you were sober?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, on reflection, do you feel like this is something you would have done when you were sober?
I didn't know me and George.
I'm just asking you, looking back on this, when he's in the suitcase and you're telling him how you feel, and then you wait 11 minutes and you film another 22 seconds, and then you go upstairs, upon reflection, is that something you would have done and left him in there had you not been drinking?
I don't know. I can't say.
Okay.
If I was scared, then it would be something.
All right. Now, Today you testified about the time frame between the two videos, correct?
Yes.
So you came down from the shower where you were hiding, correct?
Yes.
And as you're coming down the stairs, before you even get to the bottom of the stairs, you can kind of see over your shoulder or towards your right that he's trying to hide in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
And the lid is down, but it's not closed, and you can tell he's hiding in there. It's not a great hiding spot just yet, right?
Correct.
And so you come over to him, and you're laughing, right? And you move the suitcase around some before zipping it shut, right?
No.
No? You immediately zip it shut?
Yes.
Okay. And you're both still laughing about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then it's during this course of time, how quickly is it after you zip it shut that you begin filming the first video?
I don't know without watching it. I don't know.
Okay. I mean, the video is not going to catch you zipping him up because you're like 10 feet away, right? How quickly after you zip him up is it before the video starts is my question.
I don't know.
Okay. And then during that 9 minutes and 14 seconds is when he begins to get angry, correct?
What 9 minutes?
Between the two videos, there's 9 minutes and 14 seconds between the end of 1061 and the beginning of 1062 and 1063. So you got the 2 minute, 3 second video that starts at 11:12:45, correct?
I guess.
Permission to use state 17?
You may.
He tricked her into admitting that she zipped it up immediately. This is going to be too easy for him. He just has to keep going. Play it again, play it again, play it again.
All right, so we're looking at entry 31107. That indicates, according to the phone extraction, 2/23/2020, 11:12:45 p.m. Image _1062 movie begins being captured. You've seen that that is about 2 minutes and 3 seconds. Entry 31113 indicates that image _1063.move
I'll take a peppermint, thank you.
I was disconnected.
What flavor Pop-Tarts did you guys bring? I need something sweet. It's getting a little sour in here. Pass a Pop-Tart, please.
Okay. 31113, a second movie is captured at 11:23:03 p.m. Your testimony was that after that first video was captured by your phone and you, Mr. Torres began getting angry and trying to push his way out, correct?
Say it one more time, please.
Between these two movies, of which there's about 9 minutes and 14 seconds, Mr. Torres begins to get angry and try and push his way out and get out of the suitcase, correct?
He had been angry on and off throughout the entire day.
Okay. You didn't tell us that earlier. You said it was a wonderful, fun day all day, correct?
It was a good day.
You did not tell us earlier today that he had been angry throughout the day.
When would I say that?
You described your entire day of doing puzzles, and arts and crafts, and outside by the dartboard, and you said it was a wonderful day and everything was fun until he was in the suitcase. Did you not testify to that earlier today?
I did.
My specific question between these two movies is, this is when he begins to get angry and trying to push his way out and to get out of the suitcase, correct?
Angry again, yes.
And he was expressing his anger in what manner? How did he say this?
At which point throughout the day?
Ma'am, you know very well that I'm talking about between these movies. Please answer my question. Between these two movies, how did he express his anger with you?
Told me that I was going to fucking die.
Okay. Now this is happening after he's already told you several times he cannot breathe in the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
And he's been in there for whatever brief amount of time it took you to zip him up, and the laughter stops, and then you go over and begin to film, correct? And you're filming, your purpose of filming is to kind of teach him a lesson. This is your chance to say something to him when he can't say anything back to you, correct?
No,
Correct me.
there was no lesson to be learned. It was just I wanted him to try to understand how I felt, so maybe he could progress in being a better person the next day.
So you wanted him to understand how you felt in the past, and that's not teaching a lesson?
I just wanted him to understand.
All right, and so immediately prior to zipping him up and putting him into the movie, you had been upstairs, correct?
I'm sorry?
Immediately before coming down and zipping him up and then filming the first of the two movies, you had been upstairs in the shower, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to publish what has been labeled as image_1061, which according to the timeline was captured at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds with her device. All right. Does this appear to be the suitcase that's in question in the two movies that are filmed at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.? This is image 1061 taken at 11:03 p.m. 31 seconds. Does this appear to be the blue suitcase that's in the two videos that were captured at 11:12 and 11:23 p.m.?
Correct.
Did you take this image at 11:03 p.m.?
I don't remember if I did or not.
And again, we had, and by we, I mean you and Mr. Torres, two 1.5 liters bottles of wine and plus whatever was left over from the day before, correct?
Correct.
So you don't remember taking this photograph?
I don't.
Do you remember whether or not Mr. Torres was in here?
I don't remember taking the photo.
Okay. So what is your memory of what happens between 11:03 p.m. and 31 seconds when that image is captured, and then when the movie starts at 11:12:45. What do you remember?
I don't.
Do you remember anything from that night?
I do.
You told the police on February 25th, 2020, when they first showed you the video, that you didn't remember taking that. You remember that?
I do.
And your testimony is you do remember taking that video,
I do.
but you don't remember taking that photograph 9 minutes prior.
Correct.
Is there something, did you have more to drink in those 9 minutes?
I did not.
Was Mr. Torres in that suitcase the entire time between 11:03 when that image was taken and then when the second video was taken at 11:23 p.m.?
I believe so, yes.
So for 20 minutes? Yes?
However long the time frame is.
Did he begin telling you that he couldn't breathe before the video, or do you not remember?
I don't remember.
Now, you testified moments ago that your two neighbors must have misremembered which night the loud noise was, correct?
Yes.
And now you're telling us that you don't remember taking the photograph at 11:03 p.m., correct?
Correct.
Did the police come out to your townhouse on Sunday, February 23rd, 2020?
Yes.
I'm talking about Sunday. This is the Sunday fun day when we're going to Publix twice. Were the police out of your residence?
No.
It was the day after, Monday the 24th, correct?
Yes.
And that Monday morning, you called 911, well, Monday afternoon at about 1 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And between that time frame, you were the only person in your apartment plus Mr. Torres in the suitcase, correct?
Yes.
So if anything had been disturbed in your apartment, you had all the time that you wanted to undisturb them before calling 911, correct?
If I wanted to.
Okay. And you still, your testimony is there was no loud boom that shook the walls of your townhouse at about 11 p.m. the night of February 23rd, 2020, correct?
Correct.
To the best of your memory, correct?
Correct.
Now, that second video is 22 seconds where you just hear him say Sarah and you don't say anything, or you're familiar with that video, correct?
Yes.
It's after that that you go upstairs, correct?
Yes.
How quickly is it that you go upstairs after that?
It was pretty quick.
Can you grab the dogs?
No, the dogs were upstairs already.
Okay. Did you call 911 and let the police know that you zipped somebody shut in a suitcase and they had not been able to get out for 20 minutes?
I did not.
Did you go to Brian's house and tell him, I had to zip Mr. Torres up in a suitcase shut? We need to do something about that before it passes.
I believe that's what the phone call was.
Okay. Well, what do you remember now about the phone call with Brian?
I know that I called him. I don't know specifically what it was about.
Now, your testimony, it seems like you spend day after day finding things to entertain Mr. Torres to do, correct?
Yes.
Almost like having a child. You have your own child, correct?
I do.
What you described sounded like having a small child. Would you agree?
That's your interpretation.
Well, you take him from doing arts and crafts to doing puzzles, so on and so forth, correct?
When he's been drinking, yes.
And Mr. Torres was notorious for doing some of these things, correct?
What do you mean?
Well, you described Mr. Torres as being notoriously known for doing things. You described your ex-husband, Brian Boone, notorious for doing things like nagging and calling all the time. You remember your testimony calling people notorious for doing things?
Yes.
What would you say people would say you're notorious for?
I don't know.
Oh,
And you would not answer Brian Boone, your ex-husband's phone calls just so that you could let him know that you're busy and you have things going on, correct?
I knew that at whatever time it was that he was calling me, that he could wait for the few moments of me getting up to where Liz gets out of school at 3 o'clock.
Okay. But you wouldn't return his call. You would let him call several times, correct?
That day, yes.
Okay. How about other days? Would he have to call to remind you to get Lucas on other days?
He wasn't reminding me, he was just making sure that Lucas was covered for a pickup or drop off.
All right. You didn't mention to the sheriff's office either February 24th or February 25th about going to Publix with Mr. Torres at noon or 12:17, did you?
I don't recall.
So the best evidence of that would be the recording of those interviews?
Correct.
Did you not remember going to Publix with Mr. Torres that day?
At what point?
At any point?
No, I didn't.
You had indicated to the police that it was about 4 p.m. that you all had started drinking after doing chores. You recall that?
I do.
And your testimony today was that it was really more after you guys went to Publix at about 12:17 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And you did not tell the truth to police, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You did not tell the truth to the police about that, correct?
I did not.
And when they were asking you about Mr. Torres's injuries, you told them that you had nothing to do with it, correct?
Yes.
And that was not the truth.
Correct.
What did y'all have for breakfast on the 23rd?
I don't remember.
Did y'all have lunch?
I believe we had leftovers from, I think, something that we had in the fridge.
And do you recall what those were?
Not at this point, no.
And then I believe you mentioned having a sandwich of some sort for dinner.
No, I believe it was for, I'm guessing he and I ate at the same time.
And at one point, Mr. Torres called his brother Juan, correct?
Yes.
And do you admit that you were yelling in the background, telling Mr. Torres to tell his brother that he had been choking you?
I don't know if I was yelling. I know that he could hear me through the phone.
So how long had that been going on that day? When did you start getting on Mr. Torres about choking you in the past?
He and I had conversations about it because he didn't remember doing it to me. And the next day and the day of.
Is it fair to say that there are just points in time where you don't remember what you do either, correct?
Are you talking about almost 5 years ago?
I'm talking about from drinking. Is it fair to say that you don't often remember things that you did while you were drinking?
I would not say often.
Okay. In the course of your relationship with Mr. Torres, are there things you don't remember happening that happened the night before between you and him?
I can't say that at this point.
But you said that you don't remember taking that photograph at 11:03 p.m. on February 23rd, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything else that you were telling Mr. Torres that he needed to tell his brother?
Not that I can recall.
Was there anything you were telling him that he needed to tell his daughters?
Not that I can recall.
Now, you indicated that Mr. Torres would use your phone to look at pornography.
Correct.
Were there ever any points in times when it was you that was used looking at pornography?
If I was, it was to go back and look to see.
Did you ever threaten to get Mr. Torres arrested if he did not do what you wanted him to do?
I wouldn't say threaten.
Okay. Well, were there ever points in times where you would like him to call you or return a call? And if he didn't do that, you would threaten to get him arrested?
It depends on if he had my keys or something that I needed from him.
And it was your townhouse, correct?
Mine, yes. Flush hours.
When did you get him off the lease?
I'm not sure what year it was, but I don't think he was actually removed from the lease.
Okay.
I think he was made a different type of tenant.
And did you change the locks so that he couldn't get back in at the points in times when you kicked him out?
I did sometimes.
And then would you leave the key in the hiding spot that he was aware of?
There were multiple hiding places.
Okay. On any of the 911 calls, did you ever mention that Mr. Torres was aware of where you kept your keys and that's how he got back into the house?
I didn't know I needed to. He would never break into my home.
All right, and it's your testimony that you did not push him down the stairs, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, it was him that dragged you down the stairs the night before, correct?
Yes.
Now, by dragged, did you leave your feet?
Yes.
And did you get scrapes on your knees or anywhere from the carpet?
I'm not sure.
Did you get any injuries, like bruises or abrasions or scrapes?
I was missing a lot of my hair. Yes, that was on the stairwell.
And you agree that you were photographed on February 24th when the police came out, correct?
The day of the incident?
Well, the afternoon after the incident. We're not sure when he passed.
Yes.
Some of those photographs showed ashtrays inside your house. I thought you said you guys couldn't smoke inside your house,
We couldn't.
but you did, right?
Sometimes, yes.
And you agree you would go to the hospital and tell them things that were not true, correct?
Yes.
There were times where you would go to the hospital and leave without getting treatment, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that you often had alcohol in your system when you were going to the hospital, correct?
Sometimes.
All right, so just to summarize the day to make sure we understand it. You all wake up sometime in the morning, but it's an unknown time, correct? On February 23rd.
Or early afternoon. Yes, I had a problem with the detectives and them having me guesstimate times.
Okay. Are you the kind of person like most of us that uses your phone when you wake up?
No.
So the first activity on your phone may have nothing to do with when you woke up. Is that fair for you?
Yes, other than looking at the time possibly.
Okay. So at some point you wake up, it doesn't sound like you have breakfast, correct?
Correct.
You do some chores, correct?
Yes.
So that is true. That part of it is true. You did do chores before going to Publix at 12:17?
Yes.
All right. After chores, You go to Publix and you get that 1.5 liter Magnum bottle of Woodbridge Chardonnay, correct?
I'm not sure what Magnum is.
1.5 liters. Instead of the 750s, it's the double size. It's like 2 bottles of wine.
Okay, yes.
So you got a 1.5 liter, right?
Yes, it is the larger bottle.
And you got home, and you at 100 pounds and Mr. Torres at 103 pounds began drinking this wine, correct?
I'm guessing so. I'm not going to guess times.
Well, don't guess. I mean, you got home from Publix. When was your first drink?
I'm not sure. I mean, we could have continued to do whatever was left over from what we didn't do before we went to Publix.
Okay. So you may have started drinking even later, correct?
Then
12:30 when you get back from Publix?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it 1:30 or 2:30 when you began drinking?
I don't know.
All right. Was it before any of the phone calls to the brothers and his daughters?
Yes.
And so you drink what's left in the bottle of wine from the day before that's halfway labeled, correct?
At some point.
And then you drink 1.5 liters of wine, and he goes out and gets another one on his own without your permission or suggestion about 5:30, correct?
Correct.
And then you all consume that one as well, and it ends up in the trash can at the end of the night, correct?
Apparently.
At what point in the night does your memory tape stop? You described that it wasn't on at 11:03 p.m. when that photograph was taken. What's the last thing you actually do remember prior to these videos being made?
I don't recall it at this point. I don't remember.
All right, and so it ends in hide and seek after arts and puzzles, correct? He says, tag, you're it, but you run and go upstairs and hide, right?
Yeah.
So does that mean he's it and he's supposed to come find you?
No.
Okay. So you both hide?
No.
Okay. How does this work?
I don't know how to tell you.
Okay.
I was it, and I went and hid.
I mean, my understanding of the rules of hide and seek is one person will be it, cover his or her eyes and count to like 20 and then go find the person that's hiding. Is that your familiarity with the rules too, or do you guys have house rules?
I understand how the
Okay.
game of hide and seek
So
works.
explain to me, what was your expectation? You go up to the shower. Were you expecting him to come find you?
I was.
Okay. And after a while, he did not come find you.
Yes.
And that's when you return downstairs.
Correct.
And because of the way your townhouse is set up, you can kind of see over where the suitcase is and that he's trying to hide in there, but it's not successfully hidden just yet.
I mean, yes, you have to come down a good ways in order to be able to
Right.
do that.
Right. But you saw, you testified those before you got to the bottom.
Yes.
All right. And then you come over there and thinking that it's funny, you zip him shut, correct?
Yes, we both thought it was funny.
Okay. And the defendant stand down.
Entered into the well?
Yes.
Yes. Deputy,
You're the defendant.
we release her into the well, please?
Oh, is he going to put her in the suitcase? Can you please demonstrate to me how you zip the suitcase up? Ah. You notice James Owens didn't demonstrate it. Must have been stuck, the zipper. Uh-huh. He's going to make her unzip it. Cheryl says stop it right now.
All right. Ms. Boone, can you demonstrate for the jury where Mr. Torres' head was and how his body was positioned in the suitcase, if you don't mind?
His back was this way and his head was here.
All right, and then is it fair to say his feet are kind of down here, which would be the front left corner from their perspective in the jury box?
Yes.
And then his knees are kind of tucked up towards his face.
He wasn't facing the zipper.
If I remember correctly, yes, that's the position.
Okay. All right. Can you help me understand how it was that your zip is shut? Can you show us where you say you left an opening that his hand got out of?
Would it be easier to put it from here?
I didn't want to make you go down there. If you're happy doing that, I'll let you.
Hold on. Does she need to be wearing gloves?
Yes.
Agreed. If she's going to be manipulating it.
And then James is going to say, well, the gloves made it harder to open, Judge. I can't even catch y'all's chats. They're going so fast right now. Blanco. Now it's a good. Yes, Blanco, it is.
What do you want her to do? Just demonstrate how she zipped it shut.
Sit down, Owens. You don't need to be up there. Get out of the way of the jury.
Remember which one it was in?
This side.
The pink paper clip was missing, she said. Like, that's going to make a difference from the inside.
Just the paperclip was on when this event occurred. When we pulled the suitcase out earlier, the paperclip was not attached. So now the prosecutor has attached the paperclip. We don't know if that's the way it was attached.
It's not even a paper clip.
We don't know if that's the proper way that it was attached, but he's asking her now to pull.
Is there an objection?
Yes?
Approach.
Oh my God, shut up. Laura said, shut up. Did she just not tell him it's missing the thingy or something and he went and got it and put it on there? Sit down, Owens. That is going to be, yeah, that's a good one. Bridget, that's a very good one. He shouldn't be up there like that, but I guess he's allowed there, else would have already told him to sit down. But he's all in that, isn't he? Mm-hmm. The jury's like, wait, the jury's climbing over each other trying to see what's going on because they can't see because of the little wall around the jury box. They're like, wait a minute, what? Oh, what? Show us. It looks like a little pink paper clip is what it looked like. It was some kind of pink wire. I have no idea where else you would get a pink wire because I don't even think those come in like the floral places, the floral wires. I don't know. So her saying it's not even a paper clip, I have no idea what she's talking about. Oh, it's off the chain right now, y'all. I'll stay late for this one. Can you please clear everything out of the way of the camera so that we can see, please? Thank you so much. Sarah's going to sleep so good tonight. We knew he had it in him. We knew Jay had it in him. Yeah, Owens is trying just to create this whole thing to keep this from happening. He's going to make a big deal out of everything. What'd Cheryl say? Being back the zipper expert. Bring back the zipper expert. We need the CSI lady in here, please. Hey, Beautiful Disaster. Thank you for becoming a member. Bring back the zipper expert. Did y'all hear how it sounded when you opened it? Have you guys ever had an older suitcase like that made that sound? Because it's such a heavy duty zipper. It's harder to unzip than like a shirt or something because the material, the canvas material, and the way that it's designed to keep the suitcase from falling down on the sides. It's one of those things that it's just, you know, sometimes they even have those little plastic pieces on the corners.
All right.
Overruled.
Madam Clerk, are you ready? Can we see how it was that the two zipper parts were positioned when you say that Mr. Torres was able to get his hand out? If you want me to do it, I'm fine. I'll take your direction.
From what I remember, this is how the suitcase. This is how the suitcase was. This was up here. This was not this hard either. So this was like here.
Okay.
Oh, I can't get it to shut. Can you put it right there? Because I can't get it to do it. Oh my God.
About right there, ma'am?
Sure.
I assume this one was much closer. It's not over there? Where do you?
You asked me where I zipped it.
When you say that was zipped shut, show us.
Are you talking about how I zipped it or?
When you're done zipping
With
it
the
shut
hole.
and he's inside of it, where are the zipper components?
Just tell me what it's at.
I mean, it was the corner. I mean, I mean, it's not. Yes, this one was on pretty much. Yes. From what I can remember. That's how he was coming with his hand out. It was like this from the corner part.
Okay. Thank you. You can return to your seat. Did you ever change the position of those zippers once you put it in that position?
I did not.
Yes, Margaret, please show Owens his seat. Thank you so much.
And so once he was zipped into there, there's some amount of time, but you don't remember specifically before you start taking the 2-minute video, correct?
Yes.
And then that's when you say what you say, and that's when he says what he says. We've all heard it, correct? And then between there and that second video of the 22 seconds length, it's at this point where he's beginning to get angry. And then that's when you take the baseball bat that's in evidence, and your testimony is start poking him with the end of it.
Did you say this was the second video?
Between the two videos, that's when you started hitting with the bat because he was getting angry and trying to escape, correct?
Right, I was not hitting him. I was, yes.
Okay. Did you ever hit him with the bat while he was outside of the suitcase?
No.
So each time that he is hit with the bat, it's through this suitcase. And that's what leaves the marks on him, because you didn't hit him with the bat outside the suitcase, correct?
Yes, if you'd like me to demonstrate.
No, that's okay. The suitcase will speak for itself. And And then you take the second video and you go upstairs and go to bed, correct?
I apparently went upstairs and I used the phone to make a phone call.
Okay.
And then I fell asleep.
All right. And at the point in time when you left and went upstairs, he was still inside the suitcase, correct?
Correct.
Was he still asking for you and calling your name?
Not that I can recall.
Did you say shh to him again?
I don't remember.
Did you tell him that this was his problem and it's on you again?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything to help him escape from the predicament that you zipped him up in?
No.
No other questions.
Any redirect examination?
Can we get a standing ovation, please?
Ms. Boone, he just asked you the question that you poked him and you didn't poke it. You poked, every time you poked him hard with the bat, he was inside the briefcase,
The suitcase, yes.
the suitcase. But you remember when he put his hand out, did you not hit him in the hand outside the suitcase?
Yes.
Okay. So that was the only time the bat touched Mr. Torres's body outside the suitcase.
Yes.
Was when you hit him with a hand. But all the other injuries were with you poking him pretty hard. I mean, you bruised your hand, correct? Doing that. Thank you.
Jay said
Ma'am, you can
hit,
return to council's table.
and Owen says poke.
Judge.
You notice that?
Just a moment. Let me get her situated at table, and then we can approach.
Sorry, I'm talking loud. I got my headphones on both ears. Oh, talk about being poked. Girl, you're poked. You are poked on that one.
All right, come on up, y'all.
Oh my gosh. R. Lon Hubbard. Is that really your name? That's funny. Well, how is this helping her? It's not. It's not. That's why we're all happy. We need a paperclip emoji, and we need, let me make notes, paperclip emoji. What was the other one? A zipper emoji. Note to self. Oh, she's going to get convicted way quicker than I thought she was. Okay. Yes, that's true. Aiden K says, please remember that the state still has the rebuttal case. Yes, they do. Finally, talk about a parachute, Scottish lass. Oh, do you want to see it? Let's do the parachute. Just for shoots and giggles. Get it? Hang on. It's not right at my fingertips. Woo, there they come. They're going to get blown away by the prosecution, though, when that wind gust comes sweet. It's called the Hurricane J. Tropical Storm J. It's about time, you guys. It is so about time. And you know what the cool thing is he played Owen's game on that. Because Owens kept playing like a dummy. And Jay says, all right, two can play at that game. I'm going to pull back a little bit. But when I move forward, you better hold your hat. Yes, Sarah, quit turning around. Stay straight. Don't turn around. Carrie, do you still think Sarah's going to sleep good tonight? I hope she sleeps well tonight. She's going to need it. Note to Carrie, we need another one of your jingles. A jingle? Oh, God, don't put me on the spot like that. I won't be able to think of anything. I knew when he brought up the women at the very first part. I'm like, oh, he's trying to ruffle our feathers.
Thank you so much. It is 5:42. At this point in time, the court's going to go into recess for the evening. I thank you again for your continued service and your attention in this matter. We're going to start tomorrow again at 9 a.m. here in 12 Alpha at the Orange County Courthouse. I'll read you another instruction. I know you've heard it. I'm sure you're sick of it, but I got to keep reading it. So thank you. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are at the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members,
Look at
or even
Owen.
your fellow jurors
He's
about
mad.
the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face to face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to excuse you for the balance of the evening, and thank you so much.
Owens is totally pouting right now. FedEx has suspended Owens' account after this defamation. Cheryl. Go down to the quickie print. You can't come here no more. We were having a good day. It was such a good day. It was such a good day. Thank you, Mod.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here with us all day today again.
With regards
Since
to
you
these
don't
medical
unzip, we
records,
cannot
the
acquit.
court previously today had required by 5 p.m. to address those. Unfortunately, they have not yet been addressed. It is imperative that the state knows what it is we're culling down or redacting. And I understand that you may want to be seeking those into evidence maybe tomorrow, and the state needs to be advised as to what it is that you're seeking to utilize. So where are we in figuring that out?
Can I have 1 minute with the client?
Yes, sir.
I forget what they're holding up on this time. Yeah, you guys, please, if you don't mind, hit that like button on your way out. Hey, Drunky the Bear, thank you so much for your super chat. She said, thank you, Carrie, for everything and all your work. This is a great group of people. It says, and I'm happy to watch this with you all. Justice for George. What was it that they were waiting? Oh, it had something to do with the medical records, didn't it? Yeah, thank you, Elise. They were supposed to break things down because they still had them in like little JPEG images. Oh. It was supposed to not be on a floppy disk. It was supposed to be, no, I'm sorry. It was not supposed to be on a thumb drive. It was supposed to be on a CD. Am I right? I just don't even know anymore. Thank you, Thumpa Harley.
Judge, we've had discussions with Ms. Boone, and she claims that every time that he went to the hospital and the medical records would show that it was in relation to some type of domestic violence involving her, we've expressed to her that we do not wish to pursue it and introduce those records of George Torres, of his medical records of the different times he went as it relates to their difficulties. Do you understand that?
Okay. Ma'am, earlier we had discussed, anything else to add to that, Mr. Owens?
Just that I've explained to her that the lawyers make those decisions.
Okay.
And I believe she's in agreement now. I just wanted to get it on the record.
Understood. All right. So, ma'am, I just got a couple follow-up questions, similar to other conversations we've had over the last couple of days. I don't want to know about the specifics of any conversations you've had with you and your attorneys, just whether or not you've had them. You recall earlier today, I'd asked you questions about certain rights that you had the ability to decide. Do you recall that conversation that we had, ma'am? It was before you testified.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that I advised you that the lawyers get to make most of the strategy determinations at trial? Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you recall that you said you understood that?
Yes.
And do you also recall that I advised you of certain rights that you have? Do you recall that?
I do.
And one of those rights was the right to testify or remain silent. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And did you understand that?
Yes.
So this decision is a trial decision as to whether or not there's certain evidence that your lawyers are going to seek to utilize in your defense. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that they are exercising that trial strategy at this time not to pursue those medical records? Okay. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't.
Are you on board with that strategy?
I am.
Are you still on board with the strategy utilized in your defense?
All of it, yes.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. State, anything else we need to address before we
My
retire
understanding,
for the evening?
sorry,
That's okay.
my understanding is the last civilian witness they intend on calling is arriving at MCO at 9:03 in the morning tomorrow.
It was either 9:03 or 9:05, yes.
And plan will be to depose her in the evening at 5:30.
Okay.
Then, just scheduling purposes, we're trying to figure out when we would need our rebuttal expert, Dr. Werner, to appear.
I know Mr. Owens had said they were endeavoring to finish by Friday, but I don't know if Dr. Harper's availability issues for tomorrow is going to change that anticipated timeframe.
I'll try to reach out to her by text. That's usually how we communicate. But
Well, assuming she testifies on Thursday, are you still in a position to rest on Friday, or would that kick us to the next week, sir?
well, no, I want to finish this week if at all possible. If I'm hoping that Dr. Harper could be here tomorrow when Dr. Brandon is here, but let's just say she's tied up.
Let's do worst case scenario.
Okay. She's Thursday morning. I think we would try to finish our case right then and give the state a chance to rebut. I would say Thursday. I would have.
Okay, my understanding is our expert can't be here in the afternoon on Thursday. I'm going to have to check her availability for Friday.
If you would be so kind, and we can address that tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, state?
Not-
Anything else from the defense? All right. The court will be in recess till, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, just to give everybody some scheduling, this might help everyone with schedule. There are going to be 2 officers here in the morning who are going to be ready to testify. There will also be some other witnesses, officers, like the detective who testified that I need to call back because of some impeachment issues of one of the witnesses. And then we'll get into everybody else's witnesses. So there's about 3 or 4 that I have in the morning time that we'll be proceeding on. Then we'll go from there.
Okay. All right. Appreciate the lay of the land. All right. We will see you all. That's what, one more, Mr. Owens. Yes, sir.
This flying in from New Jersey, I think, is Wednesday at 9 a.m. I think the flight, she's scheduled to fly out Thursday at 9 a.m. So if there's any way we could depose her, maybe in the morning or at lunch, and then have her testify Wednesday afternoon.
That's an unreasonable demand on my time, given everything I've been doing to make sure that we can get this pushed through. I need to do things like get ready for expert cross-examinations and other things need to get accomplished at lunchtime. Happy to do it in the evening. My understanding that she was supposed to be coming in today so that we could do it tonight, and that didn't happen. But I don't think I should be forced to accommodate a lunchtime deposition.
Anything further?
I'm just telling you what it is.
Deposition will be at 5:30 tomorrow, or at any other, if we got to have it later, depending on how we go, we'll address it at that time. All right. Thank you both very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.
Were they talking about Pearl Walker? I thought they did her deposition at 6 a.m. this morning. I'm confused about that. Maybe they're talking about something different. Rebecca, thank you so much for your super chat. Justice for George. Well, you guys, I know we're going to sleep a lot better tonight. I know we are. Kathleen said, thanks, Carrie. Amazing coverage on this clown show. It was tough going there for a bit, but I'm starting to feel a lot better. And I know you guys are too. And it makes me happy to get up in the morning and do this again, because now we're starting to see a difference. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a little frustrating because Henderson is obviously going to get up there and do some of his testifying. And as like y'all like to say, he rides in the slow lane. So it'll take forever to get through those 2 officers. Who do you guys think he's trying to impeach? Do you think he's going after Koepsell? I'm trying to think of who he would impeach. And I'm surprised also they didn't bring Lowen in. I guess they didn't need to with Koepsell there, but maybe if we're lucky, they'll bring in one of these officers that comes in during the body cam footage incidents, and we get to see one of those, because as we know, those always turn out so good. Not for George at the end, but it's going to look really good to the jury on Sarah's part. All right. Well, do y'all want to wait around to see her exit before I log out? It's not going to be a graceful exit. But guess what? Okay, guess what picture is going to be on all the headlines tonight? Them with that suitcase on the floor of the courtroom. That's right, Baba Gadoosh. Night, night. Night, night, Sarah. Don't let your bedmates bite. Oh, Bob Kitten. Bob Kitten's getting rough. I don't think I've ever seen her like this. Take her to the basement, Christine says. Take it. Drop her off. Don't let her come back out. D. Bullard, I know that this is a super day, so thank you, Miss Carrie and Carrie Peeps. Yes, it was a super day. Thank you, Laura, Bama, and Mel, for being here with us today and taking care of our chat, making sure that we have a safe space to hang out. I appreciate you guys more than you know. I'll be looking for our winners in my email. So until then, we'll be back again at 8:45 in the morning. Right here, same bat channel, same bat time. Have a blessed evening, y'all.